This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Legends of the Old Plantation, Chapter 1. Uncle Remus initiates the little boy. One evening recently, the lady whom Uncle Remus calls Miss Sally missed her little 7-year-old. Making search for him through the house and through the yard, she heard the sound of voices in the old man's cabin, and looking through the window, saw the child sitting by Uncle Remus. His head rested against the old man's arm, and he was gazing with an expression of the most intense interest into the rough, weather-beaten face that beamed so kindly upon him. This is what Miss Sally heard. Bimeby, one day, after Br'er Fox been doin' all dat he could fer to catch Br'er Rabbit, and Br'er Rabbit bein' doin' all he could fer to keep him from it, Br'er Fox say to himself dat he'd put up a game on Br'er Rabbit, and he ain't more'n got the words out of his mouth till Br'er Rabbit come a-lopin' up the big road, lookin' just as plump and as fat and as sassy as a moggin hoss in a barley patch. "Hol' on dar, Br'er Rabbit," says Br'er Fox, says he. "I ain't got time, Br'er Fox," says Br'er Rabbit, says he, sorter mendin' his licks. "I wanter have some confab with you, Br'er Rabbit," says Br'er Fox, says he. "All right, Br'er Fox, but you better holler from where you stand. I'm monst'us full of fleas dis mornin'," says Br'er Rabbit, says he. "I seed Br'er B'ar yistiddy," said Br'er Fox, says he, "and he sorter rake me over de coals 'cause you and me ain't make friends and live neighborly, and I tole him dat I'd see you." Den Br'er Rabbit scratch one year wid de off hind foot sorter jubiously, and den he ups and says he, "All is settin', Br'er Fox. S'posen you drop round tomorrer and take dinner wid me. We ain't got no great doin's at our house, but I speck the old woman and the chilluns can sorter scramble round and git up somethin' for to stay your stomach." "I'm 'greeable, Br'er Rabbit," says Br'er Fox, says he. "Den I'll depend on you," says Br'er Rabbit, says he. Next day, Mr. Rabbit and Miss Rabbit got up soon for the day, and raided on a garden like Miss Sally's out dar, and got some cabbages and some roastin' ears and some sparrer grass, and dey fix up a smashin' dinner. Bimeby, one of de little rabbits, playin' out in de backyard, come runnin' and hollerin', "Oh, ma! Oh, ma! I seed Mr. Fox a-comin'!" And den Br'er Rabbit, he took de chilluns by de ears and made 'em set down, and den him and Miss Rabbit sorter dally round waitin' for Br'er Fox, and to keep on waitin' for Br'er Fox, and to keep on waitin', but no Br'er Fox ain't come. Atter a while, Br'er Rabbit goes to de door easy like and peep out, and dar, stickin' from behind de cornder, was de tippin' Br'er Fox's tail. Den Br'er Rabbit shot de door and sot down and put his paws behind his ears and begin fer to sing. "De place whereabouts you spilled de grease, right dar you're bound to slide, and where you find a bunch of hair, you surely find de hide." Next day, Br'er Fox set word by Mr. Mink, and 'scuse himself 'cause he was too sick fer to come, and he axed Br'er Rabbit fer to come and take dinner wid him, and Br'er Rabbit says he was 'greeable. Bimeby, when de shadders was at de shortest, Br'er Rabbit he sorter brush up and saunter down to Br'er Fox's house, and when he got dar, he hears somebody groanin', en he look in de do', en dar he see Brer Fox settin' up in a rockin' cheer, all wrop up wid flannel, en he look mighty weak. Brer Rabbit look all roun', he did, but he ain't seen no dinner. De dishpan was settin' on de table, en close by was a carvin' knife. "Look like you gwineter have chicken for dinner, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Oh, yes, Brer Rabbit, dey are nice, and fresh, and tender," says Brer Fox, says he. Den Brer Rabbit sorter pull his mustache, and he says, "You ain't got no calamus root, is you, Brer Fox? I done got so now that I can't eat no chicken 'ceppin' she's seasoned up wid calamus root." And wid dat, Brer Rabbit lipped out de door and dodged 'mong de bushes, and sot dar watchin' for Brer Fox. And he ain't watched long needer, 'cause Brer Fox flung off de flannel and crope out at de house and got where he could close in on Brer Rabbit. And by, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Oh, Brer Fox, I jest put yo' calamus root out here on de dish your stump. Better come git it while it's fresh." And wid dat, Brer Rabbit gallop off home. And Brer Fox ain't never cotch him yit. And what's mo', honey, he ain't gwineter. End of chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 2, The Wonderful Tar Baby Story. "Didn't the fox never catch the rabbit, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy the next evening. "He come mighty nigh it, honey. Sho's you born. Brer Fox did. One day, arter Brer Rabbit fooled him wid dat calamus root, Brer Fox went to work and got him some tar, and mix it with some turpentine. He fix up a contraption what he call a tar baby, and he took dish yer tar baby and he sot her in de big road, and den he lay off in de bushes fer to see what de news was gwineter be. And he didn't have to wait long needer, 'cause by, here comes Brer Rabbit pacin' down de road, lippity-clippity, clippity-lippity, just as sassy as a jaybird. Brer Fox, he lay low. Brer Rabbit come prancin' long twel he spied a tar baby, and den he fotch up on his behind legs like he was 'stonished. The tar baby, she sot dar, she did, and Brer Fox, he lay low. "Mornin'," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Nice weather dis mornin'," says he. Tar baby, she ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Fox, he lay low. "How does your symptoms seem to segachuate?" says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Fox, he wink his eyes slow and lay low, and the tar baby, she ain't sayin' nothin'. "How you come on, den? Is you deaf?" says Brer Rabbit, says he. "'Cause if you is, I can holler louder," says he. Tar baby stay still, and Brer Fox, he lay low. "You're stuck up, that's what you is," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "And I'm gonna cure you, that's what I'm gonna do," says he. Brer Fox, he sorter chuckled in his stomach, he did, but Tar baby ain't sayin' nothin'. I'm going to learn you to talk to 'spectable folks if it's the last act, says Brer Rabbit, says he. If you don't take off that hat and tell me howdy, I'm going to bust you wide open, says he. Tar Baby stay still, and Brer Fox, he lay low. Brer Rabbit kept on axing him, and the Tar Baby, she keep on saying nothing. But presently, Brer Rabbit draw back with his fists, he did, and blip! He took her side of the head. Right there's where he broke his molasses jug. His fist stuck, and he can't pull loose. The tar hilt him, but Tar Baby, she stay still, and Brer Fox, he lay low. If you don't let me loose, I'll knock you again, says Brer Rabbit, says he. And with that, he fotcher a wipe with the other hand, and that one stuck. Tar Baby, she still ain't saying nothing. And Brer Fox, he lay low. Turn me loose 'fore I kick the natural stuffing out of you, says Brer Rabbit, says he. But the Tar Baby, she ain't saying nothing. She just held on, and the Brer Rabbit lose the use of his feet in the same way. Brer Fox, he lay low. Then Brer Rabbit squall out that if the Tar Baby don't turn him loose, he'd butt her crank-sided. And then he butted, and his head got stuck. Then Brer Fox, he sauntered forth, looking just as innocent as one of your mammy's mockingbirds. Howdy, Brer Rabbit, says Brer Fox, says he. You look sorta stuck up this morning, says he. And then he rolled on the ground and laughed till he couldn't laugh no more. I 'spect you'll take dinner with me this time, Brer Rabbit. I done laid in some calamus root, and I ain't gwine to take no excuse, says Brer Fox, says he. Here Uncle Remus paused and drew a 2-pound yam out of the ashes. Did the fox eat the rabbit? Asked the little boy to whom the story had been told. Oh, that's all the fur the tale goes, replied the old man. He might, and then he mightn't. Some say Judge Barr come along and loosed him. Some say he didn't. I hear Miss Sally calling. You better run long. End of chapter. This year's a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 3. Why Mr. Possum Loves Peace. One night, said Uncle Remus, taking Miss Sally's little boy on his knee and stroking the child's hair thoughtfully and caressingly. One night, Brer Possum called by for Brer Coon according to agreement, and after gobbling up a dish of fried greens and smoking a cigar, they rambled forth for to see how the balance of the settlement was getting along. Brer Coon, he was one of these natural pacers, and he racked long same as Mars John's bay pony, and Brer Possum, he went in a hand gallop, and they got over a heap of ground. Brer Possum, he got his belly full of persimmons, and Brer Coon, he scoop up a abundance of frogs and tadpoles. They amble along, they did, des as sociable as a basket of kittens. So by and by, they hear Mr. Dog talking to hisself way off in the woods. "S'posen he runs up on us, Brer Possum, what are you gwineter do?" says Brer Coon, says he. Brer Possum sorter laughed round the corners of his mouth. "Oh, if he come, Brer Coon, I'm a-gwineter stand by you," says Brer Possum. "What are you gwineter do?" says he. "Who, me?" says Brer Coon. If he run onter me, I'll lay I'll go give him one twist," says he. "Did the dog come?" asked the little boy. "Go away, honey," responded the old man in an impressive tone. "Go away. Mr. Dog, he come and he come a-zoomin', and he ain't wait fer to say howdy neither. He just sail into the two of 'em. The very fust pass he make, Brer Possum fetch a grin from ear to ear, and keel over like he was dead. Den Mr. Dog, he sail into Brer Coon, and right dar's where he drap his money purse, 'cause Brer Coon was cut out for dat kind of business, and he fairly wipe up the face of the earth with him. You better believe dat when Mr. Dog got a chance to make hisself scarce, he took it, and what there was left of him went skedaddlin' through dese woods like it was shot out of a musket. And Brer Coon, he sorter lick his clothes into shape and wipe off, and Brer Possum, he lay dar like he was dead, twel bimeby he raise up sorter keerful like, and when he find the coast clear, he scramble up and scamper off like something was after him." Here Uncle Remus paused long enough to pick up a live coal of fire in his fingers, transfer it to the palm of his hand, and thence to his clay pipe, which he had been filling, a proceeding that was viewed by the little boy with undisguised admiration. The old man then proceeded. "Next time Brer Possum met Brer Coon fused to 'spond after his howdy, and dis make Brer Possum feel mighty bad, seein' as how dey useter make so many excursions together. "What make you hole your head so high, Brer Coon?" says Brer Possum, says he. "I ain't runnin' wid cowards these days," says Brer Coon. "When I wants you, I'll send for you," says he. Then Brer Possum get mighty mad. "Who's any coward?" says he. "You is," says Brer Coon. "Dat's who. I ain't 'sociatin' wid dem w'at lays down on de ground and plays dead when dar's a free fight gwine on," says he. Den Brer Possum grin and laugh fit to kill hisself. "Lord, Brer Coon, you don't speck I done that 'cause I was feared, does you?" says he. "Why, I wa'n't no more feared dan you is dis minute. What was dey for to be skeered on?" says he. "I knowed you'd get away with Mr. Dog if I didn't, and I'd just lay there watchin' you shake him, waitin' fer to put in when de time come," says he. Brer Coon turn up his nose. "That's a mighty fine tale," says he, "when Mr. Dog ain't mo'n tech you 'fore you keel over and lay there stiff," says he. "Dat's des what I was gwine to tell you 'bout," says Brer Possum, says he. "I wa'n't no more skeered dan you is right now, and I was fixin' fer to give Mr. Dog a sample er my jaw," says he. "But I'm de most ticklish chap what you ever laid eyes on, and no sooner did Mr. Dog put his nose down yer among my ribs that I got ter laughin', and I laughed twel I ain't had no use of my limbs," says he. "And it's a mussy unto Mr. Dog dat I was ticklish, 'cause a little more, and I'd a et him up," says he. "I don't mind fightin', Brer Coon, and no more dan you does," says he. "But I declare to gracious, if I can stand ticklin', get me in a row where there ain't no ticklin' loud, and I'm your man," says he. "And down ter dis day," continued Uncle Remus, watching the smoke from his pipe curl upward over the little boy's head, "down ter dis day, Brer Possum's bound to surrender when you tetch him one in the short ribs, and he'll laugh if he knows he's going to be smashed for it." End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 4. How Mr. Rabbit Was Too Sharp for Mr. Fox. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy one evening, when he had found the old man with little or nothing to do, "did the fox kill and eat the rabbit when he caught him with the tar baby?" "Law, honey, ain't I tell you 'bout that?" replied the old darky, chuckling slyly. "I 'clar to gracious, I oughter told you that. But old man Nod was riding on my eyelids twel a little more'n I disremembered my own name, and then on to dat, here come your mammy hollerin' after you. Why, what I tell you when I fust begun? I told you Br'er Rabbit was a monster soon creetur. Leastways, that's what I laid out for to tell you. Well, den, honey, don't you go and make no udder calculations, 'cause in dem days Br'er Rabbit and his fambly was at de head er der gang when any racket was on hand, and der they stayed. 'Fore you begins fer to wipe your eyes 'bout Br'er Rabbit, you wait and see whereabouts Br'er Rabbit gwineter fetch up at. But that's neither here nor there. When Br'er Fox find Br'er Rabbit mixed up wid the tar baby, he feel mighty good, and he roll on the ground and laugh. By, he up and say, says he, 'Well, I speck I got you this time, Br'er Rabbit,' says he. 'Maybe I ain't, but I speck I is. You been running round here sassin' after me a mighty long time, but I speck you done come to the end of the row. You been cuttin' up your capers and bouncin' round in dis neighborhood until you come to believe yourself the boss of the whole gang, and then you are allus somewheres where you ain't got no business,' says Br'er Fox, says he. 'Who axed you fer to come and strike up an acquaintance wid dish yer tar baby? And who stuck you up dar where you is? Nobody in the round world. You just tuck and jam yourself on dat tar baby without waitin' for any invite,' says Br'er Fox, says he. 'And there you is, and there you gwine stay twel I fixes up a bresh pile and fires her up, 'cause I'm gwine to barbecue you dis day, sure,' says Br'er Fox, says he. Den Br'er Rabbit talk mighty humble. 'I don't keer what you do wid me, Br'er Fox,' says he, 'just so you don't fling me in dat briar patch. Roast me, Br'er Fox,' says he, 'but don't fling me in dat briar patch,' says he. 'Hit so much trouble fer to kindle a fire,' says Br'er Fox, says he, 'dat I speck I'll hatter hang you,' says he. 'Hang me just as high as you please, Br'er Fox,' says Br'er Rabbit, says he, 'but do for the Lord's sake don't fling me in dat briar patch,' says he. 'I ain't got no string,' said Br'er Fox, says he, 'and now I speck I'll hatter drown you,' says he. 'Drown me just as deep as you please, Br'er Fox,' says Br'er Rabbit, says he, 'but don't fling me in dat briar patch,' says he. 'Dey ain't no water nigh,' says Br'er Fox, says he. 'Now I speck I'll hatter skin you,' says he. 'Skin me, Br'er Fox,' says Br'er Rabbit, says he. 'Snatch out my eyeballs, tear out my ears by the roots, and cut off my legs,' says he. 'But do please, Br'er Fox, don't fling me in dat briar patch,' says he. 'Course, Br'er Fox wanter hurt Br'er Rabbit bad as he kin, so he cotch him in by the hind legs and slung him right in the middle of the briar patch. There was a considerable flutter where Br'er Rabbit struck the bushes, and Br'er Fox sorter hang round fer to see what was gwine to happen. By, he hear somebody call him, and way up the hill he see Br'er Rabbit sittin' cross-legged on a chinkapin log, combin' de pitch out of his hair wid a chip. Den Br'er Fox knowed dat he been swap off mighty bad. Br'er Rabbit was bleedsid fer to fling back some of his sass, and he holler out, Bred and born in a briar patch, Brer Fox. Bred and born in a briar patch. And with that, he skip out just as lively as a cricket in the embers. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 5. The Story of the Deluge and How It Came About. "One time," said Uncle Remus, adjusting his spectacles so as to be able to see how to thread a large darning needle with which he was patching his coat. "One time, way back yonder, 'fore you was born, honey, and 'fore Mars John or Miss Sally was born, way back yonder, 'fore any of us was born, the animals and the creatures sorter lectioneer round 'mong themselves, twell at last they agreed fer to have an assembly. In dem days," continued the old man, observing a look of incredulity on the little boy's face, "in dem days creatures had lots more sense than they got now. Let alone dat, they had sense same like folks. Hit was touch and go wid 'em too, man, and when they make up their minds what had to be done, 'twa'n't more than mention, for hit was done. Well, they 'lected dat day had ter hold er assembly fer to sorter straighten out marters and hear the complaints, and when the day come they was on hand. The lion, he was dar, 'cause he was the king, and he hadder be there. The rhinoceros, he was dar, and the elephant, he was dar, and the camels, and the cows, and plumb down to the crawfishes, they was dar. They was all dar. And when the lion shook his mane and took his seat in the big cheer, then the session begun for to commence." "What did they do, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "I can't scacely call to mind exactly what they did do, but they spoke speeches and hollered and cussed, and flung der language round just like when your daddy was gwine to run for the legislator and got left. Howsomever, they ranged their affairs and splained their business. By and by, while they was disputin' longer one or another, the elephant trampled on one of the crawfishes. 'Course, when dat creature put his foot down, whatsomever's under there was bound fer to be squished, and there wasn't enough of dat crawfish left fer to tell dat he been dar. This make the other crawfishes mighty mad, and they sorter swarmed together and drawed up a kinder preamble wid some wherefores in it, and read her out in dat there assembly. But, bless gracious, such a racket was a-gwine on that nobody ain't hear it, 'ceppin' maybe the mud turkle and the spring lizard, and their influence was powerful lackin'. By and by, whilst the unicorn was sputin' with the lion, and while the hyener was a-laughin' to hisself, the elephant squished another one of the crawfishes, and little mo'n he'd a-ruint the mud turkle. Then the crawfishes, what they was left of 'em, swarmed together and drawed up another preamble wid some more wherefores, but they might as well have sung Old Dan Tucker inter a harricane. The other creatures was too busy wid the fussin' fer to spawn under the crawfishes, so there they was, the crawfishes, and they didn't know what minute was gwineter be the next, and they kep on gettin' madder and madder and skeereder, till by and by they 'gun to wink ter the mud turkle and the spring lizard, and then they bowed little holes in the ground and went down outer sight." "Who did, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "The crawfishes, honey. They bowed into the ground and kep on bowin' till dey unloosed de fountains of de youth, and de water squirt out, and rose higher and higher, twel de hills was kivered, and de creeturs was all drownded, and all because dey let on 'mong demselves that they was bigger den de crawfishes. Then the old man blew the ashes from a smoking yam, and proceeded to remove the peeling. "Where was the ark, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired presently. "Which ark's dat?" asked the old man in a tone of well-feigned curiosity. "Noah's ark," replied the child. "Don't you pester wid old man Noah, honey. I bound he took keer of dat ark. Dat's w'at he was dar for, and dat's w'at he done. Leastways, dat's w'at dey tells me. But don't you bother longer dat ark, 'ceppin' your mammy fetches it up. There might have been 2 deluges, and den again, there mightn't. Ef there was any ark in dish yer w'at de crawfishes brung on, I ain't heerd tellin' it, and when dey ain't no arks round, I ain't got no time fer to make 'em put one in dar. It's gittin' on your bedtime, honey." End of chapter. This here's a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 6. Mr. Rabbit grossly deceives Mr. Fox. One evening when the little boy, whose nights with Uncle Remus were as entertaining as those Arabian ones of blessed memory, had finished supper and hurried out to sit with his venerable patron, he found the old man in great glee. Indeed, Uncle Remus was talking and laughing to himself at such a rate that the little boy was afraid he had company. The truth is, Uncle Remus had heard the child coming, and, when the rosy-cheeked chap put his head in at the door, was engaged in a monologue, the burden of which seemed to be, "Oh, Molly Har, what you doin' dar, sittin' in de corner smokin' your cigar?" As a matter of course, this vague allusion reminded the little boy of the fact that the wicked fox was still in pursuit of the rabbit, and he immediately put his curiosity in the shape of a question. "Uncle Remus, did the rabbit have to go clean away when he got loose from the tar baby?"
"Bless gracious, honey, Daddy didn't." "Who? Him? You dunno nothin' at all about Brer Rabbit, if dat's de way you puttin' him down. What he gwine way fer? He mighter stayed sorter close till de pitch rub off'n his hair, but 'tweren't many days 'fore he was lopin' up and down de neighborhood just as same as ever, and I dunno if he weren't more sassier than before. Seemed like dat de tale about how he got mixed up wid de tar baby got round 'mongst de neighbors. Miss Meadows and de gals got wind of it, and de next time Brer Rabbit paid him a visit, Miss Meadows tackled him 'bout it, and de gals sot up a monstrous gigglement. Brer Rabbit, he sot up just as cool as a cucumber, he did, and let 'em run on."
"Who was Miss Meadows, Uncle Remus?" inquired the little boy.
"Don't ask me, honey. She was in de tale, Miss Meadows and de gals was, and de tale I give you is like the one that was given to me. Brer Rabbit, he sot dar, he did, sorter lame-like, and den by he cross his legs, he did, and wink his eyes slow, and up and say, says he,
'Ladies, Brer Fox was my daddy's riding hoss for 30 year, maybe more, but 30 year dat I knows on,' says he, and den he paid him his respects, and tip his beaver, and march off, he did, just as stiff and as stuck up as a fire stick. Next day, Brer Fox come a-callin', and when he gun fer to laugh about Brer Rabbit, Miss Meadows and de gals, dey ups and tells him 'bout what Brer Rabbit said. Den Brer Fox grit his tooths, sho 'nuff he did, and he look mighty dumpy, But when he riz for to go, he up and say, says he, "Ladies, I ain't disputin' what you have to say, but I'll make Brer Rabbit chaw up his words and spit 'em out right here where you can see 'em," says he, and with dat off Brer Fox put. And when he got in de big road, he shook the dew offen his tail and made a straight shoot for Brer Rabbit's house. When he got dar, Brer Rabbit was 'spectin' on him, and the door was shut fast. Brer Fox knock. Nobody ain't answer. Brer Fox knock. Nobody answer. Den he knock again. Blam, blam. Den Brer Rabbit holler out, mighty weak, "Is dat you, Brer Fox? I want you to run and fetch the doctor. Dat baiter parsley what I et this mornin' is gittin' way wid me. Do please, Brer Fox, run quick," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "I come after you, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, says he. "There's gwineter be a party up at Miss Meadows," says he. "All de gals'll be there, and I promised dat I'd fetch you. De gals, they 'lowed dat it wouldn't be no party 'ceppin' I fotch you," says Brer Fox, says he. Den Brer Rabbit say he was too sick, and Brer Fox say he wasn't, and there they had it up and down, sputin' and contendin'. Brer Rabbit say he can't walk. Brer Fox say he tote him. Brer Rabbit say, "How?" Brer Fox say, "In his arms." Brer Rabbit say he'd drap him. Brer Fox allow how he wouldn't. By, Brer Rabbit say he'd go if Brer Fox can tote him on his back. Brer Fox said he would. Brer Rabbit say he can't ride without a saddle. Brer Fox say he'd get a saddle. Brer Rabbit say he can't set in a saddle less he have a bridle for to hold on by. Brer Fox say he get the bridle. Brer Rabbit say he can't ride without a blind bridle, 'cause Brer Fox be shyin' at stumps long the road and fling him off. Brer Fox say he gonna get a blind bridle. Den Brer Rabbit say he'll go. Den Brer Fox say he ride Brer Rabbit mos' up to Miss Meadows's, and den he could get down and walk the balance of the way. Brer Rabbit agreed, and den Brer Fox lipped out atter the saddle and the bridle. 'Course Brer Rabbit know the game dat Brer Fox was fixin' fer to play, and he determinin' fer to outdo him, and by the time he comb his ha'r and twist his mustarsh and sorter rig up, yer comes Brer Fox, saddle and bridle on, and lookin' as purty as a circus pony. He trot up to de door and stand there pawin' de ground and chompin' de bit, same like a sho' nuff hoss, and Brer Rabbit he mount, he did, and dey amble off. Brer Fox can't see behind wid de blind bridle on, but by he feel Brer Rabbit raise one of his foots. "What you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" says he. "Shortenin' de left stirrup, Brer Fox," says he. By, Brer Rabbit raised up the udder foot. "What are you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" says he. "Pullin' down my pants, Brer Fox," says he. All de time, bless gracious, honey, Brer Rabbit were puttin' on his spurs, and when dey got close to Miss Meadows, where Brer Rabbit was to git off, and Brer Fox made a motion fer to stand still, Brer Rabbit slapped those spurs into Brer Fox's flanks, and you better believe he got over ground. When they got to the house, Miss Meadows and all the gals was settin' on the piazzer, and stidder stoppin' at the gate, Brer Rabbit rid on by, he did, and den come gallopin' down the road and up to the hoss rack, which he hitched Brer Fox at, and den he saunter into the house, he did, and shake hands wid the gals, and set dar smokin' his seegar, same as a town man. By and by he draw in a long puff, and den he let hit out in a cloud, and square hisself back and holler out, he did. "Ladies, ain't I done tell you Brer Fox was de riding hoss for our fambly? He's sort o' losing his gait now, but I speck I can fetch him all right in a month or two," says he. And den Brer Rabbit sort o' grin, he did, and de gals giggle, and Miss Meadows, she praise up de pony, and dar was Brer Fox hitched fast to de rack, and couldn't help hisself. "Is that all, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy as the old man paused. "Dat ain't all, honey, but 'twon't do fer to give out too much cloth fer to cut out one pair of pants," replied the old man sententiously. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 7. Mr. Fox is again victimized. When Miss Sally's little boy went to Uncle Remus the next night to hear the conclusion of the adventure in which the rabbit made a riding horse of the fox, to the great enjoyment and gratification of Miss Meadows and the girls, he found the old man in a bad humor. "I ain't tellin' no tales to bad chilluns," says Uncle Remus curtly. "But, Uncle Remus, I ain't bad," said the little boy plaintively. "Who dat chunkin' dem chickens dis mornin'? Who dat knockin' out folks' eyes wid dat yellerbammer sling jes' 'fo' dinner? Who dat sickin' dat pinter puppy atter my pig? Who dat scatterin' my Ingun sets? And who dat flingin' rocks on top of my house, which a little mo'n one of 'em could have dropped spang on my head?" "Well, now, Uncle Remus, I didn't go to do it. I won't do so any more. Please, Uncle Remus, if you will tell me, I'll run to the house and bring you some tea cakes." "Seen 'em's better'n hearin' tell of 'em," replied the old man, the severity of his countenance relaxing somewhat. But the little boy darted out, and in a few minutes came running back with his pockets full and his hands full. "I lay yo' mammy'll s'picion dat de rat's stomachs is widenin' dis neighborhood when she come fer to count up her cakes," said Uncle Remus with a chuckle. "Dese," he continued, dividing the cakes into 2 equal parts, "dese I'll tackle now, and dese I'll lay by fer Sunday. Let me see. I most dismember whereabouts Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit was." "The rabbit rode the fox to Miss Meadows's and hitched him to the horse rack," said the little boy. "Why, course he did," said Uncle Remus. "Course he did. Well, Brer Rabbit rid Brer Fox up, he did, and tied him to de rack, and den sot out in de piazzer wid de gals a smokin' er his cigar wid mo' proudness dan w'at you mos' ever see. Dey talk, and dey sing, and dey play on de pianner, de gals did, twel bimeby hit come time fer Brer Rabbit fer to be gwine, and he tell 'em all good bye, and strut out to de hoss rack, same as if he was de king of de patrollers, and den he mount Brer Fox and ride off. Brer Fox ain't sayin' nothin' 't all. He des rack off, he did, and keep his mouf shet. And Brer Rabbit knowed der was business cookin' up fer him, and he feel monst'us skittish. Brer Fox amble on twel he git in de long lane outer side of Miss Meadow's house, and den he turn loose, he did. He rip and he roar, and he cuss and he swar, he snort and he cavort. "What was he doin' that for, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired. "He was tryin' fer to fling Brer Rabbit off'n his back, bless yo' soul, but he jest might as well as wrastle wid his own shadder. Every time he hump hisse'f, Brer Rabbit slapped de spurs in him, and dar dey had it, up and down. Brer Fox fairly tore up at de ground, he did. and he jumped so high and he jumped so quick that he mighty nigh snatch his own tail off. Dey keep on gwine on dis way twel bimeby Brer Fox lay down and roll over, he did, and dis sorter unsettled Brer Rabbit. But by the time Brer Fox got back on his footses again, Brer Rabbit was gwine through the underbrush mo' samer dan a racehorse. Brer Fox he lit out after him, he did, and he pushed Brer Rabbit so close that it was about all he could do fer to git in a holler tree. Hole was too little for Brer Fox fer to git in, and he had her lay down and rest and get her his mind together. While he was lyin' dar, Mr. Buzzard came floppin' long, and seein' Brer Fox stretch out on de ground, he lit and viewed the premises. Den Mr. Buzzard sorter shake his wing, put his head on one side, and say to hisself like, says he,
Brer Fox is dead, and I's so sorry,
says he. No, I ain't dead neither, said Brer Fox, says he. I got Old Man Rabbit pent up in here, says he, and I'm a-gwine ter git him dis time if it takes 12 Christmases, says he. Den, after some more palaver, Brer Fox make a bargain dat Mr. Buzzard was to watch the hole and keep Brer Rabbit dar whiles Brer Fox went atter his axe. Den Brer Fox he lope off, he did, and Mr. Buzzard he tuck up his stand at the hole. By, when all gits still, Brer Rabbit sorter scramble down close to the hole, he did, and holler out, Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Brer Fox done gone, and nobody say nothin'. Then Brer Rabbit squall out like he was mad, says he. You needn't talk less you water, says he. I knows you're dar, and I ain't keerin', says he. I just wanter tell you dat I wish mighty bad Brer Turkey Buzzard was here, says he. Den Mr. Buzzard try to talk like Brer Fox. What you want with Mr. Buzzard, says he. Oh, nothin' in tickler, 'cep there's the fattest gray squirrel in here that I ever see, says he. And if Brer Turkey Buzzard was round, he'd be mighty glad fer to git him, says he. How's Mr. Buzzard gwine to get him, says the Buzzard, says he. Well, dar's a little hole round on the udder side of dis tree, says Brer Rabbit, says he. And if Brer Turkey Buzzard was here so we could take up a stand dar, says he, I'd drive dat squirrel out, says he. Drive him out, den, says Mr. Buzzard, says he, and I'll see that Brer Turkey Buzzard gits him, says he. Den Brer Rabbit, he kick up a racket like he was driving something out, and Mr. Buzzard, he rush round fer to ketch the squirrel, and Brer Rabbit, he dash out, he did, and then he just fly fer home. At this point, Uncle Remus took one of the tea cakes, held his head back, opened his mouth, dropped the cake in with a sudden motion, looked at the little boy with an expression of astonishment, and then closed his eyes and began to chew, mumbling as an accompaniment the plaintive tune of Don't You Grieve After Me. The seance was over, but before the little boy went into the big house, Uncle Remus laid his rough hand tenderly on the child's shoulder and remarked in a confidential tone, Honey, you must get up soon Christmas mornin' and open the door, 'cause I gwanter bounce in on Marse John and Miss Sally and holler Christmas gift, just like I useter durin' the farmin' days 'fore the war, when ole Miss was alive. I bound they don't forget dis old nigger, neither. When you hear me callin' de pigs, honey, you just hop up and unfasten the door. I lay I'll give Marse John one of dese yer s'prise parties. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 8. Mr. Fox is Outdone by Mr. Buzzard.
"If I don't run into no mistakes," remarked Uncle Remus as the little boy came tripping in to see him after supper, "Mr. Turkey Buzzard was guardin' de holler where Br'er Rabbit went in at, and which he come out'n."
The silence of the little boy verified the old man's recollection.
"Well, Mr. Buzzard, he feel mighty lonesome, he did, but he done promised Brer Fox dat he'd stay, and he determined fer to sorter hang round and join in de joke. And he ain't hatter wait long, needer, 'cause by here come Brer Fox gallopin' through de woods wid an axe on his shoulder.
"How you 'spect Brer Rabbit gettin' on, Brer Buzzard?" says Brer Fox, says he.
"Oh, he in dar," says Brer Buzzard, says he. "He mighty still, dough. I 'speck he takin' a nap," says he.
"Den I'm just in time fer to wake him up," says Brer Fox, says he.
And wid dat he fling off his coat and spit in his hands and grab de axe. Den he draw back and come down on de tree. Pow! And every time he come down wid de axe, pow! Mr. Buzzard, he step high, he did, and holler out, "Oh, he in dar, Brer Fox, he in dar sho!" And every time a chip 'ud fly off, Mr. Buzzard, he'd jump and dodge and hold his head sideways, he would, and holler, "He in dar, Brer Fox, I done heerd him, he in dar sho!" And Brer Fox, he lammed away at dat holler tree, he did, like a man maulin' rails, twel bimeby, atter he done got de tree mos' cut through. He stopped fer to ketch his breff, and he seed Mr. Buzzard laughin' behind his back, he did, and right den and dar, widout gwine any furder, Brer Fox, he smelled a rat. But Mr. Buzzard, he keep on hollerin', "He in dar, Brer Fox, he in dar sho, I done seed him." Den Brer Fox, he make like he peepin' up de holler, and he say, says he, "Run yer, Brer Buzzard, and look if dis ain't Brer Rabbit's foot hanging down yer." And Mr. Buzzard, he come steppin' up, he did, same as ef he were treadin' on kurkleburrs, and he stick his head in de hole, and no sooner did he done dat den Brer Fox grab him. Mr. Buzzard flap his wings and scramble round right smartfully, he did, but 'twarn't no use. Brer Fox had de vantage er de grip, he did, and he hilt him right down to de ground. Den Mr. Buzzard squall out, says he, "Let me 'lone, Brer Fox. Turn me loose," says he. "Brer Rabbit'll git out. You're gittin' close at him," says he, "and 'leben mo' licks'll fetch him," says he. "I nigher to you, Brer Buzzard," said Brer Fox, says he, "than I'll be ter Brer Rabbit dis day," says he. "What you foolin' me for?" says he. "Let me 'lone, Brer Fox," says Mr. Buzzard, says he. "My ole woman waitin' for me. Brer Rabbit in dar," says he. "There's a bunch er his fur in dat blackberry bush," says Brer Fox, says he, "and dat ain't the way he come," says he. Den Mr. Buzzard up and tell Brer Fox how 'twas, and he 'lowed, Mr. Buzzard did, dat Brer Rabbit was de low downdest what's his name what he ever run up wid. Den Brer Fox says he, "Dat's needer here nor dar, Brer Buzzard," says he. "I lef you yer fer to watch dis yer hole, and I lef Brer Rabbit in dar. I comes back and I finds you at de hole, and Brer Rabbit ain't in dar," says he. "I'm gwineter make you pay fer it. I done been tampered wid 'twel plumb down ter de sapsucker'll set on a log and sassy me. I'm gwineter fling you in a bresh heap and burn you up," says he. "If you fling me on de fire, Brer Fox, I'll fly away," says Mr. Buzzard, says he. "I'll settle yo' hash right now," says Brer Fox, says he.
and wid dat he grabbed Mr. Buzzard by de tail, he did, and make fer to dash him in de ground. But just 'bout dat time de tail feathers come out, and Mr. Buzzard sail off like one of dese here berloons. And as he riz, he holler back, "You gimme good start, Brer Fox," says he, and Brer Fox sot dar and watch him fly outer sight. "But what became of the rabbit, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Don't you pester longer Brer Rabbit, honey, and don't you fret 'bout him. You'll hear where he went and how he come out. Dish yer cold snap wrastles wid my bones now," continued the old man, putting on his hat and picking up his walking stick. "Hit wrastles wid me monstrous, and I gotta rack round and see if I can run up against some Christmas leavin's." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 9. Miss Cow falls a victim to Mr. Rabbit. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy, "what became of the rabbit after he fooled the buzzard and got out of the hollow tree?" "Who, Brer Rabbit? Bless your soul, honey, Brer Rabbit went skipping 'long home, he did, just as sassy as a jaybird at a sparrow's nest. He went galloping 'long, he did, but he feel mighty fired out and stiff in the joints, and he was mighty nigh dead for something fer to drink. And by, when he got most home, he spied ole Miss Cow feedin' round in the field, he did, and he determined fer to try his hand wid her. Brer Rabbit know mighty well dat Miss Cow won't give him no milk, 'cause she done refused him more'n once, and when his ole woman was sick at dat. But never mind dat. Brer Rabbit sorter dance up the long side of de fence, he did, and holler out, 'Howdy, Sis Cow,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'Why, howdy, Brer Rabbit,' says Miss Cow, says she. 'How you find yourself these days, Sis Cow?' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'I'm sorter tolerable, Brer Rabbit. How you come on?' says Miss Cow, says she. 'Oh, I'm just tolerable myself, Sis Cow, sorter lingerin' twixt a balk and a breakdown,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'How your folks, Brer Rabbit?' says Miss Cow, says she. 'They just middlin', Sis Cow. How Brer Bull gittin' on?' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'Oh, sorter so-so,' says Miss Cow, says she. 'There's some mighty nice persimmons up this tree, Sis Cow,' says Brer Rabbit, says he, 'and I'd like mighty well fer to have some of 'em,' says he. 'How you gwine ter get 'em, Brer Rabbit?' says she. 'I 'lowed maybe dat I might ax you fer to butt 'ginst the tree and shake some down, Sis Cow,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'Course Miss Cow don't want her discommerdate Brer Rabbit, and she march up to the persimmon tree, she did, and hit it a rap wid her horns. Blam! Now den,' continued Uncle Remus, tearing off a corner of a plug of tobacco and cramming it into his mouth. 'Now den, dem persimmons was green's grass, and ne'er one never drap. Den Miss Cow butt the tree. Blim! Never a persimmon drap. Den Miss Cow sorter back off a little and run agin the tree. Blip! No persimmons never drap. Den Miss Cow back off a little fudder, she did, and hist her tail on her back and come agin a tree. Kerblam! She come so fast and she come so hard, 'twell one of her horns went spang through the tree, and dar she was. She can't go forwards, she can't go backwards. Dis exactly what Brer Rabbit was waitin' fer, and he no sooner seed ole Miss Cow all fastened up dan he jump up, he did, and cut the pigeon wing. "Come help me out, Brer Rabbit," says Miss Cow, says she. "I can't climb, Sis Cow," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "but I'll run and tell Brer Bull," says he. And wid dat, Brer Rabbit put out for home, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' here he come wid his ole woman and all his chilluns, and even de last one of de family was totin' a pail. De big uns had big pails, and de little ones had little pails, and dey all surrounded ole Miss Cow, dey did, and you hear me, honey, dey milked her dry. De ole uns milked and de young uns milked, and den when dey done got enough, Brer Rabbit he up and says he, "I wish you mighty well, Sis Cow. I 'lowed, bein' how that you'd had her sorter camp out all night, that I better come and swedge your bag," says he. "Do which, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Go 'long, honey. Swedge your bag. When cows don't git milked, de bag swells, and you can hear 'em a moanin' and a bellerin', just like they was gittin' hurted. That's what Brer Rabbit done. He 'sembled his family, he did, and he swedged ole Miss Cow's bag. Miss Cow, she stood dar, she did, and she study and study and strive fer to break loose, but the horn done been jammed in de tree so tight dat 'twas way 'fo' de day in de mornin' 'fo' she loose it. Anyhow, it was endurin' de night, and atter she get loose she sorter graze round, she did, fer to justify her stummick, she 'lowed, ole Miss Cow did, that Brer Rabbit be hoppin' 'long dat way fer to see how she gittin' on, and she took'n lay her trap fer him. And just 'bout sunrise, what did ole Miss Cow do but march up ter de 'simmon tree and stick her horn back in de hole? But bless yo' soul, honey, while she was croppin' de grass, she took one mouthful too many, 'kase when she hitch on ter de 'simmon tree agin, Brer Rabbit was settin' in de fence cornder a watchin' her. Den Brer Rabbit he say to hisse'f, "Hey yo," says he, "what dish yer gwine on now? Hol' yo' hosses, Sis Cow, twel you hear me comin'," says he. And den he crope off down de fence, Brer Rabbit did, and bimeby, here he come, lippity clippity, clippity lippity, des a sailin' down de big road. "Mornin', Sis Cow," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "How'd you come on dis mornin'?" says he. "Po'ly, Brer Rabbit, po'ly," says Miss Cow, says she. "I ain't had no rest all night," says she. "I can't pull loose," says she. "But if you'll come and ketch hold of my tail, Brer Rabbit," says she, "I reckon maybe I can fetch my horn out," says she. Den Brer Rabbit he come up a little closer, but he ain't gittin' too close. "I speck I'm nigh enough, Sis Cow," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "I'm a mighty puny man, and I might get trompled," says he. "You do de pullin', Sis Cow," says he, "and I'll do de gruntin'," says he. Den Miss Cow, she pull out her horn, she did, and took after Brer Rabbit, and down de big road they had it, Brer Rabbit wid his years laid back, and Miss Cow wid her head down and her tail curl. Brer Rabbit kep' on gainin', and bimeby he dart in a briar patch, and by de time Miss Cow come along he had his head sticking out, and his eyes looked big as Miss Sally's china sauces. "Hey-o, Mrs. Cow, where you gwine?" says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Howdy, Brer Big Eyes," says Miss Cow, says she. "Is you seed Brer Rabbit go by?" "He just this minute pass," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "and he look mighty sick," says he. And wid dat, Miss Cow took down de road like de dogs was atter her, and Brer Rabbit he des lay down dar in de briar patch and roll and laugh twel his sides hurted him. He bleedzed ter laugh. Fox atter him, Buzzard atter him, and de cow atter him,
and they ain't cotch him yet. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 10. Mr. Terrapin appears upon the scene. Miss Sally's little boy again occupying the anxious position of auditor, Uncle Remus took the shovel and "put the noses of the chunks together," as he expressed it, and then began. "One day, arter Sis Cow done run past her own shadder tryin' fer to ketch him, Brer Rabbit tuck'n 'lowed dat he was gwineter drap in and see Miss Meadows and de gals, and he got out his piecer lookin' glass and primp up, he did, and sot out. Gwine canterin' 'long de road, who should Brer Rabbit run up wid but ole Brer Tarrypin, de same ole 1 and 6pence. Brer Rabbit stop, he did, and rap on de roof of Brer Tarrypin's house." "On the roof of his house, Uncle Remus?" interrupted the little boy. "Co'se, honey, Brer Tarrypin carry his house wid him. Rain or shine, hot or cole, strike up wid ole Brer Tarrypin when you will and whilst you may, and where you find him, dar you'll find his shanty. Hit's jest like I tell you. So den, Brer Rabbit, he rap on de roof of Brer Tarrypin's house, he did, and axed was he in, and Brer Tarrypin 'lowed dat he was, and den Brer Rabbit, he ask him howdy, and den Brer Tarrypin he likewise respond howdy, and den Brer Rabbit he say where was Brer Tarrypin goin', and Brer Tarrypin he say which he weren't gwine nowhere skasely. Den Brer Rabbit 'low he was on his way fer to see Miss Meadows and de gals, and he ax Brer Tarrypin ef he won't join in and go 'long. Brer Tarrypin 'spon' he don't keer ef he do, and den dey sot out. Dey had plenty er time fer confabbin' along de way, but bimeby dey got dar, and Miss Meadows and de gals dey come to de do', dey did, and ax um in, and in dey went. When dey got in, Brer Tarrypin was so flat-footed dat he was too low on de floor, and he wa'n't high enough in a cheer, and while dey was all scramblin' round tryin' fer to git Brer Tarrypin a cheer, Brer Rabbit he pick him up and put him on de shelf where de water bucket sot, and ole Brer Tarrypin he lay back up dar, he did, and just as proud as a nigger wid a cook possum. Co'se de talk fall on Brer Fox, and Miss Meadows and de gals make a great admiration 'bout w'at a gaily ridin' hoss Brer Fox was, and dey make lots of fun, and laugh and giggle same like gals does dese days. Brer Rabbit he sot dar in de cheer smokin' his seegyar, and he sorter clear up his throat and say, sezee, "I'd a rid him over this mornin', ladies," sezee, "but I rid him so hard yistiddy dat he went lame in de off foreleg, and I speck I hatter swap him off yit," sezee. Den Brer Tarrypin he up and say, sezee, "Well, ef you gwineter sell him, Brer Rabbit," sezee, "sell him somewheres outer dis neighborhood, 'kase he done bin yer too long now," sezee. "No longer'n day 'fo' yistiddy," sezee, "Brer Fox pass me on de road, and w'at do you reckon he say?" sezee. "Law, Brer Tarrypin," said Miss Meadows, says she, "you don't mean to say he cussed," says she, and den de gals hilt de fans up 'fo' der faces. "Oh, no, ma'am," says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "He didn't cuss, but he holler out, 'Heyo, stinkin' Jim,' sezee." "Oh, my! You hear dat, gals?" says Miss Meadows, says she. "Brer Fox call Brer Tarrypin Stinking Jim," says she, and den Miss Meadows and de gals make great wonderment how Brer Fox can talk dat a way 'bout nice man like
Brer Tarrypin. But bless gracious, honey, whilst all dis was goin' on, Brer Fox was standin' at de back door wid one ear at de cat hole listenin'. Eavesdrappers don't hear no good about themselves, and de way Brer Fox was 'bused that day was a caution. Bimeby, Brer Fox stick his head in de door and holler out, "Good evenin', folks. I wish you mighty well," says he, and wid dat he make a dash for Brer Rabbit. Miss Meadows and de gals, dey holler and squall, dey did, and Brer Terrapin he got ter scramblin' round up dar on de shelf, and off he come, and blip, he took Brer Fox on de back of de head. This sorter stunted Brer Fox, and when he getter his remembrance, the most he seed was a pot of greens turned over in de fireplace and a broke cheer. Brer Rabbit was gone, and Brer Tarrypin was gone, and Miss Meadows and the gals was gone. "Where did the rabbit go, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked, after a pause. "Bless your soul, honey, Brer Rabbit he skint up de chimbley. Dat's w'at turned de pot of greens over. Brer Tarrypin he crope under de bed, he did, and got behind de clothes chist, and Miss Meadows and de gals they run out in de yard. Brer Fox he sorter look roun' and feel at de back of his head, but Brer Tarrypin lit, but he don't see no sign er Brer Rabbit. But de smoke and de ashes gwine up de chimbley got de best of Brer Rabbit, and bimeby he sneeze, "Hook-a-chow!" "Aha!" says Brer Fox, says he. "You're dar, is you?" says he. "Well, I'm gwine ter smoke you out if'n it takes a month. You're mine dis time," says he. Brer Rabbit he ain't sayin' nothin'. "Ain't you comin' down?" says Brer Fox, says he. Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin'. Den Brer Fox he went out atter some wood, he did, and when he come back he hear Brer Rabbit laughin'. "W'at you laughin' at, Brer Rabbit?" says Brer Fox, says he. "Can't tell you, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Better tell, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, says he. "'Tain't nothin' but a box er money somebody done lef' up in here in de chink of de chimbley," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "I don't believe you," says Brer Fox, says he. "Look up and see," says Brer Rabbit, says he. And when Brer Fox look up, Brer Rabbit spit his eyes fuller tobaccer juice, he did, and Brer Fox he make a break for de branch, and Brer Rabbit he come down and told the ladies goodbye. "How you get him off, Brer Rabbit?" said Miss Meadows, says she. "Who, me?" says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Why, I just took and told him dat if he don't go 'long home and stop playin' his pranks on 'spectable folks, dat I'd take him out and thrash him," says he. "And what became of the Terrapin?" asked the little boy. "Oh, well den," exclaimed the old man, "chilluns can't 'spect know all 'bout everything 'fo' dey git some rest. Dem eyelids of yo'n wanter be propped up with straws dis minute." End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 11. Mr. Wolf Makes a Failure. "I lay yo' ma got company," said Uncle Remus, as the little boy entered the old man's door with a huge piece of mince pie in his hand. "En ef she ain't got company, den she done gone en dropped de cupboard key somewheres whar you done run up wid it." "Well, I saw the pie lying there, Uncle Remus, and I just thought I'd fetch it out to you." "Tooby sho, honey," replied the old man, regarding the child with admiration. "Tooby sho, honey. Dat changes marters. Christmas doin's is outer date, en dey ain't got no business layin' 'roun' loose. Dish yer pie," Uncle Remus continued, holding it up and
measuring it with an experienced eye.
Will give me strength fer to pursue on atter Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit and de udder creeturs what they roped in along wid 'em."
Here the old man paused, and proceeded to demolish the pie, a feat accomplished in a very short time. Then he wiped the crumbs from his beard and began.
"Brer Fox feels so bad, and he gits so mad 'bout Brer Rabbit dat he dunner know what to do, and he look mighty downhearted. Bimeby, one day w'iles he was gwine 'long de road, ole Brer Wolf come up wid him. When dey done howdyin' and axin' atter one anudder's family connection, Brer Wolf, he 'low, he did, dat der was sumpin' wrong wid Brer Fox, and Brer Fox, he 'lowed der weren't, and he went on and laugh and make great terdo kase Brer Wolf look like he 'spicion sumpin'. But Brer Wolf, he got mighty long head, and he sorter broach roun' Brer Rabbit's carryin's on, kase de way dat Brer Rabbit deceive Brer Fox done got ter be de talk er de neighborhood. Den Brer Fox and Brer Wolf, they sorter palavered on, they did, twel bimeby Brer Wolf he up and say dat he done got plan fix fer ter trap Brer Rabbit, and Brer Fox say how. Den Brer Wolf up and tell him dat de way fer ter git de trap on ole Brer Rabbit was to git him in Brer Fox's house. Brer Fox done know Brer Rabbit of old, and he know dat sorter game done Wolf to a frazzle. But Brer Wolf, he talk mighty persuadin'. "How you gwineter get him dar?" said Brer Fox, says he. "Fool him dar," says Brer Wolf, says he. "Who gwineter do de foolin'?" says Brer Fox, says he. "I'll do de foolin'," says Brer Wolf, says he, "ef you'll do de gamin'," says he. "How you gwineter do it?" says Brer Fox, says he. "You run 'long home and git on de bed and make like you dead, and don't you say nothin' twel Brer Rabbit come and put his hands onter you," says Brer Wolf, says he. "And ef we don't git him fer supper, Joe's dead and Sal's a widder," says he. Dis look like mighty nice game, and Brer Fox 'greed. So den he amble off home, and Brer Wolf he march off to Brer Rabbit's house. When he got dar, hit look like nobody at home, but Brer Wolf he walk up and knock on de door. Blam! Blam! Nobody come. Den he lam loose and knock agin. Blim! Blim! "Who dar?" says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Friend," says Brer Wolf. "Too many friends spoils de dinner," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Which one's dis?" says he. "I fetch bad news, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Wolf, says he. "Bad news is soon tole," says Brer Rabbit, says he. By dis time Brer Rabbit done come to de door wid his head tied up in a red hanker. "Brer Fox died dis mornin'," said Brer Wolf, says he. "Well, your mournin' gown, Brer Wolf," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Gwine after it now," says Brer Wolf, says he. "I des called by fer to bring de news. I went down to Brer Fox's house little bit ago, and dar I found him stiff," says he. Den Brer Wolf lope off. Brer Rabbit sot down and scratch his head, he did, and bimeby he say to hisse'f dat he b'leeve he sorter drap roun' by Brer Fox's house fer to see how de land lay. No sooner said'n done. Up he jump and out he went. When Brer Rabbit got close to Brer Fox's house, all look lonesome. Den he went up nigher. Nobody stirrin'. Den he look in, and dar lay Brer Fox stretch out on de bed des big as life.
Den Brer Rabbit make like he talkin' to hisse'f. Nobody roun' fer to look atter Brer Fox. Not even Brer Tucky Buzzard ain't come fer de funeral,' sezee. 'I hope Brer Fox ain't dead. But I speck he is,' sezee. 'Even down to Brer Wolf done gone en lef' 'im. Hit's de busy season wid me, but I'll set up wid 'im. He seem like he dead. Yet he mayn't be,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'When a man go to see de dead folks allus raise up der behind legs en hollers, "Wahoo!" sezee. Brer Fox, he lay still. Den Brer Rabbit, he talk little louder. Mighty funny. Brer Fox look like he dead, yet he don't do like he dead. Dead folks highs der behind leg en hollers, "Wahoo!" when a man come to see 'im, sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. Sho nuff, Brer Fox lif' up de foot en holler, "Wahoo!" en Brer Rabbit, he tear out de house like de dogs was atter 'im. Brer Wolf mighty smart, but nex' time you hear fum 'im, honey, he'll be in trouble. You just hol' yo' breff en wait. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Tale number 12. Mr. Fox Tackles Old Man Tarrypin. "One day," said Uncle Remus, sharpening his knife on the palm of his hand, "one day Brer Fox strike up with Brer Tarrypin right in de middle of de big road. Brer Tarrypin done heerd him comin', en he 'low to himse'f dat he'd sorter keep one eye open. But Brer Fox was monst'us polite, en he open up de confab, he did, like he ain't see Brer Tarrypin sence de las' freshet. "'Heyo, Brer Tarrypin, whar you bin this long come short?' sez Brer Fox, sezee. "'Loungin' roun', Brer Fox, loungin' roun',' sez Brer Tarrypin. "'You don't look sprucey like you did, Brer Tarrypin,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Loungin' roun' en sufferin', sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. Den dey talk sorter run on like dis. "'W'at ail you, Brer Tarrypin? Yo' eye look mighty red,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner w'at trouble is. You ain't bin loungin' roun' en sufferin', sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Bofe eyes red, en you look like you mighty weak, Brer Tarrypin,' sez Brer Fox, sezee. "'Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner know w'at trouble is,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'W'at ail you now, Brer Tarrypin?' sez Brer Fox, sezee. "'Tuck a walk de udder day, en a man come 'long en sot de field afire. Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner know w'at trouble is,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'How you git outer de fire, Brer Tarrypin?' sez Brer Fox, sezee. "'Sot en tuck it, Brer Fox,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Sot en tuck it, en de smoke sif in my eye, en de fire scorch my back,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Likewise hit bun yo' tail off,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Oh, no, dar's de tail, Brer Fox,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee, en wid dat he uncurl his tail from under de shell, en no sooner dan he do dat dan Brer Fox grab it en holler out, "'Oh, yes, Brer Tarrypin, oh, yes, and so you are de man w'at lam me on de head at Miss Meadows, is you? You er in wid Brer Rabbit, is you? Well, I'm gwineter out you.' Brer Tarrypin beg en beg, but 'twa'n't no use. Brer Fox done bin fool so much dat he look like he 'terminin' fer ter have Brer Tarrypin haslett.
Den Brer Terrapin beg Brer Fox not fer to drown him, but Brer Fox ain't makin' no promise, en den he beg Brer Fox fer to bun him, 'kaze he done used fire, but Brer Fox don't say nothin'. Bimeby, Brer Fox drag Brer Tarrypin off a little ways below de spring house, en souse him under de water. Den Brer Tarrypin begin fer to holler: "Tu'n loose dat stump root en catch holder me! Tu'n loose dat stump root en catch holder me!" Brer Fox, he holler back: "I ain't got holt no stump root, en I is got holt er you." Brer Tarrypin, he keep on hollerin': "Ketch holt er me! I'm a drownin'! I'm a drownin'! Tu'n loose de stump root en ketch holt er me!" Sho nuff, Brer Fox tu'n loose de tail, en Brer Tarrypin, he went down to de bottom. Kerblunkity blink! No typographical combination or description could do justice to the guttural sonorousness, the peculiar intonation, which Uncle Remus imparted to this combination. It was so peculiar, indeed, that the little boy asked, "How did he go to the bottom, Uncle Remus?" "Kerblunkity blink!" "Was he drowned, Uncle Remus?" "Who? Old Man Tarrypin? Is you drownded when yo' ma tucks you into bed?" "Well, no," replied the little boy, dubiously. "Old Man Tarrypin was at home, I tell you, honey. Kerblinkity blunk!" End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 13. The Awful Fate of Mr. Wolf. Uncle Remus was half soling one of his shoes, and his Miss Sally's little boy had been handling his awls, his hammers, and his knives to such an extent that the old man was compelled to assume a threatening attitude. But peace reigned again, and the little boy perched himself on a chair, watching Uncle Remus driving in pegs. "Folks w'at's allers pesterin' people en bodderin' longer dat w'at ain't dern don't never come to no good end. Dar was Brer Wolf, stidder mindin' his own business, he hatter take'n go in pardnerships wid Brer Fox, en dey wa'n't skasely a minute in de day dat dey wa'n't after Brer Rabbit, en he kep on twel fus news you knowed he got kotch up wid, en he got kotch up with monst'us bad. Goodness, Uncle Remus! I thought the wolf let the rabbit alone after he tried to fool him about the fox being dead." "Better lemme tell you dish yer my way. Bimeby hit'll be yo' bedtime, en Miss Sally be hollerin' after you, en you'll be a wimplin' 'roun', en den Mars John'll fetch up wid de rear wid dat er strop w'at I made fer him." The child laughed, and playfully shook his fist in the simple, serious face of the venerable old darky, but said no more. Uncle Remus waited a while to be sure there was to be no other demonstration, and then proceeded. "Brer Rabbit ain't see no peace w'atsomever. He can't leave home 'cep Brer Wolf would make a raid en tote off some of his fambly. Brer Rabbit built 'im a straw house, en hit was tored down. Den he made a house out'n pine tops, en dat went de same way. Den he made 'im a bark house, en dat was raided on, en eve'y time he los' a house, he los' one of his chilluns. Las' Brer Rabbit got mad, he did, en cussed, en den he went off, he did, en got some carpenters, en dey built 'im a plank house wid rock foundations. Atter dat, he could have some peace en quietness. He could go out en pass de time er day wid his neighbors, en come back en set by de fire, en smoke his pipe, en read de newspapers same like any man w'at got a fambly. He made a hole, he did, in de cellar where de little rabbits could hide out when dere was much of a racket in de neighborhood, and de latch of de front do' cotch on de inside. Brer Wolf, he see how de land lay, he did, and he lay low. De little rabbits was mighty skittish, but it got so dat cold chills ain't run up Brer Rabbit's back no mo' when he heard Brer Wolf go gallopin' by. Bimeby, one day when Brer Rabbit was fixin' fer to call on Miss Coon, he heerd a monstrous fuss and clatter up de big road, and mos' 'fo' he could fix his years fer to lissen, Brer Wolf run in de do'. De little rabbits, dey went inter de hole in de cellar, dey did, like blowin' out a candle. Brer Wolf was far'ly kivered wid mud, and mighty nigh outer win'. "Oh, do pray save me, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Wolf, says he. "Do please, Brer Rabbit. De dogs is after me, and dey'll tear me up. Don't you year 'em comin'? Oh, do please save me, Brer Rabbit. Hide me somewheres where de dogs won't git me." No quicker said than done. "Jump in dat big chist dar, Brer Wolf," said Brer Rabbit, says he. "Jump in dar and make yourself at home." In jumped Brer Wolf, down come de lid, and inter de house went de hook, and dar Mr. Wolf was. Den Brer Rabbit went to de lookin' glass, he did, and wink at hisse'f, and den he drawed de rockin' cheer in front of de fire, he did, and took a big chaw of terbacker. "Tobacco, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy incredulously. "Rabbit terbacker, honey. You know dis yer life everlastin' w'at Miss Sally puts 'mong de clothes in de trunk? Well, dat's rabbit terbacker. Den Brer Rabbit sot dar long time, he did, turnin' his mind over and workin' his thinkin' machine. Bimeby he got up and sorter stir 'round. Den Brer Wolf open up. "Is de dogs all gone, Brer Rabbit?" "Seem like I hear one un um smellin' round de chimbly corner jest now." Den Brer Rabbit git de kittle and fill it full of water, and put it on de fire. "What are you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" "I'm fixin' fer to make you a nice cup of tea, Brer Wolf." Den Brer Rabbit went to de cupboard and git de gimlet, and commence fer to bore little holes in de chist lid. "What you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" "I'm borin' little holes so you can git breff, Brer Wolf." Den Brer Rabbit went out and git some mo' wood and fling it on de fire. "What are you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" "I'm a chunkin' up de fire so you won't git cold, Brer Wolf." Den Brer Rabbit went down inter de cellar and fotch out all his chilluns. "What you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" "I'm a tellin' my chilluns what a nice man you is, Brer Wolf." En de chilluns, dey had to put der hands on der mouths fer to keep fum laughin'. Den Brer Rabbit, he got de kittle and commenced fer to pour de hot water on de chist lid. "What dat I hear, Brer Rabbit?" "You hear de wind a blowin', Brer Wolf." Den de water begin fer to sift through. "What dat I feel, Brer Rabbit?" "You feels de fleas a bitin', Brer Wolf." "Dey're bitin' mighty hard, Brer Rabbit." "Turn over on de udder side, Brer Wolf." "What dat I feel now, Brer Rabbit?" "Still you feels de fleas, Brer Wolf." "Dey eatin' me up, Brer Rabbit," en dem wuz de las' words of Brer Wolf, 'kaze de scaldin' water done de bizness. Den Brer Rabbit called in his neighbors, he did, and dey hilt a reg'lar juberlee. En ef you go to Brer Rabbit's house right now, I dunno but what you'll find Brer Wolf's hide hangin' in de back po'ch, en all because he wuz so busy wid udder folkses doin's. End of chapter. This here's a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 14,
Mr. Fox and the Deceitful Frogs. When the little boy ran in to see Uncle Remus the night after he'd been told of the awful fate of Br'er Wolf, the only response to his greeting was, "I do merker come merker." No explanation could convey an adequate idea of the intonation and pronunciation which Uncle Remus brought to bear upon this wonderful word. Those who can recall to mind the peculiar gurgling, jerking, liquid sound made by pouring water from a large jug, or the sound produced by throwing several stones in rapid succession into a pond of deep water, may be able to form a very faint idea of the sound, but it cannot be reproduced in print. The little boy was astonished. "What did you say, Uncle Remus?" "I do merker come merker. I do merker come merker." "What's that?" "Dat's Terrapin talk, dat is. Bless yo' soul, honey," continued the old man, brightening up, "when you git ole ez me, when you see what I sees, and year what I years, de creeturs dat you can't talk wid'll be mighty skace. Dey will dat. Why, dere's de ole gray rat w'at uses 'bout yer, and time atter time he come out w'en you all done gone ter bed, and sets up dar in de cornder and dozes, and me and him talks by de hour, and w'at dat ole rat done know ain't down in de spellin' book. Des now, w'en you run in and broke me up, I wuz fetchin' inter my mind w'at Brer Terrapin say to Brer Fox w'en he turn 'im loose in de branch." "What did he say, Uncle Remus?" "Dat w'at he said. I do merker come merker. Brer Tarrypin was at de bottom er de pond, en he talk back, he did, in bubbles. I do merker come merker. Brer Fox he ain't sayin' nothin', but Brer Bullfrog, settin' on de bank, he hear Brer Terrapin, he did, en he holler back, "Jug er rum come dum! Jug er rum come dum!" Den Brer Frog holler out, "Knee deep, knee deep." Den ole Brer Bullfrog, he holler back, "Don't you believe him, don't you believe him." Den de bubbles come up from Brer Terrapin. I do merker come merker. Then Brer Frog sing out, "Wadin', wadin'." Den ole Brer Bullfrog talk through his hoarseness, "Dar you'll find your brudder, dar you'll find your brudder." Sho nuff, Brer Fox look over de bank, he did, en der wuz anudder fox lookin' at him outer de water. Den he retch out fer to shake hands, en in he went, heels over head, en Brer Terrapin bubble out, "I do merker come merker." "Was the fox drowned, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "He weren't 'zactly drownded, honey," replied the old man, with an air of cautious reserve. "He did manage fer to scramble out, but a little mo' en de mud turkle would have got him, en den he'd er been made hash a world without end." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 15. Mr. Fox goes a-hunting, but Mr. Rabbit backs the game. "Atter Brer Fox hear 'bout how Brer Rabbit done Brer Wolf," said Uncle Remus, scratching his head with the point of his awl, "he 'low, he did, dat he better not be so brash, en he sorter let Brer Rabbit alone. Dey wuz all times seein' one anudder, en abundance of times Brer Fox could er nabbed Brer Rabbit, but eve'y time he got de chance, his mind 'ud sorter resume about Brer Wolf, en he'd let Brer Rabbit alone. Bimeby dey gun ter git kinder familious wid one anudder like dey useter,
En it got so Brer Fox 'ud call on Brer Rabbit, en dey'd set up en smoke der pipes, dey would, like no harsh feelin's ever rested twixt um. Last, one day Brer Fox come 'long all rig out, en ax Brer Rabbit fer ter go huntin' wid 'im. But Brer Rabbit, he sorter feel lazy, en he tell Brer Fox dat he got some udder fish fer ter fry. Brer Fox feel mighty sorry, he did, but he say he b'leeve he'd try his hand anyhow, en off he put. He wuz gone all day, en he had a monst'us streak er luck, Brer Fox did, en he bagged a sight er game. Bimeby, to'rds de shank er de evenin', Brer Rabbit sorter stretch himse'f, he did, en 'low hit's mos' time fer Brer Fox fer ter git 'long home. Den Brer Rabbit, he went en mounted a stump fer ter see ef he could year Brer Fox comin'. He ain't bin dar long, 'twuz sure enough, here come Brer Fox thoo de woods, singin' like a nigger at a frolic. Brer Rabbit, he lipt down off'n de stump, he did, en lay down in de road en make like he dead. Brer Fox, he come along, he did, en see Brer Rabbit lyin' dar. He turn 'im over, he did, en 'zamine 'im, en say, sezee, "Dish yer rabbit's dead. He look like he bin dead long time. He dead, but he mighty fat. He de fattest rabbit w'at I ever see. But he bin dead too long. I fear'd to take him home," sezee. Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Fox, he sorter lick his chops, but he went on en lef Brer Rabbit layin' in de road. Dreckly he was outer sight, Brer Rabbit, he jump up, he did, en run 'roun' thoo de woods en git befo' Brer Fox agin. Brer Fox, he come up, en dar lay Brer Rabbit, 'periently cole en stiff. Brer Fox, he look at Brer Rabbit, en he sorter study. Atter w'ile he unslung his game bag, en say to hisse'f, sezee, "Deze yer rabbits gwine ter waste. I'll des 'bout leave my game yer, en I'll go back en git dat udder rabbit, en I'll make folks b'leeve dat I'm Ole Man Hunter from Huntsville," sezee. En wid dat he drapped his game en loped back up de road atter de udder rabbit, but w'en he got outer sight, ole Brer Rabbit, he snatch up Brer Fox's game en put out fer home. Nex' time he see Brer Fox, he holler out, "W'at you kill de udder day, Brer Fox?" sezee. Den Brer Fox, he sorter comb his flank wid his tongue en holler back, "I cotch a handful er hard sense, Brer Rabbit," sezee. Den ole Brer Rabbit, he laugh, he did, en up en 'spon', sezee, "Ef I'd a knowed you wuz atter dat, Brer Fox, I'd a loant you some er mine," sezee. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 16. Old Mr. Rabbit, he's a good fisherman.
Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox was like some chillun what I knows of,
said Uncle Remus, regarding the little boy, who had come to hear another story with an affectation of great solemnity.
Both of 'em always was after one anudder, en prankin' en a pesterin' roun'. But Brer Rabbit did have some peace, 'kaze Brer Fox done got skittish about puttin' the clamps on Brer Rabbit. One day, when Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Coon en Brer B'ar en a whole lot of 'em was clearin' up a new ground fer ter plant a roastin' year patch, de sun 'gun ter git sorter hot, en Brer Rabbit he got tired, but he didn't let on, 'kaze he feared de balance of 'em would call him lazy, en he keep on totin' off trash en pilin' up bresh, twel bimeby he holler out dat he got a brier in his hand,
and then he'd take and slip off and hunt for a cool place for to rest. After a while he come across a well with a bucket hanging in it. "Oh, dat look cool," said Brer Rabbit, says he. "En cool I speck she is. I jest about git in dar en take a nap." En wid dat he jump, he did, en no sooner fix himself than de bucket gun to go down. "Wasn't the rabbit scared, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Honey, dey ain't been no wusser skeered beast sence de world begin dan dish yer same Brer Rabbit. He fairly had an agur. He know where he come fum, but he dunner where he goin'. Dreckly he feel de bucket hit de water, en dar she sot. But Brer Rabbit he keep mighty still, kase he dunner w'at minute gwineter be his next. He des lay dar en shook en shiver. Brer Fox always got one eye on Brer Rabbit, en w'en he slip off fum de new ground, Brer Fox he sneak atter him. He know Brer Rabbit was atter some project or anudder, en he tuck'n crope off, he did, en watch him. Brer Fox see Brer Rabbit come to de well en stop, en den he see him jump in de bucket, en den, lo en beholds, he see him go down outer sight. Brer Fox was de most 'stonished fox dat you ever laid eyes on. He sot dar in de bushes en study, but he don't make no head ner tails ter this kinder business. Den he say to hisse'f, says he, "Well, ef this don't bang my times," says he, "den Joe's dead en Sal's a widder. Right down dar in dat well Brer Rabbit keep his money hid, en ef 'tain't dat, den he gone en skivered a gold mine, en ef 'tain't dat, den I'm a gwineter see w'at's in dar," says he. Brer Fox crope up a little nigher, he did, en listen, but he don't hear no fuss, en he keep on gittin' nigher, en yit he don't hear nothin'. Bimeby he git up close en peep down, en he don't see nothin', en he don't hear nothin'. All dis time Brer Rabbit mighty nigh skeered outen his skin, en he feared fer to move kase the bucket might keel over en spill him out in the water. While he was sayin' his prayers over like a train er cars comin', old Brer Fox holler out, "Heyo, Brer Rabbit! W'at you visitin' down dar?" says he. "Who, me? Oh, I'm just fishin', Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "I des say to myself dat I'd sorter s'prise you all wid a mess of fishes for dinner, en so here I is, en dar's de fishes. I'm a fishin' for suckers, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Is dey many un 'em down dar, Brer Rabbit?" says Brer Fox, says he. "Oh, lots un 'em, Brer Fox. Schools en schools un 'em. De water is nat'ally 'live wid um. Come on down en help me haul um out, Brer Fox," said Brer Rabbit, says he. "How am I gwineter get down, Brer Rabbit?" "Jump into de bucket, Brer Fox. Hit'll fetch you down all safe en sound." Brer Rabbit talk so happy en talk so sweet dat Brer Fox he jump in de bucket, he did, en ez he went down, co'se his weight pull Brer Rabbit up. W'en dey pass one anudder on de half-way growl, Brer Rabbit he sing out, "Goodbye, Brer Fox, take keer yo' clothes, for dis is de way de world goes. Some goes up en some goes down. You get to de bottom all safe en sound." When Brer Rabbit got out, he gallop off en told de folks w'at de well belonged ter dat Brer Fox was down in dar muddying up der drinking water, en den he gallop back to de well en holler down to Brer Fox, "Here come a man wid a great big gun. When he haul you up, you jump and run." "Oh, what then, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy as the old man paused. "In jest 'bout half an hour, honey, bofe un um wuz back in de new ground, wukkin' des like dey never heerd er no well, 'ceppin' dat eve'y now en den Brer Rabbit bust out en laugh, en ole Brer Fox he git a spell er de dry grins. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 17. Mr. Rabbit Nibbles Up the Butter. "De animals and de creatures," said Uncle Remus, shaking his coffee around in the bottom of his tin cup in order to gather up all the sugar, "dey kep on gittin' mo' and mo' familious with one anudder, twel bimeby 'twasn't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Possum got ter sorter bunchin' der perwissions tergedder in de same shanty. Atter a w'ile de roof sorter 'gun ter leak, en one day Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Possum they 'semble for ter see ef dey can't kinder patch her up. Dey had a big day's wuk in front un um, en dey fotched der dinner wid um. Dey lumped de vittles up in one pile, en de butter w'at Brer Fox brung dey goes en puts in de spring house for ter keep cool, en den dey went ter wuk, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit's stomach begun sorter growl en pester 'im. Dat butter Brer Fox sot heavy on his mind, en his mouf water eve'y time he 'member 'bout it. Presently he say to himse'f dat he bleedz ter have a nip at dat der butter, en den he lay his plans, he did. Fus news you know, w'ile dey wuz all wuckin' along, Brer Rabbit raise his head quick en fling his years forrard en holler out, 'Here I is! W'at you want wid me?' En off he put like sumpin' was atter him. He sallied 'roun', ole Brer Rabbit did, en atter he make sure dat nobody ain't follerin' 'im, inter de spring house he bounces, en dar he stays twel he git a baiter butter. Den he saunter on back en go to wuk. "'Where you bin?' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'I hear my chilluns callin' me,' said Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'en I hatter go see w'at dey want. My ole 'oman done got um tuck mighty sick,' sezee. Dey wuk on twel bimeby de butter tas'e so good dat ole Brer Rabbit want some mo'. Den he raise up his head, he did, en holler out, 'Hey, yo! Hol' on! I'm comin'!' En off he put. Dis time he stay right smart w'ile, en w'en he git back, Brer Fox ax 'im whar he bin. "'I bin ter see my ole 'oman, en she's a sinkin',' sezee. Dreckly Brer Rabbit hear 'im callin' 'im agin, en off he goes, en dis time, bless yo' soul, he gits de butter out so clean dat he kin see hisse'f in de bottom er de bucket. He scrape it clean en lick it dry, en den he go back to wuk lookin' mo' sammer dan a nigger w'at de patrollers had a holt on. "'How's yo' ole 'oman dis time?' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'I'm obliged to you, Brer Fox,' says Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'but I'm afeard she's done gone by now,' en dat sorter make Brer Fox en Brer Possum feelin' moanin' wid Brer Rabbit. Bimeby, w'en dinner time come, dey all got out der vittles, but Brer Rabbit keep on lookin' lonesome, en Brer Fox en Brer Possum dey sorter rustle 'roun' fer ter see ef they can't make Brer Rabbit feel sorter splimmy. "'What's that, Uncle Remus?' asked the little boy. "'Sorter splimmy splammy, honey. Sorter like he in a crowd. Sorter like his ole 'oman ain't dead as she might be. You know how folks does w'en dey gits whar people's a moanin'.' The little boy didn't know, fortunately for him, and Uncle Remus went on. "Brer Fox en Brer Possum rustle 'roun', dey did, gittin' out de vittles, en bimeby Brer Fox he say, sezee, 'Brer Possum, you run down to de spring en fetch de butter, en I'll settle 'roun' yer en set de table,' sezee. Brer Possum, he lope off atter de butter, en dreckly here he come lopin' back wid his years a tremblin' en his tongue a hangin' out. Brer Fox, he holler out, 'What de matter now, Brer Possum?' sezee. "'You all better run yer, folks,' says Brer Possum, sezee.
De las' drop er dat butter done gone." "Where she gone?" said Brer Fox, sezee. "Look like she dry up," said Brer Possum, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit, he look sorter sollum, he did, en he up'n say, sezee: "I speck dat butter melt in somebody mouf," sezee. Den dey went down to de spring wid Brer Possum, en sho nuff de butter done gone. W'iles dey wuz 'sputin' over dat wonderment, Brer Rabbit say he see tracks all 'roun' dar, en he point out dat ef dey'll all go ter sleep he kin catch de chap w'at stole de butter. Den dey all lie down, en Brer Fox en Brer Possum dey soon drapt off ter sleep. But Brer Rabbit he stay wake, en w'en de time come he raise up easy en smear Brer Possum mouf wid de butter on his paws, en den he run off en nibble up de best er de dinner w'at dey lef layin' out. En den he come back en wake up Brer Fox, en show 'im de butter on Brer Possum mouf. Den dey wake up Brer Possum en tell 'im 'bout it, but co'se Brer Possum's denyin' it to de last. Brer Fox, dough, he's a kinder lawyer, en he argyfied dis way, dat Brer Possum wuz de fus one at de butter, en de fus one fer to miss it, en mo'n dat, dar hang de signs on his mouf. Brer Possum see dat dey got 'im jammed up in a cornder, en den he up'n say dat de way fer to catch de man w'at stole de butter is to build a big bresh heap en set her afire, en all hands try to jump over, en de one w'at fall in, den he de chap w'at stole de butter. Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox dey is bofe agreed, dey did, en dey whirl en dey build dat bresh heap, en dey build her high, en dey build her wide, en den dey totch her off. W'en she got ter blazin' up good, Brer Rabbit, he tuck de fus turn. He sorter step back, en look 'roun' en giggle, en over he went mo' samer dan a bird flyin'. Den come Brer Fox. He got back a little fudder, en spit on his hands, en lit out en made de jump, en he come so nigh gettin' in dat de end er his tail kotch fire. Ain't you never seen no fox, honey?" inquired Uncle Remus in a tone that implied both conciliation and information. The little boy thought probably he had, but he wouldn't commit himself. "Well, den," continued the old man, "nex' time you see one un um, you look right close en see ef de end er his tail ain't white. It's des like I tell you. Dey b'ars de scar dat bresh heap down ter dis day. Dey er marked, dat's w'at dey is. Dey er marked." "And what about Brother Possum?" asked the little boy. "Ole Brer Possum, he tuck a runnin' start, he did, en he come lumberin' along, en he lit kerblam right in de middle er dat fire, en dat wuz de last er ole Brer Possum." "But Uncle Remus, Brother Possum didn't steal the butter after all," said the little boy, who was not at all satisfied with such summary injustice. "Dat w'at make I say w'at I does, honey. In dis world lots er folks is gotter suffer for de udder folks sins. Look like it's mighty wrong, but it's dat way. Tribbilations seem like she's a waitin' 'roun' de cornder fer to catch one and all of us, honey." End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 18. Mr. Rabbit finds his match at last. Hit look like ter me dat I let on de udder night dat in dem days when de creeturs wuz saunterin' 'roun' same like folks, none un um wuz brash enough fer to ketch up wid Brer Rabbit, remarked Uncle Remus reflectively. "Yes," replied the little boy, "that's what you said." "Well, den," continued the old man with unction, "dar's where my 'membunce git out, 'kase Brer Rabbit did git cotched up wid, en hit cool him off like pourin' spring water on one er deze yer biggity fices." "How was that, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "One day, w'en Brer Rabbit wuz gwine lippity clippitin' down de road, he meet up wid ole Brer Tarrypin, en atter dey pass de time er day wid one anudder, Brer Rabbit, he 'low dat he wuz much 'bliged to Brer Tarrypin for de han' he tuck in de rumpus dat dey had down at Miss Meadows's. "When he dropped off of the water shelf on the Fox's head," suggested the little boy. "Dat's de same time, honey. Den Brer Tarrypin 'low dat Brer Fox run mighty fas' dat day, but dat ef he'd had been atter 'im instidder Brer Rabbit, he'd er kotch 'im. Brer Rabbit say he could er kotch 'im hisse'f, but he didn't keer 'bout leavin' de ladies. Dey keep on talkin', dey did, twel bimeby dey got a 'sputin' 'bout which wuz de swiffest. Brer Rabbit, he say he kin outrun Brer Tarrypin, en Brer Tarrypin, he des vow dat he kin outrun Brer Rabbit. En up en down dey had it, twel fus news you know, Brer Tarrypin say he got a $50 bill in de chink er de chimbly at home, en dat bill done tole him dat he could beat Brer Rabbit in a fa'r race. Den Brer Rabbit say he got a $50 bill w'at say dat he kin leave Brer Tarrypin so fur behine dat he could sow barley ez he went along en it'd be ripe enough fer to cut by de time Brer Tarrypin pass dat way. Anyhow, dey make de bet, en he put up de money, en ole Brer Tucky Buzzard, he wuz summoned fer to be de judge en de stakeholder. En 'twa'n't long 'fo' all de 'rangements wuz made. De race wuz a 5-mile heat, en de ground wuz measured off, en at de end er eve'y mile a pos' wuz stuck up. Brer Rabbit wuz to run down de big road, en Brer Tarrypin, he say he gallop thoo de woods. Folks tole 'im he could git long faster in de road, but ole Brer Tarrypin, he know w'at he doin'. Miss Meadows en de gals, en most all de neighbors, got wind er de fun, en w'en de day wuz sot dey 'termine fer to be on han'. Brer Rabbit, he train hisse'f eve'y day, en he skip over de ground des ez gaily ez a June cricket. Ole Brer Tarrypin, he lay low in de swamp. He had a wife en 3 chilluns, ole Brer Tarrypin did, en dey wuz all de ve'y spittin' image of de ole man. Anybody w'at know one fum de udder gotter take a spy glass, en den dey liable fer to git fooled. Dat's de way marters stand twel de day er de race, en on dat day ole Brer Tarrypin en his ole 'oman en his 3 chilluns, dey got up 'fo' sun up en went to de place. De ole 'oman, she tuck her stand nigh de fus milepost, she did, en de chilluns nigh de udders, up ter de last, en dar ole Brer Tarrypin he tuck his stand. Bimeby, here come de folks. Judge Buzzard, he come, en Miss Meadows en de gals, dey come, en den yer come Brer Rabbit wid ribbons tied roun' his neck en streamin' from his ears. De folks all went to de udder een' er de track fer to see how dey come out. W'en de time come, Judge Buzzard strut roun' en pull out his watch en holler out, "Gents, is you ready?" Brer Rabbit, he say, "Yes," en ole Miss Tarrypin holler, "Go!" from de edge of de woods. Brer Rabbit, he lit out on de race, en ole Miss Tarrypin, she put out fer home. Judge Buzzard, he riz en skimmed along fer to see dat de race wuz run fa'r. W'en Brer Rabbit got to de fus milepost, One er de Terrapin chilluns crawl out'n de woods, he did, en make fer de place. Brer Rabbit, he holler out, "Whar's you, Brer Tarrypin?" "Here I come a bulgin'," sez de Terrapin, sezee. Brer Rabbit so glad he's ahead dat he put out harder dan ever, en de Terrapin, he make fer home. W'en he come to de nex' pos', anudder Terrapin crawl out'n de woods. "Whar is you, Brer Terrapin?" sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Here I come a bilin'," sez de Terrapin, sezee. Brer Rabbit, he lit out, he did, en come to de nex' pos', en dar wuz anudder Terrapin. Den he come to de nex', en dar wuz a Terrapin. Den he had one mo' mile fer ter run, en he feel like he gittin' bullust. Bimeby, ole Brer Tarrypin look way off down de road, en he see Jedge Buzzard sailin' 'long, en he know it's time fer him ter be up. So he scramble outer de woods, en roll 'cross de ditch, en shuffle thoo de crowd er folks, en git to de mile pos' en crawl behime it. Bimeby, fus news you know, yer comes Brer Rabbit. He look 'roun', he don't see Brer Tarrypin, en den he squall out, "Gimme de money, Brer Buzzard, give me de money." Den Miss Meadows en de gals, dey holler en laugh fit to kill demselves, en ole Brer Tarrypin, he raise up fum behime de pos' en sezee, "Ef you gimme time fer ter ketch my breff, gents and ladies, one and all, I speck I'll finger dat money myse'f," sezee, en sho nuff, Brer Tarrypin tie de purse 'roun' his neck en skedaddle off home. "But, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, dolefully, "that was cheating." "Co'se, honey. De creeturs 'gun ter cheat, en de folks tuck it up, en hit keep on spreadin'. Hit mighty ketchin', en you min' yo' eye, honey, dat somebody don't cheat you 'fo' yo' hair git gray ez dis ole nigger's. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 19. The Fate of Mr. Jack Sparrow. "You'll tromple on dat bark twel it won't be fittin' fer ter fling away, let 'lone make hoss collars out'n," said Uncle Remus, as the little boy came running into his cabin out of the rain. All over the floor long strips of wahoo bark were spread, and these the old man was weaving into horse collars. "I'll sit down, Uncle Remus," said the little boy. "Well, den, you better, honey," responded the old man, "kase I despises fer ter have my wahoo trompled on. Ef 'twuz shucks, now, hit might be diffunt, but I'm a gittin' too ole fer ter be projictin' longer shuck collars." For a few minutes the old man went on with his work, but with a solemn air altogether unusual. Once or twice he sighed deeply, and the sighs ended in a prolonged groan that seemed to the little boy to be the result of the most unspeakable mental agony. He knew by experience that he had done something which failed to meet the approval of Uncle Remus, and he tried to remember what it was, so as to frame an excuse, but his memory failed him. He could think of nothing he had done calculated to stir Uncle Remus's grief. He was not exactly seized with remorse, but he was very uneasy. Presently Uncle Remus looked at him in a sad and hopeless way and asked: "What dat long rigmarole you bin tellin' Miss Sally 'bout yo' little Br'er this mornin'?" "Which, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy, blushing guiltily. "Dat des w'at I's askin' un you now. I hear Miss Sally say she's a gwineter stripe his jacket, en den I know'd you bin tellin' on 'im." Well, Uncle Remus, he was pulling up your onions, and then he went and flung a rock at me," said the child plaintively. "Lemme tell you dis," said the old man, laying down the section of horse collar he had been plaiting, and looking hard at the little boy. "Lemme tell you dis, dat der ain't no way for to make tattlers and tale bearers turn out good. No, dey ain't. I been mixin' up wid folks now gwine on 80 year, and I ain't seed no tattler come to no good end. Dat I ain't. En ef ole man Methusalem was livin' clean twel yit, he'd up en tell you de same. Sho ez you er settin' dar. You 'member w'at come er de bird w'at went a tattlin' 'roun' 'bout Brer Rabbit?" The little boy didn't remember, but he was very anxious to know, and he also wanted to know what kind of a bird it was that so disgraced itself. "Hit was one er deze yer uppity little Jack Sparrers, I speck," said the old man. "Dey was allers bodderin' 'long er udder people's business, and dey keeps at it down to dis day, peckin' yer, pickin' dar, scratchin' out yonder. One day, atter he been fooled by old Brer Tarrypin, Brer Rabbit was settin' down in de woods studyin' how he was gwine to git even. He feel mighty lonesome, en he feel mighty bad, Brer Rabbit did. 'Tain't put down in de tale, but I speck he cussed en r'ar'd 'roun' consid'ble. Leas'ways, he was settin' out dar by himse'f, en dar he sot, en study, en study, twel bimeby he jump out en holler out, 'Well, doggone my cats ef I can't gallop roun' ole Brer Fox, en I'm gonna do it. I'll show Miss Meadows en de gals dat I'm a boss of Brer Fox,' sezee. Jack Sparrer up in de tree, he hear Brer Rabbit, he did, en he sing out, 'I'm gwine to tell Brer Fox, I'm gwine to tell Brer Fox. Chickabiddy wind a blowin' acorns fallin', I'm gwine to tell Brer Fox.'" Uncle Remus accompanied the speech of the bird with a peculiar whistling sound in his throat that was a marvelous imitation of a sparrow's chirp, and the little boy clapped his hands with delight and insisted on a repetition. "Dis kinder terrify Brer Rabbit, en he skasely know w'at he gwine do. But bimeby he study to hisse'f dat de man w'at see Brer Fox fus was bound to have de inturn, en den he go hoppin' off to'rds home. He didn't get fur w'en who should he meet but Brer Fox, en den Brer Rabbit he open up. "'W'at dis 'twixt you en me, Brer Fox?' said Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'I hear tell you gwine to sen' me to destruction, en nab my fambly, en 'stroy my shanty,' sezee. Den Brer Fox he git mighty mad. 'Who bin tellin' you all dis?' sezee. Brer Rabbit make like he didn't want ter tell, but Brer Fox he insist en insist, twel at las' Brer Rabbit he up en tell Brer Fox dat he hear Jack Sparrer say all dis. "'Co'se,' said Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'when Brer Jack Sparrer tell me dat I flew up, I did, en I use some langwidge w'at I mighty glad dey wa'n't no ladies 'roun' nowhars, so dey could hear me go on,' sezee. Brer Fox he sorter gap, he did, en say he speck he better be saunterin' on. But bless yo' soul, honey, Brer Fox ain't saunter fur, 'fo' Jack Sparrer flip down on a 'simmon bush by de side er de road en holler out, 'Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Brer Fox!' Brer Fox he des sorter canter long, he did, en make like he don't hear 'im. Den Jack Sparrer up en sing out agin, 'Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Hol' on, Brer Fox! I got some news fer you. Wait, Brer Fox, hit'll 'stonish you.' Brer Fox he make like he don't see Jack Sparrer, en needer do he hear 'im. But bimeby he lay down by de road en sorter stretch hisse'f like he fixin' fer to nap. De tattlin' Jack Sparrer he flew'd long en kep on callin' Brer Fox,
but Brer Fox, he ain't sayin' nothin'. Den little Jack Sparrer, he hop down on de groun' en flutter roun' 'mongst de trash. Dis sorter distrack Brer Fox's 'tention, en look at de tattlin' bird, en de bird he keep on a callin', "I got sump'n fer ter tell you, Brer Fox." "Git on my tail, little Jack Sparrer," said Brer Fox, sezee, "kaze I'm deef in one ear, en I can't hear out'n de udder. Git on my tail," sezee. Den de little bird he up'n hop on Brer Fox's tail. "Git on my back, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deef in one ear, en I can't hear out'n de udder." Den de little bird hop on his back. "Hop on my head, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deaf in bofe ears." En hop up de little bird. "Hop on my toof, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deaf in one ear, en I can't hear out'n de udder." De tattlin' little bird he hop on Brer Fox's toof, en den Here Uncle Remus paused, opened wide his mouth, and closed it again in a way that told the whole story. "Did the fox eat the bird all up?" asked the little boy. "Jedge B'ar come along nex' day," replied Uncle Remus, "en he fine some fedders, en fum dat word went 'roun' dat ole man Squinch Owl done kotch nudder w'at's his name." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 20. How Mr. Rabbit Saved His Meat. "One time," said Uncle Remus, wetting his knife slowly and thoughtfully on the palm of his hand, and gazing reflectively in the fire. "One time Brer Wolf—" "Why, Uncle Remus," the little boy broke in, "I thought you said the rabbit scalded the wolf to death a long time ago." The old man was fairly caught, and he knew it. But this made little difference to him. A frown gathered on his usually serene brow as he turned his gaze upon the child, a frown in which both scorn and indignation were visible. Then all at once he seemed to regain control of himself. The frown was chased away by a look of Christian resignation. "Dar now, what did I tell you?" he exclaimed as if addressing a witness concealed under the bed. "Ain't I done tole you so? Bless gracious! Ef chilluns ain't gittin' so dey knows more'n ole folks, en dey'll 'spute you longer en 'spute longer, 'ceptin' der ma call um, w'ich I speck won't be long 'fo' she will, en den I'll set yer by de chimney cornder en git some peace er mine. When ole Miss wuz livin'," continued the old man, still addressing some imaginary person, "hit is mo' than any er her chilluns 'ud dare to do to come 'sputin' 'longer me, en Mars John'll tell you de same any day you ax him." "Well, Uncle Remus, you know you said the rabbit poured hot water on the wolf and killed him," said the little boy. The old man pretended not to hear. He was engaged in searching among some scraps of leather under his chair, and kept on talking to the imaginary person. Finally, he found and drew forth a nicely plaited whip thong, with the red snapper all waxed and knotted. "I was fixin' up a whip for a little chap," he continued with a sigh, "but, bless gracious, 'fo' I kin git her done, the little chap done growed up twel he knew more'n I does." The child's eyes filled with tears and his lips began to quiver, but he said nothing, whereupon Uncle Remus immediately melted. "I declare to goodness," he said, reaching out and taking the little boy tenderly by the hand, "ef you ain't de ve'y spittin' image of ole Miss w'en I brung her de las' news er de war. Hit's des like skeerin' up a ghost w'at you ain't fear'd un." Then there was a pause, the old man patting the little child's hand caressingly. "You ain't mad, is you, honey?" Uncle Remus asked finally. "'Cause ef you is, I'm gwine out here and butt my head against de do jamb." But the little boy wasn't mad. Uncle Remus had conquered him, and he had conquered Uncle Remus in pretty much the same way before. But it was some time before Uncle Remus could go on with the story. He had to be coaxed. At last, however, he settled himself back in the chair and began. "Co'se, honey, hit mought a been ole Brer Wolf, or it mought a been na'er Brer Wolf. It mought a been 'fo' he got kotch up wid. It mought a been afterwards. Ez de tale wuz gun to me des dat away, I gin it unto you. One time, Brer Wolf was comin' 'long home from a fishin' frolic. He saunter 'long the road, he did, wid his string er fish 'cross his shoulder, when fus news you know, ole Miss Pa'tridge, she hop outer de bushes en flutter 'long right at Brer Wolf's nose. Brer Wolf, he say to hisse'f dat ole Miss Pa'tridge tryin' fer ter tole 'im away fum her nes', en wid dat he lay his fish down en put out inter de bushes whar ole Miss Pa'tridge come fum. En 'bout dat time, Brer Rabbit, he happen 'long. Dar wuz de fishes, en dar wuz Brer Rabbit, en when dat de case, w'at you speck a sorter independent man like Brer Rabbit gwine do? I can tell you dis, dat dem fishes ain't stay whar Brer Wolf put um at, en when Brer Wolf come back, dey wuz gone. Brer Wolf, he sot down en scratch his head, he did, en study, en den hit sorter rush inter his mind dat Brer Rabbit bin 'long dar, en den Brer Wolf, he put out fer Brer Rabbit's house, en w'en he git dar, he hail 'im. Brer Rabbit, he dunno nothin' 'tall 'bout no fishes. Brer Wolf, he up en say he bleedz to believe dat Brer Rabbit got dem fishes. Brer Rabbit denied up en down, but Brer Wolf stan' to it dat Brer Rabbit got dem fishes. Brer Rabbit, he say dat if Brer Wolf believe he got de fishes, den he give Brer Wolf leaf fer to kill de bes' cow he got. Brer Wolf, he tuck Brer Rabbit at his word en go off to de pasture en drive up de cattle en kill Brer Rabbit's bes' cow. Brer Rabbit, he hate mighty bad fer to lose his cow, but he lay his plans, en he tell his chilluns dat he gwineter have dat beef yit. Brer Wolf, he bin tuck up by de patrollers 'fo' now, en he mighty skeered un um, en fus news you know, here come Brer Rabbit hollerin' en tellin' Brer Wolf dat de patrollers are comin'. "You run en hide, Brer Wolf," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en I'll stay here en take keer er de cow twel you gits back," sezee. Soon's Brer Wolf hear talk er patrollers, he scramble off inter de underbrush like he bin shot out'n a gun. En he wa'n't mo'n gone 'fo' Brer Rabbit he whirl in en skint de cow en salt de hide down, en den he tuck en cut up de carcass en stow it away in de smoke house, en den he tuck en stick de end er de cow tail in de groun'. Atter he gone en done all dis, den Brer Rabbit he squall out fer Brer Wolf. "Run here, Brer Wolf! Run here! Your cow gwine in de groun'! Run here!" When ole Brer Wolf got dar, which he come er scootin', dar wuz Brer Rabbit holdin' on to de cow tail fer to keep it from gwine in de groun'. Brer Wolf he kotch holt, en dey give a pull er two, en up come de tail. Den Brer Rabbit he wink his off eye en say, sezee, "Dar! De tail done pull out en de cow gone," sezee. But Brer Wolf, he weren't de man fer to give it up dat away, en he got 'im a spade en a pickaxe en a shovel, en he dig en dig fer dat cow twel diggin' wuz past all endurance. En ole Brer Rabbit, he sot up dar in his front po'ch, en he smoke his seegyar. Every time old Brer Wolf stuck de pickaxe in de clay, Brer Rabbit, he giggled to his chilluns. He diggy, 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 but no meat dar. He diggy, 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 but no meat dar. 'Kase all de time de cow wuz layin' pile up in his smoke house, en him en his chilluns wuz eatin' fried beef en innards eve'y time de mouf water. Now den, honey, you take dis yer whip," continued the old man, twining the leather thong around the little boy's neck, "en scamper up to de big house, en tell Miss Sally fer ter give you some of it nex' time she finds yo' tracks in de sugar barrel."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 21. Mr. Rabbit meets his match again.
"Der was anudder man dat sorter played sharp on Brer Rabbit,"
said Uncle Remus, as, by some mysterious process, he twisted a hog's bristle into the end of a piece of thread, an operation which the little boy watched with great interest.
"In dem days," continued the old man, "de creeturs carried on matters same like folks. Dey went into farmin', en I speck ef de trufe wuz to come out, dey kep' store, en had de camp meetin' times en de barbecues w'en de wedder wuz agreeable."
Uncle Remus evidently thought that the little boy wouldn't like to hear of any further discomfiture of Brer Rabbit, who had come to be sort of a hero, and he was not mistaken. "I thought the Terrapin was the only one that fooled the rabbit," said the little boy dismally.
"Hit's des like I tell you, honey. Dey ain't no smart man, 'cep dat dey's a smarter one. Ef ole Brer Rabbit hadn't er got cotch up wid, de neighbors 'ud take 'im for a ha'nt, en in dem times dey burnt witches 'fo' you could squinch yo' eyeballs. Dey did dat."
"Who fooled the rabbit this time?" the little boy asked. When Uncle Remus had the bristle sot in the thread, he proceeded with the story.
"One time Brer Rabbit en ole Brer Buzzard 'cluded dey'd sorter go shares en crap tergedder. It wuz a mighty good year, en de truck turn out monst'us well, but bimeby, w'en de time come fer dividin' it, hit come to light dat ole Brer Buzzard ain't got nothin'. De crap wuz all gone, en dey wa'n't nothin' fer ter show for it. Brer Rabbit, he make like he wuz in a wuss fix'n Brer Buzzard, en he mope 'roun', he did, like he fear'd dey gwineter sell 'im out. Brer Buzzard, he ain't say nothin', but he keep up a monst'us thinkin', en one day he come 'long en holler en tell Brer Rabbit dat he done find rich gol' mine des 'cross de river.
"You come and go longer with me, Brer Rabbit,"
says Brer Tucky Buzzard, sezee.
"I'll scratch and you kin grabble,
en 'tween de two of us we'll make short work er dat gol' mine," sezee. Brer Rabbit, he wuz high up fer de job, but he study en study, he did, how he gwineter git 'cross de water, 'kaze eve'y time he git his foot wet all de fambly kotch cole. Den he up en ax Brer Buzzard how he gwineter do. Brer Buzzard, he up en say dat he'd carry Brer Rabbit 'cross. En wid dat, ole Brer Buzzard, he squot down, he did, en spread his wings, en Brer Rabbit, he mounted, en up dey riz."
There was a pause.
"What did the Buzzard do then?" asked the little boy.
"Dey riz," continued Uncle Remus, "en w'en dey lit in de top er de highest sorter pine, en de pine w'at dey lit in wuz growin' on de island, en de island wuz in de middle er de river, wid de deep water runnin' all 'roun'. Dey ain't more'n lit 'fo' Brer Rabbit he know which way de win' wuz blowin', en by de time ole Brer Buzzard got hisse'f balanced on a limb, Brer Rabbit
he up en say, sezee, "W'iles we er restin' here, Brer Buzzard, en bein's you bin so good, I got sump'n fer ter tell you," sezee. "I got a gol' mine er my own, one w'at I make myse'f, en I speck we better go back ter mine 'fo' we borrow 'longer yo'n," sezee. Den ole Brer Buzzard he laugh, he did, twel he shake, en Brer Rabbit he sing out, "Hol' on, Brer Buzzard, don't flop yo' wings w'en you laugh, kaze den ef you does, sump'n 'll drap fum up yer, en my gol' mine won't do you no good, en needer will yo'n do me no good." But 'fo' dey got down fum dar, Brer Rabbit done tole all 'bout de crap, en he had a promise fer ter provide fair en square. So Brer Buzzard he kyar 'im back, en Brer Rabbit he walk weak in de knees for a month afterwards. End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 22. A Story About the Little Rabbits. "Find 'em where you will, and when you may," remarked Uncle Remus with emphasis. "Good chilluns always get tuck keer un. Der wuz ole Brer Rabbit's chilluns. Dey minded der daddy en mammy fum de day's een to de day's end. W'en ole man Rabbit say scoot, dey scooted, en w'en ole Miss Rabbit say scat, dey scatted. Dey did dat. En dey kep der cloze clean, en dey ain't had no smut on der nose needer." Involuntarily the hand of the little boy went up to his face, and he scrubbed the end of his nose with his coat sleeve. "Dey wuz good chilluns," continued the old man heartily, "en ef dey hadn't a been, der wuz one time when dey wouldn't a been no little rabbits, n'er one, dat's w'at." "What time was that, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. "De time when Brer Fox drapped in at Brer Rabbit's house, en didn't find nobody dar 'ceppin' de little rabbits. Ole Brer Rabbit, he wuz off som'ers raidin' in a collard patch, en ole Miss Rabbit, she wuz tendin' on a quiltin' in de neighborhood, en w'iles de little rabbits wuz playin' hidin' switch, in drapped Brer Fox. De little rabbits wuz so fat dat dey fa'rly make his mouf water, but he 'member 'bout Brer Wolf, en he skeered fer ter gobble um up, 'ceptin' he got some excuse. De little rabbits, dey mighty skittish, en dey sorter huddle deyse'f up tergedder en watch Brer Fox's motions. Brer Fox, he sot dar en study w'at sorter excuse he gwineter make up. Bimeby, he see a great big stalk sugar cane standin' up in de cornder, en he cle'r up his throat en talk biggity. "Here, you young rabs dar, sail roun' yer en break me off a piece er dat der sweetenin' tree," sezee, en den he cough. De little rabbits, dey got out de sugar cane, dey did, en dey rastle with it, en sweat over it, but 'twan't no use, dey couldn't break it. Brer Fox he make like he ain't watchin', but he keep on hollerin', "Hurry up dar, Rabs, I'm a waitin' on you." En de little rabbits, dey hustle roun' en rastle wid it, but dey couldn't break it. Bimeby dey hear little birds singin' on de top er de house, en de song w'at de little birds sing wuz dish yer: "Take your toofies en gnaw it, take your toofies en saw it, saw it en yoke it, en den you kin broke it." Den de little rabbits, dey git mighty glad, en dey gnawed de cane mos' 'fo' ole Brer Fox git his legs uncrossed, en w'en dey kyar'd in de cane, Brer Fox he sot dar en study how he gwineter make some mo' excuse fer nabbin' um, en bimeby he git up en git down de sifter w'at wuz hangin' on de wall, en holler out, "Come yer, Rabs, take dish yer sifter en run down to de spring en fetch me some fresh water." De little rabbits, dey run down to de spring, en try ter dip up de water wid de sifter, but co'se it all run out, en it keep on runnin' out, twel bimeby de little Rabbit sot down en 'gun ter cry. Den de little bird settin' up in de tree, he begin fer ter sing, en dish yer's de song w'at he sing: Sifter hold water same ez a tray. Ef you fill it up wid moss en daub it wid clay, de fox git madder de longer you stay. Fill it wid moss en daub it wid clay. Up dey jump, de little Rabbits did, en dey fix de sifter so 'twon't leak, en den dey kyar de water back to ole Brer Fox. Den Brer Fox, he git mighty mad, en p'int out a great big stick er wood, en tell de little Rabbits fer ter put dat on de fire. De little chaps dey got 'roun' de wood, dey did, en dey lift at it so hard twel dey could see der own sins, but de wood ain't budge. Den dey hear de little bird singin', en dish yer's de song w'at he sing: Spit in your hands en tuck it en tole it, en git behine it en push it en pole it. Spit in your hands en rear back en roll it. En des 'bout de time dey got de wood on de fire, der daddy, he come skippin' in, en de little bird he flewed away. Brer Fox, he seed his game was up, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he make his 'skuse en start fer ter go. You better stay en take a snack wid me, Brer Fox, sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. Since Brer Wolf done quite comin' en settin' up wid me, I gittin' so I feels right lonesome dese long nights, sezee. But Brer Fox, he button up his coat collar tight, en put out fer home. En dat w'at you better do, honey, 'kaze I see Miss Sally's shadder sailin' backards en for'ards 'fo' de winder, en de fus news you know, she'll be 'spectin' of you. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 23. Mr. Rabbit and Mr. Bear.
"There was one season," said Uncle Remus, pulling thoughtfully at his whiskers, "when Brer Fox say to hisse'f dat he speck he better whirl in en plant a goober patch, en in dem days, mon, hit was tech en go. De word wa'n't mo'n out his mouf 'fo' de groun' was broked up en de goobers was planted. Ole Brer Rabbit, he sot off en watched de motions, he did, en he sorter shet one eye en sing to his chilluns: Ti-yi-dungalee, hide-um-pee, I pick-um-pee, hit grow in de groun', hit grow so free, Ti-yi, dem goober pea. Sho nuff, w'en de goobers begun to ripen up, eve'y time Brer Fox go down ter his patch, he find whar somebody bin grabblin' 'mongst de vines, en he git mighty mad. He sorter speck who de somebody is, but ole Brer Rabbit he cover his tracks so cute dat Brer Fox dunno how to ketch 'im. Bimeby, one day Brer Fox take a walk all 'roun' de groun' pea patch, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he find a crack in de fence whar de rail done bin rub right smoove, en right dar he sot 'im a trap. He tuck'n bend down a hick'ry saplin' growin' in de fence cornder, en tie one end uv a plough line on de top, en in de udder end he fix a loop knot, en dat he fasten wid a trigger right in de crack. Nex' mawnin' w'en ole Brer Rabbit come slippin' 'long en crope thoo de crack, de loop knot kotch 'im behime de folegs, en de saplin' flewed up, en dar he wuz 'twix' de heavens en de yeth. Dar he swung, en he fear'd he gwineter fall, en he fear'd he wa'n't gonna fall. W'ile he wuz a fixin' up a tale fer Brer Fox, he hear a lumberin' down de road, and presently here come old Brer B'ar amblin' 'long from where he been takin' a bee tree. Brer Rabbit, he hail him. "Howdy, Brer B'ar." Brer B'ar, he look roun', en bimeby he see Brer Rabbit swingin' from de saplin', en he holler out, "Hey-o, Brer Rabbit, how you come on dis mawnin?" "Much 'blige, I'm middlin', Brer B'ar," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. Den Brer B'ar, he ax Brer Rabbit w'at he doin' up dar in de elements, en Brer Rabbit, he up en say he makin' $1 a minute. Brer B'ar, he say, how? Brer Rabbit say he keepin' crows out of Brer Fox's ground pea patch. Den he ax Brer B'ar if he don't wanter make $1 a minute, 'kaze he got a big family of chilluns fer ter take keer un, en den he make sech nice scarecrow. Brer B'ar 'low dat he take de job, en den Brer Rabbit show 'im how to bend down de saplin', en 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer B'ar wuz swingin' up dar in Brer Rabbit's place. Den Brer Rabbit, he put out fer Brer Fox's house, en w'en he got dar he sing out, "Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Come out yer, Brer Fox, en I'll show you de man w'at bin stealin' yo' goobers." Brer Fox, he grab up his walkin' stick, en bofe un um went runnin' back down to de goober patch, en w'en dey got dar, sho nuff, dar wuz ole Brer B'ar. "Oh, yes, you is gotch, isn't you?" says Brer Fox, en befo' Brer B'ar kin explain, Brer Rabbit he jump up en down, en holler out, "Hit 'im in de mouf, Brer Fox! Hit 'im in de mouf!" En Brer Fox he draw back wid de walkin' cane, en blip, he tuck 'im. En eve'y time Brer B'ar tried to explain, Brer Fox shower down on 'im. W'ile all dis is gwine on, Brer Rabbit he slip off en git in a mud hole en des laugh till his eyes be stickin' out, 'kaze he know'd dat Brer B'ar be comin' atter 'im. Sho nuff, bimeby, here come Brer B'ar down de road, en w'en he git to de mud hole, he say, "Howdy, Brer Frog. Is you seed Brer Rabbit go by here?" "He des gone by," says Brer Rabbit, en Old Man B'ar tuck off down de road like a skeered mule, en Brer Rabbit he come out en dry hisse'f in de sun, en go home to his fambly same as any udder man. "The bear didn't catch the rabbit, then?" inquired the little boy, sleepily. "Jump up from dar, honey!" exclaimed Uncle Remus by way of reply. "I ain't got no time fer to be settin' yer proppin' yo' eyelids open." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 24. Mr. Bear catches old Mr. Bullfrog. "Well, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, counting to see if he hadn't lost a marble somewhere, "the bear didn't catch the rabbit after all, did he?" "Now you're talkin', honey," replied the old man, his earnest face breaking up into little eddies of smiles. "Now you're talkin' sho. 'Tain't been proned into no Brer B'ar fer to kotch Brer Rabbit. Hit's sorter like settin' a mule fer to trap a hummin' bird. But Brer B'ar, he tuck'n got himse'f into some mo' trouble, which it look like it mighty easy. Ef folks could make der livin' longer gittin' into trouble," continued the old man, looking curiously at the little boy, "ole Miss Favors wouldn't be bodderin' yo' ma fer to borry a cupful er sugar eve'y now en den, en it look like to me dat I knows a nigger dat wouldn't be squattin' 'roun' yer makin' deze yer fish baskets." "How did the bear get into more trouble, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Natchul, honey. Brer B'ar, he tuck a notion dat ole Brer Bullfrog wuz de man w'at fool 'im, en he say dat he'd come up wid 'im ef 'twuz a year atterwuds.
but 'twa'n't no year, en 'twa'n't no month, en mo'n dat, hit wa'n't skasely a week, when bimeby, one day Brer B'ar wuz gwine home fum de takin' uv a bee tree, en lo en beholds, who should he see but ole Brer Bull frog settin' out on de aidge er de mud muddle fas' asleep. Brer B'ar drap his axe, he did, en crope up, en retch out wid his paw, en scoop ole Brer Bull frog in des dis-a-way. Here the old man used his hand ladle fashion by way of illustration. He scoop 'im in, en dar he wuz. When Brer B'ar got his clampers on him good, he sot down en talk at him. "Howdy, Brer Bull frog, howdy, en how yo' fambly? I hope dey er well, Brer Bull frog, 'kase dis day you got some business wid me what'll last you a mighty long time." Brer Bull frog, he dunno what to say. He dunno what's up. He don't say nothin'. Old Brer B'ar, he keep runnin' on. "You're de man w'at tuck'n fool me 'bout Brer Rabbit t'er day. You had yo' fun, Brer Bull frog, en now I git mine." Den Brer Bull frog, he begin to git skeered, he did, en he up en say, "What I been doin', Brer B'ar? How I been foolin' you?" Den Brer B'ar laugh, en make like he dunno, but he keep on talkin'. "Oh, no, Brer Bull frog, you ain't de man w'at stick yo' head up outer de water en tell me Brer Rabbit done gone on by. Oh, no, you ain't de man. I'm boun' you ain't. 'Bout dat time you wuz at home wid yo' fambly, where you allus is. I dunno where you wuz, but I knows where you is, Brer Bull frog, en it's you en me for it. Atter de sun goes down dis day, you don't fool no mo' folks goin' 'long dis road." Co'se, Brer Bull frog dunno w'at Brer B'ar drivin' at, but he knows sump'n hatter be done, en dat mighty soon, 'kaze Brer B'ar begun to snap his jaws tergedder en foam at de mouf, en Brer Bull frog holler out, "Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, let me off dis time, en I won't never do so no mo'. Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, do let me off dis time, en I'll show you de fattest bee tree in de woods." Old Brer B'ar, he chomp his toofies en foam at de mouf. Brer Bull frog, he des up en squall, "Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, I won't never do so no mo'. Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, let me off dis time." But old Brer B'ar say he gwinnter make way wid 'im, en den he sot en study, old Brer B'ar did, how he gwinnter squench Brer Bull frog. He know he can't drown 'im, but he ain't got no fire fer ter burn 'im, en he git mighty pestered. Bimeby, old Brer Bull frog, he sorter stop his cryin' en his boo-hooin', en he up en say, "Ef you're gwineter kill me, Brer B'ar, carry me out dar to dat big flat rock out dar on de aidge er de mill pond, where I can see my fambly, en after I see 'em, den you can take yo' axe en squoosh me." Dis look so fair en squar' dat Brer B'ar he 'gree, en he take old Brer Bull frog by one er his behine legs en sling his axe on his shoulder, en off he put fer de big flat rock. When he git dar, he lay Brer Bull frog down on de rock, en Brer Bull frog make like he lookin' roun' fer his folks. Den Brer B'ar, he draw long breff, en pick up his axe. Den he spit in his hands, en draw back, en come down on de rock. Pow!
"Did he kill the frog, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy, as the old man paused to scoop up a thimbleful of glowing embers in his pipe.
"'Deed en dat he didn't, honey. Twix de time when Brer B'ar raise up wid his axe, en when he come down wid it, old Brer Bull frog he lipt up en dove down in de mill pond, kerblink, kerblunk. en w'en he wuz way out in de pond, he riz a singin', en dish yer's de song w'at he sing. Ingle go jang, my joy, my joy. Ingle go jang, my joy. I'm right at home, my joy, my joy. Ingle go jang, my joy.
That's a mighty funny song, said the little boy.
Funny now, I speck, said the old man. But 'tweren't funny in dem days, en 'twouldn't be funny now if folks knowed much about de wool frog language as dey useter. Dat's what.
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 25. How Mr. Rabbit Lost His Fine Bushy Tail. One time, said Uncle Remus, sighing heavily and settling himself back in his seat with an air of melancholy resignation. One time, Br'er Rabbit was gwine 'long down de road, shaking his big bushy tail, and feeling just as scrumptious as a bee martin wid a fresh bug. Here the old man paused and glanced at the little boy, but it was evident that the youngster had become so accustomed to the marvelous developments of Uncle Remus's stories that the extraordinary statement made no unusual impression upon him. Therefore the old man began again, and this time in a louder and more insinuating tone. One time Old Man Rabbit, he was going 'long down de road shaking his long bushy tail and feeling mighty biggity. This was effective. Great goodness, Uncle Remus! Exclaimed the little boy in open-eyed wonder. Everybody knows that rabbits haven't got long bushy tails. The old man shifted his position in his chair and allowed his venerable head to drop forward until his whole appearance was suggestive of the deepest dejection, and this was intensified by a groan that seemed to be the result of great mental agony. Finally he spoke, but not as addressing himself to the little boy. I notices dat dem folks w'at makes a great admiration 'bout w'at dey knows is des de folks w'at you can't put no dependence in when de 'casion come up. You're one of 'em now, en he done come en excuse me in allowin' dat rabbits is got long bushy tails, which goodness knows if I'd a dreamt it, I'd a whirl in and undreamt it. Well, Uncle Remus, you said rabbits had long bushy tails, replied the little boy. Now you know you did. If I ain't forget it offen my mind, I say dat old Brer Rabbit was gwine down de big road shaking his long bushy tail. Dat w'at I say, en dat I stands by. The little boy looked puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After a while the old man continued. Now den, if dat's greed ter, I'm goin' on, en if 'tain't greed ter, den I'm gwineter pick up my cane en look atter my own int'rest. I got wuk lyin' roun' yer dat's jest natchally gittin' mouldy. The little boy still remained quiet, and Uncle Remus proceeded. One day Brer Rabbit was gwine down de road shaking his long bushy tail, when who should he strike up wid but old Brer Fox, gwine amblin' 'long wid a big string of fish. When dey passed de time of day with one anudder, Brer Rabbit, he open up de confab, he did, en he ax Brer Fox where he git dat nice string of fish, en Brer Fox, he up en 'spond dat he kotch um. Brer Rabbit, he say, whereabouts? En Brer Fox, he say down at de baptizing creek. En Brer Rabbit, he ax how, 'kase in dem days dey was monst'us fonder minners, en Brer Fox, he sot down on de log, he did,
en he up'n tell Brer Rabbit dat all he gotter do fer ter git a big mess er minners is to go ter de creek atter sundown en drap his tail in de water en set dar twel daylight, en den draw up a whole armful er fishes, en dem w'at he don't want he kin fling back. Right dar's whar Brer Rabbit drap his watermillion, 'kase he tuck'n sot out dat night en went a fishin'. De wedder wuz sorter cole, en Brer Rabbit, he got 'im a bottle er dram en put out fer de creek, en w'en he got dar he pick out a good place, en he sorter squot down, he did, en let his tail hang in de water. He sot dar, en he sot dar, en he drunk his dram, en he think he gwineter freeze, but bimeby day come, en dar he was. He make a pull, en he feel like he comin' in two, en he fetch anudder jerk, en lo and beholds where was his tail.
There was a long pause. "Did it come off, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy presently.
She did dat, replied the old man with unction. She did dat, en dat what make all dese yer bobtail rabbits what you see hoppin' en scattlin' thoo de woods.
"Are they all that way just because the old rabbit lost his tail in the creek?" asked the little boy.
"Dat's it, honey," replied the old man. "Dat's w'at dey tells me. Looks like dey bleedz to take atter de pa."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 26. Mr. Terrapin shows his strength.
Br'er Terrapin was de outnest man, says Uncle Remus,
Rubbing his hands together contemplatively, and chuckling to himself in a very significant manner.
He wuz de outnest man of de whole gang. He wuz dat.
The little boy sat perfectly quiet, betraying no impatience when Uncle Remus paused to hunt, first in one pocket and then in another, for enough crumbs of tobacco to replenish his pipe. Presently the old man proceeded.
One night Miss Meadows and de gals, they begun a candy pullin', en so many of de neighbors came in response to de invite dat they hatter put de lasses in de wash pot en bile de fire in de yard. Brer B'ar, he holp Miss Meadows bring de wood. Brer Fox, he mend de fire. Brer Wolf, he kep de dogs off. Brer Rabbit, he greased de bottom of de plates fer to keep de candy fum stickin'. En Brer Tarrypin, he clum up in a cheer en say he'd watch en see dat de molasses don't bile over. Dey was all dar, en dey weren't cuttin' up no didos nudder, 'kase Miss Meadows, she done put her foot down, she did, en say dat w'en dey come to her place, dey hatter hang up a flag er truce at de front gate en abide by it. Well, den, w'iles dey was all a settin' dar en de molasses wuz a bilin' en a blubberin', dey got to runnin' on talkin' mighty biggity. Brer Rabbit, he say he de swiffes', but Brer Terrapin, he rock long in de cheer en watch de lasses. Brer Fox, he say he de sharpes', but Brer Terrapin, he rock long. Brer Wolf, he say he de mos' savages', but Brer Terrapin, he rock en he rock long. Brer B'ar, he say de mos' strongest, but Brer Terrapin, he rock en he des keep on rockin'. Bimeby he sorter shet one eye en say, sezee, "Hit look like 'parently dat de whole hard shell ain't nowheres alongside dis yer crowd. Yet here I is, en I'm de same man w'at show Brer Rabbit dat he ain't de swiffest. and I'm de same man w'at kin show Brer B'ar dat he ain't de strongest,' sezee. Den dey all laugh en holler, 'kaze it look like Brer B'ar mo' stronger dan a steer. Bimeby Miss Meadows, she up en ax, she did, how he gwine do it. "'Gimme a good strong rope,' sez Brer Terrapin, sezee, "'en lemme git in a puddle of water, en den let Brer B'ar see ef he kin pull me out,' sezee. Den dey all laugh agin. Brer B'ar, he ups en says, sezee, 'We ain't got no rope,' sezee. "'No,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee, 'en needer is you got de strenk,' sezee, en den Brer Tarrypin, he rock en rock long, en watch de molasses a bilin' en a blubberin'. Atter a w'ile, Miss Meadows, she up en say, she did, dat she'd take en loan de young men her bed cord, en w'iles de candy wuz a coolin' in de plates, take it all go ter de branch en see Brer Tarrypin carry out his project. Brer Tarrypin," continued Uncle Remus, in a tone at once confidential and argumentative, "went much bigger mo' de palm er my han', en it look mighty funny fer ter year 'im braggin' 'bout how he kin outpull Brer B'ar, but dey got de bed cord atter w'ile, en den dey all put out fer de branch. W'en Brer Tarrypin find de place he wanter, he tuck one een' er de bed cord en give de udder een' to Brer B'ar. "'Now den, ladies en gents,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee, 'you all go wid Brer B'ar up dar in de woods, en I'll stay yer. En w'en you kin year me holler, den's de time fer Brer B'ar fer ter see ef he kin haul in de slack er de rope. You all take keer er dat dere een',' sezee, 'en I'll take keer er dish yer een',' sezee. Den dey all put out en lef Brer Tarrypin at de branch, en w'en dey got good en gone, he dove down inter de water, he did, en tie de bed cord hard en fast ter one er deze yer big clay roots, en den he riz up en give a whoop. Brer B'ar he wrop de bed cord roun' his han' en wink at de gals, en wid dat he give a big juk, but Brer Tarrypin ain't budge. Den he take bofe han's en give a big pull, but all de same, Brer Tarrypin ain't budge. Den he tu'n 'roun', he did, en put de rope 'cross his shoulders en try ter walk off wid Brer Tarrypin, but Brer Tarrypin look like he don't feel like walkin'. Den Brer Wolf, he put in en holp Brer B'ar pull, but des like he didn't, en den dey all holp 'im, en bless gracious, w'iles dey wuz all a pullin', Brer Tarrypin he holler en ax um why dey don't take up de slack. Den w'en Brer Tarrypin feel 'em quit pullin', he dove down, he did, en ontied de rope, en by de time dey got ter de branch, Brer Tarrypin he wuz settin' up on de aidge er de water des as natchul ez de nex' un, en he up en say, sezee, "Dat las' pull you done wuz a mighty stiff un, en a little more'n you'd a had me," sezee. "You're monst'us stout, Brer B'ar," sezee, "en you pulls like a yoke er steers, but I sorter had de purchase on you," sezee. Den Brer B'ar, bein' ez his mouf 'gun ter water atter de sweetnin', he up en say he speck de candy's ripe, en off dey put atter it. "It's a wonder," said the little boy, after a while, "that the rope didn't break." "Break who?" exclaimed Uncle Remus, with a touch of indignation in his tone. "Break who? In dem days, Miss Meadows's bed cord could have hilt a mule." This put an end to whatever doubts the child might have entertained. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 27. Why Mr. Possum Has No Hair on His Tail.
"Hit look like ter me,"
said Uncle Remus, frowning, as the little boy came hopping and skipping into the old man's cabin,
"dat I see a young un 'bout yo' size playin' and makin' free wid dem ar chilluns er ole Miss Favers yistiddy, en w'en I see dat, I drap my axe, en I come in yer en sot flat down right whar youer settin' now, en I say to myse'f dat it's 'bout time for ole Remus fer to hang up en quit. Dat's des 'zackly w'at I say."
"Well, Uncle Remus, they called me," said the little boy in a penitent tone. "They come and called me, and said they had a pistol and some powder over there."
"Dar now!" exclaimed the old man, indignantly. "Dar now! W'at I been sayin'? Hit's des a born blessin' dat you wa'n't brung home on a litter wid bofe eyeballs hangin' out en one ear clean gone. Dat's w'at 'tis. Hit's des a born blessin'. Hit hope me up might'ly de udder day w'en I hear Miss Sally layin' down de law 'bout you en dem Favers chilluns. Yit, lo en beholes, de fus news I knows you was han' en glove wid um. Hit's nuff fer to fetch ole Miss right up out'n dat buryin' groun' fum down dar in Putmon County, en w'at yo' gran'ma wouldn't a stood, me en yo' ma ain't gwineter stan' nudder. En de nex' time I hear 'bout sech a come off ez dis, right den en dar I'm bound to lay de case 'fo' Miss Sally. Dem's Faverses wa'n't no 'count 'fo' de war, en dey wa'n't no 'count in doin' de war, en dey ain't no 'count atterwards, en w'iles my head's hot, you ain't gwineter go mixin' up yo'se'f wid de riff-raff ef creation."
The little boy made no further attempt to justify his conduct. He was a very wise little boy, and he knew that, in Uncle Remus's eyes, he'd been guilty of a flagrant violation of the family code. Therefore, instead of attempting to justify himself, he pleaded guilty and promised that he would never do so any more. After this there was a long period of silence, broken only by the vigorous style in which Uncle Remus puffed away at his pipe. This was the invariable result, whenever the old man had occasion to reprimand the little boy, and the occasions were frequent. He would relapse into a dignified but stubborn silence. Presently the youngster drew forth from his pocket a long piece of candle. The sharp eyes of the old man saw it at once.
"Don't you come a tellin' me dat Miss Sally gun you that," he exclaimed, "'cause she didn't, en I lay you hatter be monstus sly 'fo' you got a chance fer to snatch up dat piece of cannle."
"Well, Uncle Remus," the little boy explained, "it was lying there all by itself, and I just thought I'd fetch it out to you."
"Dat's so, honey,"
said Uncle Remus, greatly mollified.
"Dat's so, 'kaze by now some er dem yuther niggers 'ud er gone en had her lit up. Dey er mighty biggity, dem house niggers is, but I notices dat dey don't let nothin' pass. Dey goes 'long wid der han's en der mouf open, en w'at one don't ketch, de udder one do."
There was another pause, and finally the little boy said, "Uncle Remus, you know you promised today to tell me why the possum has no hair on his tail."
"Law, honey, ain't you done en forgot dat offen yo' min' yit? Hit look like to me," continued the old man, leisurely refilling his pipe, "dat she sorter run like dis. One time ole Brer Possum, he git so hungry, he did, dat he bleedz fer to have a mess er 'simmons. He monst'us lazy man, ole Brer Possum was, but bimeby his stummick begun to growl en holler at him so dat he hatter rack 'roun' en hunt up sump'n. En w'iles he wuz rackin' 'roun', who should he meet up wid but Brer Rabbit, en dey wuz hail fellers, 'cause Brer Possum, he ain't been bodderin' Brer Rabbit like dem other creeturs. Dey sot down by de side er de big road, en dar dey jabber en confab 'mongst one anudder, twel bimeby ole Brer Possum, he take'n tell Brer Rabbit he mos' pesh out, en Brer Rabbit, he lip up in de a'r, he did, en smack his han's tergedder, en say dat he know right whar Brer Possum kin git a baiter 'simmons. Den Brer Possum, he say whar, en Brer Rabbit, he say which 'twuz over at Brer B'ar's 'simmon orchard. "Did the bear have a 'simmon orchard, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. "Co'se, honey, 'kaze in dem days Brer B'ar wuz a bee hunter. He make his livin' findin' bee trees, en de way he find um, he plant um some 'simmon trees, which de bees dey'd come en suck de 'simmons, en den ole Brer B'ar, he'd watch um whar dey'd go, en den he be mighty apt fer ter come up wid um. No matter 'bout dat, de 'simmon patch 'uz dar des like I tell you, en ole Brer Possum mouf 'gun to water soon's he year talk un um, en mos' 'fo' Brer Rabbit done tellin' 'im de news, Brer Possum, he put out, he did, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he wuz perch up in de highest tree in Brer B'ar's 'simmon patch. But Brer Rabbit, he done 'terminin' fer ter see some fun, en w'iles all dis wuz gwine on, he run 'roun' to Brer B'ar's house, en holler en tell 'im w'ich dey wuz somebody 'stroyin' his 'simmons, en Brer B'ar he hustle off fer ter ketch 'im. Eve'y now en den Brer Possum think he year Brer B'ar comin', but he keep on sayin', sezee, "I'll des git one 'simmon mo' en den I'll go. One 'simmon mo' en den I'll go." Las' he hear Brer B'ar comin' 'roun' sho' nuff, but 'twuz de same ole chune, "One 'simmon mo' en den I'll go." En des 'bout dat time Brer B'ar busted inter de patch, en give de tree a shake, en Brer Possum, he drapped out longer de yuther ripe 'simmons, en time he totch de groun' he get his foots tergedder, en he lit out fer de fence same ez a race hoss. 'Cross dat patch him en Brer B'ar had it, en Brer B'ar gin every jump, twel time Brer Possum make de fence, Brer B'ar grab 'im by de tail. Brer Possum, he went out tween de rails en gin a powerful chuck en pull his tail out twixt Brer B'ar's tushes. En lo en beholds, Brer B'ar hold so tight, Brer Possum pull so hard, dat all de ha'r come off'n Brer B'ar's mouf, w'ich, ef Brer Rabbit hadn't er happen up wid a gut er water, Brer B'ar got to strankle. From dat day to dis, said Uncle Remus, knocking the ashes carefully out of his pipe, Brer Possum ain't had no ha'r on his tail, and needer do his chilluns. End of tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 28. The End of Mr. Bear. The next time the little boy sought Uncle Remus out, he found the old man unusually cheerful and good-humored. His rheumatism had ceased to trouble him, and he was even disposed to be boisterous. He was singing when the little boy got near the cabin, and the child paused on the outside to listen to the vigorous but mellow voice of the old man as it rose and fell with the burden of the curiously plaintive song, a senseless affair so far as the words were concerned, but sung to a melody almost thrilling in its sweetness. "Hand me down my walking cane, hey, my lily, go down the road. Your true lover gone down the lane, hey, my lily, go down the road." The quick ear of Uncle Remus, however, had detected the presence of the little boy, and he allowed his song to run into a recitation of nonsense,
of which the following, if it be rapidly spoken, will give a faint idea.
Old Mr. Jackson, finest confraction, fell down stars for to git satisfaction. Big Bill Fray, he ruled the day. Everything he called for come 1, 2, by 3. Gwine long one day, met Johnny Hooby. Ax him grind 9 yards of steel for me. Told me which he couldn't. Then I heist him over Hickerson Dickerson's barn doors, knock him 99 miles under water. When he rise in pike, straddlin' a handspike, and I left him dar smokin' er the hornpipe. Juba, Rita, Seda, Breda. Aunt Kate at the gate. I want to eat. She fried a meat and gimme skin, which I fling it back again. Juba!
All this, rattled off at a rapid rate and with apparent seriousness, was calculated to puzzle the little boy, and he slipped into his accustomed seat with an expression of awed bewilderment upon his face.
"Hit's all just dat away, honey,"
continued the old man, with the air of one who had just given an important piece of information.
"And when you been casin' shadders long o' de old nigger, den you'll find out who's which, and which is who."
The little boy made no response. He was in thorough sympathy with all the whims and humors of the old man, and his capacity for enjoying them was large enough to include even those he could not understand. Uncle Remus was finishing an axe handle, and upon these occasions it was his custom to allow the child to hold one end while he applied sandpaper to the other. These relations were pretty soon established, to the mutual satisfaction of the parties most interested, and the old man continued his remarks, but this time not at random.
"When I see dish yer swell-head folks, like dat woman what come and tell your ma 'bout you chunkin' at her chilluns, which your ma make Mars John strop you, hit make my mind run back to old Br'er B'ar. Old Br'er B'ar, he got the swell-headedness hisself, and if der was any schwinkin', hit schwunk too late fer to help old Br'er B'ar. Leastways, that's what they tells me, and I ain't never heerd it disputed."
Was the bear's head sure enough swelled, Uncle Remus?
"Now you're talkin', honey,"
exclaimed the old man. Goodness! What made it swell? This was Uncle Remus's cue. Applying the sandpaper to the axe helve with gentle vigor, he began.
"One time, when Brer Rabbit was gwine lopin' home from a frolic what dey been havin' up at Miss Meadows's, who should he happen up wid but old Br'er B'ar. Course, atter what done pass 'twixt 'em, dey wa'n't no good feelin's 'tween Brer Rabbit and old Br'er B'ar. But Brer Rabbit he wanter save his manners, and so he holler out,
"Hey-yo, Brer B'ar, how you come on? I ain't seed you in a coon's age. How all down at your house? How Miss Brune and Miss Brindle?" "Who was that, Uncle Remus?" the little boy interrupted.
"Miss Brune and Miss Brindle? Miss Brune was Brer B'ar's old woman, and Miss Brindle was his gal. Dat what dey call 'em in dem days. So, den Brer Rabbit, he ax him howdy, he did, and Brer B'ar, he 'spond dat he was mighty po'ly, and dey amble along, dey did, sorter familious like. But Brer Rabbit, he keep one eye on Brer B'ar, and Brer B'ar, he study how he gwine nab Brer Rabbit. Las', Brer Rabbit, he up and say, sezee,
"Brer B'ar, I speck I got some business cut out for you," sezee.
"What dat, Brer Rabbit?" says Brer B'ar, sezee.
"W'iles I was cleanin' up my new ground day 'fo' yestiday," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, "I come 'cross one er dese yer old-time bee trees. Hit start holler at de bottom, en stay holler plumb to de top, en de honey's just natcherly oozin' out. En ef you'll just drap yo' engagements en go 'longer wid me," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, "you'll git a bait dat'll las' you en yo' fambly twel de middle er next month," sezee.
Brer B'ar say he much oblige, en he b'lieve he'll go 'long, en wid dat dey put out for Brer Rabbit's new ground.
which 'twa'n't so mighty fur. Leastways, dey got dar atter a while. Ole Brer B'ar, he 'low dat he kin smell de honey. Brer Rabbit, he 'low dat he kin see de honeycomb. Brer B'ar, he 'low dat he kin hear de bees a zoomin'. Dey stan' roun' en talk biggity, dey did, twel bimeby Brer Rabbit, he up en say, sezee, "You do de climbin', Brer B'ar, en I'll do de rushin' roun'. You climb up to de hole, en I'll take dis yer pine pole en shove de honey up to where you kin git her," sezee. Ole Brer B'ar, he spit on his hands en skint up de tree en jam his head in de hole. En sho enough, Brer Rabbit, he grab de pine pole, en de way he stir up dem bees was sinful. Dat's w'at it was. Hit was sinful. En de bees, dey swarmed on ole Brer B'ar's head, twel 'fo' he could take it out of de hole, it was done swell up bigger dan dat there dinner pot. En dar he swung, en ole Brer Rabbit, he dance roun' en sing, "Trees stand mighty high, but honey mighty sweet. Watch dem bees with stingers on der feet." But dar ole Brer B'ar hung, en if his head ain't schwunk, I speck he hangin' dar yit. Dat's what I speck. End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 29. Mr. Fox Gets Into Serious Business. "Hit turn out one time," said Uncle Remus, grinding some crumbs of tobacco between the palms of his hands, preparatory to enjoying his usual smoke after supper. "Hit turn out one time dat Brer Rabbit make so free wid de man's collard patch dat de man he tuck and sot a trap for ole Brer Rabbit." "Which man was that, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Jest a man, honey. Dat's all. Dat's all I knows. Des one er dese yer mans what you see trollopin' roun' eve'y day. Nobody ain't never year what his name is, en ef dey did, dey kep de news mighty close from me. Ef dish yer man is believed fer to have a name, den I'm done, 'kase you hatter go furder to me. Ef you believe to know mo' dan I does, den you'll hatter hunt up some er dese yer niggers what sprung up since I commenced fer to shed my ha'r." "Well, I just thought, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, in a tone remarkable for self-deprecation, "that the man had a name." "To be sure," replied the old man, with unction, puffing away at his pipe. "Course. Dat what make I say what I does. Dish yer man might a had a name, den again he mightn't. He might a been named Slipshop Sam. He might a been named Ole One-Eye Riley, which if 'twas ain't been handed round to me. But dish yer man, he in de tale, en what we gonna do wid him? Dat's de point, 'kase when I get to huntin' roun' 'mong my 'membunce atter dish yer Mr. What you may call him's name, she ain't dar. Now den, let's jest call him Mr. Man and let him go with dat." The silence of the little boy gave consent. "One time," said Uncle Remus, carefully taking up the thread of the story where it had been dropped, "hit turn out dat Brer Rabbit been makin' so free wid Mr. Man's greens and truck, dat Mr. Man, he tuck and sot a trap for ole Brer Rabbit. And Brer Rabbit, he's so greedy dat he tuck and walk right spang in it. 'Fo' he know hisse'f. Well, 'twa'n't long 'fo' here come Mr. Man, bruisin' roun', and he ain't no sooner see ole Brer Rabbit dan he smack his hands toge'rr and holler out, 'You a nice feller, you is. You bin gobblin' up my green truck, and now you tryin' fer to tote off my trap.
You a mighty nice chap, that's what you is. But now dat I got ya, I just 'bout settle wid you for de ole and de new." And wid dat, Mr. Man he go off, he did, down in de bushes atter a handful of switches. Ole Brer Rabbit, he ain't seein' nothin', but he feelin' mighty lonesome, and he sot dar lookin' like every minute was gwineter be de next. And whiles Mr. Man was off preparin' his bresh broom, who should come paradin' along but Brer Fox. Brer Fox make a great admiration, he did, 'bout to fix what he find Brer Rabbit in. But Brer Rabbit he make like he fit to kill hisself laughin', and he up and tell Brer Fox, he did, dat Miss Meadows's folks want him to go down to de house and attendance on a weddin', and he 'low which he couldn't, and dey 'low how he could, and den by dey takin' time dar whilst they go atter de preacher. So he be dar when dey come back. And more'n dat, Brer Rabbit up and tell Brer Fox dat his chillen's mighty low wid de fever, and he needs fer to go atter some pills fer 'em. And he ax Brer Fox fer to take his place and go down to Miss Meadows's and have a nice time wid de gals. Brer Fox, he in fer dem kinder pranks, and 'twa'n't no time 'fo' Brer Rabbit had ole Brer Fox harness up in his place, and den he make like he got to make haste and git de pills fer dem sick chilluns. Brer Rabbit wa'n't more'n out of sight, 'fo' here come Mr. Man wid a handful of hickories, and when he see Brer Fox tied up dar, he look like he astonished. "Hey-yo," says Mr. Man, says he, "you done change color, and you done got bigger, and your tail done grown out. What kind of what's his name is you anyhow?" says he. Brer Fox he stay still, and Mr. Man he talk on. "Hit's mighty big luck," says he, "if when I catch de chap what nibble my greens, likewise I catch de feller what gnaw my goose," says he, and wid dat he lit into Brer Fox wid de hickories, and de way he play rap jacket was a caution to de neighborhood. Brer Fox he juke and he jump, and he squeal and he squall, but Mr. Man he shower down on him, he did, like fightin' a red wasp nest. The little boy laughed, and Uncle Remus supplemented this endorsement of his descriptive powers with a most infectious chuckle. "By and by," continued the old man, "de switches dey got frazzle out. Mr. Man he put out atter some more, and when he done got fairly out of hearin', Brer Rabbit he showed up, he did, 'cause he jest been hidin' out in de bushes listenin' at de racket. He 'low hit mighty funny dat Miss Meadows ain't come along, 'cause he done been down to de doctor house, and dat's furder dan de preacher yit. Brer Rabbit make like he hurryin' on home, but Brer Fox he open up, he did, and he say, 'I thank you fer to turn me loose, Brer Rabbit, and I'll be 'bliged,' says he, 'cause you done tie me up so tight dat it make my head swim, and I don't speck I'd last fer to git to Miss Meadows's,' says he. Brer Rabbit he sot down sorter keerless like, and begin fer to scratch one ear like a man studyin' 'bout somethin'. "Dat's so, Brer Fox," says he. "You does look sorter stove up. Look like somethin' been uncombin' your hairs," says he. Brer Fox ain't sayin' nothin', but Brer Rabbit he keep on talkin'. "Dey ain't no bad feelin's twixt us, is dey, Brer Fox? 'Cause if dey is, I ain't got no time fer to be tearin' round here." Brer Fox say which he don't have no unfriendliness, and wid dat Brer Rabbit cut Brer Fox loose jest in time fer to hear Mr. Man whistlin' up his dogs, and one went one way and de udder went anudder. Dat de end of de tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 30. How Mr. Rabbit Succeeded in Raising a Dust. "In dem times," said Uncle Remus, gazing admiringly at himself in a fragment of looking-glass, "Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox and Brer Coon and dem yuther creeturs go coatin' and sparklin' round de neighborhood mo' samer dan folks. 'Twa'n't no 'Lemme a hoss,' nor 'Fetch me my buggy,' but dey des up en lit out en tote deyse'f. Dere's ole Brer Fox, he des wheel roun' en fetch his flank one swipe wid his tongue en he be comb up. En Brer Rabbit, he des spit on his hands en twist it roun' 'mongst de roots of his ears en his hair'd be roach. Dey was dat flirtatious," continued the old man, closing one eye at his image in the glass, "dat Miss Meadows and de gals don't see no peace fum one week end to de udder. Tuesday was same as Sunday, en Friday was same as Tuesday, en hit come down to dat pass dat when Miss Meadows 'ud have chicken fixin's for dinner, in'd drap Brer Fox and Brer Possum, en when she'd have fried greens, in'd pop old Brer Rabbit. 'Twell last Miss Meadows, she tuck'n tell de gals dat she be dat blame if she gwanter keep no tavern. So dey fix it up 'mong deyselves, Miss Meadows and de gals did, dat the nex' time de gents call, dey give 'em a game. De gents, dey was a courtin', but Miss Meadows, she don't wanter marry none of 'em, and needer does de gals, and likewise dey don't wanter have 'em pesterin' round. Las' one Tuesday, Miss Meadows, she tole 'em dat if dey come down ter her house de nex' Saturday evenin', de whole caboodle of 'em 'ud go down de road a piece, where der was a big flint rock, en de man w'at could take a sludge hammer and knock de dust out dat rock, he was de man w'at get de pick of de gals. Dey all say dey gwine do it, but old Brer Rabbit, he crope off where der was a cool place under some jimson weeds, en dar he sot, workin' his mind how he gwine get dust out of dat rock. Bimeby, while he was a settin' dar, up he jump en crack his heels toge'rr en sing out, 'Make a bow to de Buzzard, en den to de Crow. Takes a limber-toed gentleman for to jump Jim Crow.' En wid dat, he put out for Brer Coon's house en borry his slippers. When Saturday evening come, dey was all dar. Miss Meadows and de gals, dey was dar, en Brer Coon, en Brer Fox, en Brer Possum, en Brer Tarrypin, dey was dar." "Where was the rabbit?" the little boy asked. "You kin put yo' dependence on Brer Rabbit," the old man replied, with a chuckle. "He was dar, but he shuffle up kinder late, 'kase when Miss Meadows and de balance of 'em done gone down to de place, Brer Rabbit, he crope roun' to de ash hopper and fill Brer Coon's slippers full of ashes, and den he tuck'n put 'em on and march off. He got dar atter a while, en soon as Miss Meadows and de gals seed 'im, dey's up en giggle en make a great admiration 'kase Brer Rabbit got on slippers. Brer Fox, he so smart, he holler out, he did, en say he lay Brer Rabbit got de groun' itch. But Brer Rabbit, he sorter shet one eye, he did, en say, sezee, 'I bin so used to ridin' hossback, as dese here ladies knows, dat I'm gittin' sorter tender-footed.' En dey don't hear much mo' fum Brer Fox dat day, 'kase he 'member how Brer Rabbit done bin en rid him, en hit is jest 'bout as much as Miss Meadows and de gals could do fer to keep de snickers from gittin' up a disturbance 'mongst de congregation. But never mind dat. Old Brer Rabbit, he was dar, en he's so brash dat little mo', en he'd grab up de sludge hammer and open up de racket 'fo' anybody gin de word. But Brer Fox, he shove Brer Rabbit out of de way, and pick up de sludge himself. Now den,"
continued the old man, with pretty much the air of one who had been the master of similar ceremonies. "De progance was dish yer. Every gent was to have 3 licks at de rock, and de gent which fetched de dust, he were de one which gwine to take de pick of de gals. Old Brer Fox, he grabbed de sledge-hammer, he did, and he come down on de rock. Blim! No dust ain't come. Then he draw back, and down he come again. Blam! No dust ain't come. Then he spit in his hand and give a big swing, and down she come, kerblap! And yet no dust ain't flewed. Then Br'er Possum, he make trial, and Br'er Coon, and all de balance of 'em except Br'er Tarrypin, and he 'lowed that he got a crick in his neck. Den Brer Rabbit, he grab holt of de sludge, and he lipped up in de a'r and come down in de rock all at the same time. Pow! And de ashes, they flewed up so, they did, dat Brer Fox, he tuck and had a sneezin' spell, and Miss Meadows and de gals, they up and cough. 3 times Brer Rabbit jump up and crack his heels together and come down wid his sledge-hammer. Kerblam! And every time he jump up, he holler out, "Stand furder, ladies! Here come de dust!" And sure enough, de dust come. Leastways, continued Uncle Remus, Brer Rabbit got one of de gals, and dey had a weddin' and a big affair. "Which of the girls did the rabbit marry?" asked the little boy, dubiously. "I did year tell of her name," replied the old man with a great affectation of interest, "but look like I done and forget it out of my mind. If I don't disremember," he continued, "hit was Miss Molly Cottontail, and I speck we better let it go at dat." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 31, A Plantation Witch. The next time the little boy got permission to call upon Uncle Remus, the old man was sitting in his door, with his elbows on his knees and his face buried in his hands, and he appeared to be in great trouble. "What's the matter, Uncle Remus?" the youngster asked. "Nuff de matter, honey. Mo' dan dey's any call for. If dey ain't some queer goin's on round dis place, I ain't named Remus." The serious tone of the old man caused the little boy to open his eyes. The moon, just at its full, cast long, vague, wavering shadows in front of the cabin. A colony of tree frogs somewhere in the distance were treating their neighbors to a serenade, but to the little boy it sounded like a chorus of lost and long-forgotten whistlers. The sound was wherever the imagination chose to locate it, to the right, to the left, in the air, on the ground, far away or near at hand, but always dim and always indistinct. Something in Uncle Remus's tone exactly fitted all these surroundings, and the child nestled closer to the old man. "Yasser," continued Uncle Remus, with an ominous sigh and a mysterious shake of his head. "If dey ain't some queer goin's on in dish yer neighborhood, that I'm de bald-headedest creature twixt this and next Jinuary was a year ago, which I knows I ain't. That's what." "What is it, Uncle Remus?" "I know Mars John been drivin' Charley sorter hard today, and I say to myself that I'd drop round about dusk and fling another year of corn in de trough and kinder give him a tetchin' up wid a currier comb, and bless gracious, I ain't been in de lot more'n a minute 'fore I seed somethin' was wrong wid de hoss, and sure enough dere was his mane full of witch stirrups." "Full of what, Uncle Remus?" "Full of witch stirrups, honey, Ain't you seed no witch stirrups? Well, when you see two strands of hair tied together in a horse's mane, there you see a witch stirrup, and more'n that hoss done been rid by 'em." "Do you reckon they have been riding Charlie?" inquired the little boy. "Course, honey. To be sure they is. What else they been doin'?" "Did you ever see a witch, Uncle Remus?" "Dat ain't neither here nor there. When I see a coon track in de branch, I know de coon been long dar." The argument seemed unanswerable, and the little boy asked, in a confidential tone, "Uncle Remus, what are witches like?" "Dey comes different," responded the cautious old darky. "Dey comes and dey conjures folks. Squinch Owl holler every time he see a witch, and when you hear de dog howlin' in de middle of de night, one of 'em's mighty apt to be prowlin' round. Conjurin' folks can tell a witch de minute dey lays der eyes on it, but dem what ain't conjurin', hit's mighty hard to tell when dey see one, 'cause dey might come in de appearance of a cow and all kind of creatures. I ain't been used to no conjure myself, but I been livin' long 'nough fer to know when you meets up wid a big black cat in de middle of de road wid yaller eyeballs, there's your witch fresh from de old boy. And furthermore, I know dat 'tain't burned into no dogs for to ketch de rabbit what use in the buryin' ground. They're the most ungodliest creatures what you ever laid eyes on," continued Uncle Remus with unction. "Down there in Putman County, your Uncle Jeems, he make like he gwanter catch one of dem there graveyard rabbits. Sure enough, out he goes, and the dogs ain't no more'n got to the place 'fore up jumped the old rabbit right among 'em. And after running round a time or two, she skipped right up to Mars Jeems, and Mars Jeems, he jest put the gun barrel right on her and lam loose. Hit tore it up the ground all round, and the dogs, they rush up, but there wa'n't no rabbit there. By, Mars Jeems, he seed the dogs tuckin' their tails tween their legs, and he look up, and there was the rabbit caperin' round on a tombstone, and wid dat, Mars Jeems say he sorter feel like the time done come when your grandma was 'spectin' of him home, and he called off the dogs and put out. But dem was ha'nts. Witches is these yer kind of folks what can trap their body and change into a cat and a wolf and all kind of creatures." "Papa says there ain't any witches," the little boy interrupted. "Mars John ain't lived long as I is," said Uncle Remus by way of comment. "He ain't been bruisin' round all hours of the night and day. I know the nigger witch's Br'er was a witch, 'cause he up and told me how he took and cured him, and he cured him good, man." "How was that?" inquired the little boy. "Hit seem like," continued Uncle Remus, "dat witch folks is got a slit in de back of de neck, and when dey want to change deyself, dey jest pull de hide over de head same as if 'twuz a shirt, and dar dey is." "Do they get out of their skins?" asked the little boy in an awed tone. "To be sho, honey. You see your paw pull his shirt off? Well, dat jest 'zactly de way dey does. But dish yer nigger what I tellin' you 'bout, he cured his Br'er de very fust pass he made at him. It got so dat folks in de settlement didn't have no peace. De chilluns 'd wake up in de mornin's wid der hair all tangled up, and with scratches on 'em like dey been through a briar patch. Twel by, one day de nigger he 'lowed dat he'd set up dat night and keep one eye on his Br'er. Sho enough dat night, jest as de chickens was crowin' for 12, up jumped the Br'er and pulled his skin off and sail out of the house in the shape of a bat. And what does the nigger do but grab up the hide and turn it wrong side outwards and sprinkle it with salt. Den he lay down and watched fer to see what the news was goin' to be. Jes 'fo' de day here come a big black cat in de do', and de nigger get up, he did, and druv her away. Bimeby here come a big black dog snuffin' round, and de nigger up wid a chunk and lammed him in de side of de head. Den a squinch owl lit on de comb of de house, and de nigger jammed de shovel in de fire and make him flew away. Las', here come a great big black wolf wid his eyes shining like fire coals, and he grabbed de hide and rush out. 'Twa'n't long 'fo' de nigger hear his Br'er hollerin' and squallin', and he took a light, he did, and went out. And there was his Br'er just a wallerin' on de ground and squirmin' round, 'cause de salt on de skin was stingin' wuss'n if he got his britches lined with yaller jackets. By next mornin' he got so he could sorter shuffle along, but he give up conjun', and if there was any more witches in dat settlement, dey kep' mighty close, and dat nigger he ain't skint himself no more, not endurin' my remembrance. The result of this was that Uncle Remus had to take the little boy by the hand and go with him to the big house, which the old man was not loath to do, and when the child went to bed, he lay awake a long time, expecting an unseemly visitation from some mysterious source. It soothed him, however, to hear the strong, musical voice of his sable patron, not very far away, tenderly contending with a lusty tune, and to this accompaniment the little boy dropped asleep. "Hit's 1848. Christ done made dat crooked way straight, and I don't want to stay here no longer. Hit's 1849. Christ done turned that water into wine, and I don't want to stay here no longer." End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 32. Jacky-my-Lantern. Upon his next visit to Uncle Remus, the little boy was exceedingly anxious to know more about witches, but the old man prudently refrained from exciting the youngster's imagination any further in that direction. Uncle Remus had a board across his lap, and, armed with a mallet and a shoe knife, was engaged in making shoe pegs. "W'iles I was crossin' de branch just now," he said, endeavoring to change the subject, "I come up wid a Jacky-my-Lantern, and she was burnin' wuss'n a bunch of lightnin' bugs, mon. I know she was a fixin' fer to lead me into that quagmire down in de swamp, and I steered clear on her. Yasser, I did dat. You ain't never seed no Jacky-my-Lanterns, is you, honey?" The little boy never had, but he had heard of them, and he wanted to know what they were, and thereupon Uncle Remus proceeded to tell him. "One time," said the old darky, transferring his spectacles from his nose to the top of his head and leaning his elbows upon his pegboard, "there was a blacksmith man, and dish yer blacksmith man he took and stuck closer by his dram den he did by his bellows. Monday mornin' he'd git on a spree, and all dat week he'd be on a spree, and the next Monday mornin' he'd take a fresh start. By, one day, after the blacksmith been spreein' round and cussin' mightily, he hear a sort of rustlin' fuss at the door, and in walked the bad man." "Who, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. "De bad man, honey. De old boy hisself, right fresh from de religion what you year Miss Sally readin' 'bout. He done hide his horns, and his tail, and his hoof, and he come dress up like white folks. He tuck off his hat and he bow, and den he tell de blacksmith who he is, and dat he done come after him. Den de blacksmith he 'gun to cry and beg, and he beg so hard, and he cry so hard that the bad man say make a trade with him. At the end of 1 year, the spirit of the blacksmith was to be his'n, and enduring of that time, the blacksmith must put in his hottest licks in the interest of the bad man. And then he put a spell on the chair the blacksmith was setting in, and on his sledge-hammer. The man what sawed in the chair couldn't get up less'n the blacksmith let him, and the man what pick up the sludge had had to keep on knocking with it twell the blacksmith say quit, and then he give him money plenty, and off he put. The blacksmith, he sail in for to have his fun, and he have so much that he clean forgot about his contract. But by and by, one day, he looked down the road, and there he see the bad man comin', and then he knowed the year was out. When the bad man got in the door, the blacksmith was pounding away at a horseshoe, but he wa'n't so busy that he didn't ax him in. The madman sorter do like he ain't got no time for to tarry, but the blacksmith say he got some little jobs that he needs to finish up, and then he asked the bad man for to set down a minute. And the bad man, he took and sot down, and he sot in that chair what he done conjured on. Course, there he was. Then the blacksmith, he gun to poke fun at the bad man, and he asked him, don't he want a dram? And won't he hitch his chair up a little nigher to fire? And the bad man, he beg and he beg, but 'twa'n't doing no good, 'cause the blacksmith 'lowed that he gwine to keep him in there twell he promised that he'd let him off 1 year more. And sure enough, the bad man promised that if the blacksmith let him up, he'd give him another showing. So then the blacksmith give the word, and the bad man saunter off down the big road, setting traps and laying his proggins for to catch more sinners. The next year, it passed same like the other one. At the appointed time, here come the old boy after the blacksmith, but still the blacksmith had some jobs and he needs to finish up, and he asked the bad man for to take hold of the sludge and he help him out. And the bad man, he 'lowed that rar'n be disperlite, he don't care if he do hit her a biff or two, and with that he grab up the sludge, and there he was again, 'cause he done conjured the sludge so that whomsoever tuck her up can't put her down lest the blacksmith say the word. They palavered there, they did, till by and by the bad man he up and let him off another year. Well then, that year passed same as the other one. Month in, month out, that man was rollin' in dram, and by and by here come the bad man. The blacksmith cry, and he holler, and he rip round and tear his hair, but hit just like he didn't, 'cause the bad man grab him up and cram him in a bag and tote him off. Whiles they was goin' along, they come up with a passel of folks what havin' one of these here 4th of July barbecues, and the old boy, he 'lowed that maybe he can get some more game, and what do he do but join in with him? He lines in, and he talks politics same like the other folks. Twell by and by dinner time come round, and they ax him up, which agreed with his stomach, and he posited his bag underneath the table longside the other bags what the hungry folks had brung. No sooner did the blacksmith get back on the ground than he begun to work his way out of the bag. He crope out, he did, and then he took and changed the bag. He took and tuck another bag and lay it down where this year bag was, and then he crope out of the crowd and lay low in the underbrush. Last, when the time come for to go, the old boy up with his bag and slung her on his shoulder, and off he put for the bad place. When he got dar, he took and dropped the bag off'n his back and called up the imps, and they just come squallin' and a caperin', which I expect they must been hungry. Leastways, they just swarmed round, hollerin' out, "Daddy, what you brung? Daddy, what you brung?" So then they open up the bag, and lo and behold, out jump a big bulldog, and de way he shook dem little imps was a caution, and he kept on gnawing 'em twel the old boy opened the gate and turned him out." And what became of the blacksmith?" the little boy asked, as Uncle Remus paused to snuff the candle with his fingers. "I'm drivin' him round, honey. Atter a long time, the blacksmith he tuck'n die, and when he go ter the good place, the man at the gate dunno who he is, and he can't get squeezed in. Then he go down to the bad place and knock. The old boy he look out, he did, and he knowed the blacksmith the minute he laid eyes on him, but he shake his head and say, says he, 'You had to 'scuse me, Brer Blacksmith, 'cause I done had experience longer'n you. You'll have to go somewheres else if you want to raise any racket,' says he, and wid dat he shut the door. And dey do say," continued Uncle Remus with unction, "dat sence dat day the blacksmith been sorter hoverin' round twixt the heavens and the earth, and dark nights he shine out so folks call him Jacky-my-Lantern. Dat's what dey tells me. It may be wrong and may be right, but that's what I hears." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 33. Why the Negro is Black. One night, while the little boy was watching Uncle Remus twisting and waxing some shoe thread, he made what appeared to him to be a very curious discovery. He discovered that the palms of the old man's hands were as white as his own, and the fact was such a source of wonder that he at last made it the subject of remark. The response of Uncle Remus led to the earnest recital of a piece of unwritten history that must prove interesting to ethnologists. "To be sure de palm of my hand's white, honey," he quietly remarked. "And when it come to dat, der was a time when all de white folks was black, blacker dan me, 'cause I done been yer so long dat I been sorter bleach out." The little boy laughed. He thought Uncle Remus was making him the victim of one of his jokes, but the youngster was never more mistaken. The old man was serious. Nevertheless, he failed to rebuke the ill-timed mirth of the child, appearing to be altogether engrossed in his work. After a while, he resumed. "Yasser, folks dunno what been yet, let alone what gwanter be. Niggers is niggers now, but the time was when we was all niggers together." "When was that, Uncle Remus?" "Way back yonder. In dem times we was all on us black. We is all niggers together, and 'cordin' to all de counts what I hears, folks is gettin' along about as well in dem days as they is now. But after a while de news come dat der was a pond of water somewheres in de neighborhood, which if dey get into it dey be wash off nice and white, and den one of 'em he find de place and make a plunge into de pond and come out white as a town gal. And den, bless gracious, when de folks seed it, they make a break for de pond, and dem what was the surplus they got in fuss and they come out white, and dem what was the next surplus they got in next, and they come out merlatters, and they was such a crowd of 'em that they mighty nigh used de water up, which dem de others come along, the most they could do was to paddle round wid de foots and dabble in it wid de hands. Dem was de niggers, and down to dis day dey ain't no white about a nigger 'ceppin' de palms of his hands and de soles of de foots." The little boy seemed to be very much interested in this new account of the origin of races, and he made some further inquiries, which elicited from Uncle Remus the following additional particulars. "De Injun and de Chinee got to be counted long wid my daughters, and I ain't seed no Chinese dat I knows of, but dey tells me dey a sorter twixt a brown and a brindle. They are all mulatters." "But Mama says the Chinese have straight hair," the little boy suggested. "Co'se, honey," the old man unhesitatingly responded. "Dem what get to de pond time enough for to get de head in de water hit unkink de hair. Hit needs to be dat away." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 34. The Sad Fate of Mr. Fox. "Now den," said Uncle Remus, with unusual gravity, as soon as the little boy, by taking his seat, announced that he was ready for the evening's entertainment to begin. "Now den, dish yer tale what I'm a-goin' fer to give ye is de last row of stumps, sho. Dish yer's where old Brer Fox lose his breath, and he ain't find it no mo' down to dis day." "Did he kill himself, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked with a curious air of concern. "Hol' on dar, honey!" the old man exclaimed with a great affectation of alarm. "Hol' on dar! Wait! Gimme room! I don't want to tell you no story. If you keep shovin' me forward, I might get some of de facts mixed up among derselves. You gotta gimme room, and you gotta gimme time." The little boy had no other premature questions to ask, and after a pause, Uncle Remus resumed. "Well, den, one day Brer Rabbit go to Brer Fox's house, he did, and he put up mighty po' mouf. He say his ole woman sick, and his chillen's cold, and de fire done gone out. Brer Fox, he feel bad 'bout dis, and he tuck'n supply Brer Rabbit wid a chunk of fire. Brer Rabbit see Brer Fox cookin' some nice beef, and his mouf begun to water. But he take the fire, he did, and he put out towards home. But presently here it came back, and he say the fire done gone out. Brer Fox 'low dat he want to invite to dinner, but he don't say nothin', and by Brer Rabbit he up and say, says he, 'Brer Fox, where you get so much nice beef?' says he. And den Brer Fox he up and 'spond, says he, 'You can come to my house tomorrow if yo' folks ain't too sick, and I can show you where you can get plenty beef mo' nicer than dish yer,' says he. Well, sho' nuff, de next day fotch Brer Rabbit, and Brer Fox say, says he, 'Dere's a man down yonder by Miss Meadows's what got heap of fine cattle, and he got a cow named Bouquet,' says he. 'And you just go and say Bouquet, and she'll open her mouth, and you can jump in and get just as much meat as you can tote,' says Brer Fox, says he. 'Well, I'll go 'long,' says Brer Rabbit, says he, 'and you can jump in fust, and den I'll come follerin' after,' says he. Wid dat dey put out, and dey went promenadin' round 'mong de cattle, dey did, twel bimeby they struck up wid de one dey was after. Brer Fox, he up he did and holler Bouquet, and de cow flung her mouth wide open. Sho' nuff, in dey jump, and when dey got dar, Brer Fox he say, says he, 'You can cut mos' anywheres, Brer Rabbit, but don't cut round de haslet,' says he. Den Brer Rabbit he holler back, he did, 'I'm a-gittin' me out a roastin' piece,' says he. 'Roastin', bakin', fryin', says Brer Fox, says he. 'Don't get too nigh de haslet, dough,' says he. Dey cut and dey carved, and dey carved and dey cut, and whilst dey was cuttin' and carvin', in slashin' way, Brer Rabbit he tuck'n hacked into de haslet, and wid dat down fell de cow dead. 'Now den,' says Brer Fox, 'we er gone sho,' says he. 'What we goin' do?' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'I git de maul,' says Brer Fox, "and you'll jump into gall," says he. Next mornin', here come de man what de cow belonged to, and he ax who killed Bouquet. Nobody don't say nothin'. Den de man say he'll cut her open and see, and den he whirl in, and 'twa'n't no time 'fore he had her entrails spread out. Brer Rabbit he crope out de gall and says he, "Mr. Man, oh, Mr. Man, I'll tell you who killed your cow. You look in de mall, and there you'll find him," says he. Wid dat, the man took a stick and lay him down on de mall so hard dat he killed Brer Fox stone dead. When Brer Rabbit see Brer Fox was laid out for good, he make like he mighty sorry, and he up and ax de man for Brer Fox's head. Man say he ain't keerin', and den Brer Rabbit took and brung it to Brer Fox's house. Dar he see ole Miss Fox, and he tell her dat he done fotch her some nice beef what her old man sont her, and she ain't gotter look at it twell she go to eat it. Brer Fox's son was named Toby, and Brer Rabbit tell Toby fer to keep still whiles his mammy cooked the nice beef what his daddy side him. Toby he was mighty hungry, and he look in de pot he did whiles de cookin' was goin' on, and dar he see his daddy's head, and wid dat he sot up a howl and told his mammy. Miss Fox she get mighty mad when she find she cookin' her old man head, and she call up de dogs, she did, and sicked 'em on Brer Rabbit. And old Miss Fox and Toby and the dogs, they pushed Brer Rabbit so close that he had to take a holler tree. Miss Fox, she tell Toby for to stay dar and mind Brer Rabbit while she goes and gets de axe, and when she gone, Brer Rabbit he told Toby if he go to de branch and get him a drink of water, den he give him $1. Toby he put out, he did, and bring some water in his hat, but by de time he got back Brer Rabbit done out and gone. Ole Miss Fox she cut and cut till down come de tree, but no Brer Rabbit dar. Then she lay de blame on Toby, and she say she gonna lash him, and Toby he put out and run, and the old woman after him. Bimeby he come up with Brer Rabbit and sot down fer to tell him how 'twas, and whilst they was a settin' dar, here comes ole Miss Fox a slippin' up and grab 'em both. Den she tell him what she gwine do. Brer Rabbit she gwine to kill, and Toby she gwine to lamb if it's de last act. Den Brer Rabbit says he, "If you please, ma'am, Miss Fox, lay me on de grindstone and ground off my nose so I can't smell no more when I'm dead." Miss Fox, she took dis to be a good idea, and she fotched both of 'em to de grindstone and set 'em up on it so dat she could grind off Brer Rabbit's nose. Den Brer Rabbit he up and says he, "If you please, ma'am, Miss Fox, Toby he can turn de handle whiles you go after some water for to wet de grindstone," says he. Course, soon as Brer Rabbit see Miss Fox go after de water, he jump down and put out, and dis time he get clean away. "And was that the last of the rabbit too, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked with something like a sigh. "Don't push me too close, honey," responded the old man. "Don't shove me up in no corner. I don't want to tell you no stories. Some say that Brer Rabbit's old woman died from eating some pison weed, and that Brer Rabbit married old Miss Fox, and some say not. Some tells one tale and some tells another. Some say that from dat time forward de rabbits and de foxes make friends and stay so. Some say dey kep on quarrelin'. Hit look like it's mixed. Let dem tell you what knows. Dat what I years, you gits it straight like I yeard it." There was a long pause, which was finally broken by the old man. "Hit's 'gin de rules for you to be noddin' off, honey. Bimeby you'll drop off and I'll have to tote you up to the big house. I hear dat baby cryin',
and by Miss Sally'll fly up and be a-hollering at you."
"Oh, I wasn't asleep," the little boy replied. "I was just thinking."
"Well, that's different," said the old man. "If you climb up on my back," he continued, speaking softly, "I speck I ain't too old for to be your hoss fum yer to de house. Many and many's de time dat I toted your Uncle Jeems dat away, and Mars Jeems was heavier sot dan what you is."
End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. This section is a collection of Plantation Proverbs, all one-liners showing the wisdom and the knowledge of the folks who live on the plantation. Listen closely.
Big Possum climb little tree.
Dem what eats can say grace.
Old Man Know-All died last year.
Better the gravy than no grease at all.
Dram ain't good twel you get it.
Lazy folks' stomachs don't get tired.
Rheumatiz don't help at the log rollin'.
Mole don't see what his neighbor doin'. Save the pacing mart for Sunday.
Don't rain every time the pigs squeal.
Crow and corn can't grow in the same field.
Tattlin' woman can't make the bread rise.
Rails split 'fore breakfast'll season before dinner.
Dem what knows too much sleeps under the hash hopper.
If you want to see your own sins, clean up a new ground.
Hog dunno which part of 'em will season the turnip salad.
Hit's a blessin' the white sow don't shake the plum tree.
Winter grapes sour whether you can reach 'em or not. Mighty po' bee dat don't make no more honey den he want.
Questions on mule's foot's done gone out of fashion.
Pigs dunno what a pen's for. Possum's tail good as a paw.
Dogs don't bite at the front gate.
Colt in the barley patch kick high.
Jaybird don't rob his own nest.
Pullet can't roost too high for the owl.
Meat fried 'fore day won't last 'twel night.
Stump water won't cure the gripes.
The howlin' dog knows what he sees.
Blind hoss don't fall when he follers the bit.
Hungry nigger won't wear his maul out.
Don't fling away the empty wallet.
Black snake know the way to the hen nest.
Looks won't do fer to split rails wid.
Settin' hens don't hanker after fresh eggs.
Tater vines growin' while you sleep.
Hit take 2 birds fer to make a nest.
If you needs to eat dirt, eat clean dirt.
Terrapin walk fast enough fer to go visitin'. Empty smokehouse makes the pullet holler. When coon take water, he fixin' fer to fight. Corn makes more at the mill than it does in the crib. Good luck say, open your mouth and shut your eyes. Nigger that gets hurt workin' oughta show the scars. Fiddlin' nigger says it's a long ways to the dance. Rooster makes more racket than the hen what lay the egg. Meller Mushmillion hollers at you from over the fence. Nigger with a pocket hanker better be looked after. Rain Crow don't sing no tune, but you can bend on him. One-eyed mule can't be handled on the blind side. Moon may shine, but a lighter'd not's mighty handy. Liquor talks mighty loud when it get loose from the jug. The proudness of a man don't count when his head's cold. Hungry rooster don't cackle when he find a woman. Some niggers mighty smart, but they can't drive the pigeons to roost. You may know the way, but better keep your eyes on the 7 stairs. All the buzzards in the settlement'll come to the gray mule's funeral. You can hide the fire, but what you gonna do with smoke? Tomorrow may be the carriage driver's day for plowing. It's a mighty deaf nigger that don't hear the dinner horn. It takes a bee for to get the sweetness out of the horehound blossom. Hunts don't bother longer honest folks, but you better go round the graveyard. The pig that runs off with the ear of corn gets little more than the cob. Sleepin' in the fence corner don't fetch Christmas in the kitchen. The spring house may freeze, but the niggers'll keep the shuck pen warm. Twixt the bug and the bee martin, 'tain't hard to tell which gwanter get cotch. Don't dispute with the squinch owl, jam the shovel in the fire. You'd see more of the mink if he knowed where the yard dog sleeps. Troubles is seasonin'. Persimmons ain't good twill the day the frost bit. Watch out when you're gettin' all you want. Fattening hogs ain't in luck. And that's the end of these here Proverbs.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. This is Volume 2, Section 1, entitled His Songs. The first one is called Revival Hymn. Oh, where shall we go when the great day comes, with the blowing of the trumpets and the banging of the drums? How many poor sinners be cotched out late, and find no latch for the golden gate? No use for to wait till tomorrow, the sun mustn't set on your sorrow. Sin's as sharp as a bamboo briar. O Lord, fetch the mourners up higher. When the nations of the earth is a-standing all round,
Who's a gwine to be chosen for to wear the glory crown? Who's a gwine for to stand stiff-necked and bold, and answer to the name at the calling of the roll? You better come now, if you're comin'. Old Satan is loose and a-bummin'. The wheels of destruction is a-hummin'. Oh, come along, sinner, if you're comin'. The song of salvation is a mighty sweet song, and the paradise wind blow fur and blow strong. In Abraham's bosom it's safe and it's wide, and right there's the place where the sinners ought to hide. Oh, you needn't to be a-stoppin' and a-lookin'. If you fool with old Satan, you'll get took in. You'll hang on the edge and get shook in if you keep on a-stoppin' and a-lookin'. The time is right now, and this year's the place. Let the sun of salvation shine square in your face. Fight the battles of the Lord, fight soon and fight late, and you'll allus find a latch fer the golden gate. No use fer to wait twel tomorrow. The sun mustn't set on your sorrow. Sin's as sharp as a bamboo briar. Ax the Lord for to fetch you up higher. End of the hymn. Hymn number 2, Camp Meeting Song. Oh, the world is round and the world is wide. Lord, 'member these chillun in the mornin'. Hit's a mighty long ways up the mountain side, and there ain't no place for them sinners fer to hide, and there ain't no place where sin can abide when the Lord shall come in the mornin'. Look up and look round, fling your burden on the ground. Hit's a-gittin' mighty close on the mornin'. Smooth away sin's frown, reach up and git the crown, what the Lord will fetch in the mornin'. The hand of redemption, it's hilt out to you. Lord, 'member dem sinners in the mornin'. Hit's a mighty patient hand, but the days is but few, when Satan, he'll come a-demandin' of his due, and the stiff-necked sinners'll be smotin' all through. Oh, you better get ready for the mornin'. Look up and set your face towards the green hills of grace, 'fore the sun rises up in the mornin'. Oh, you better change your base. It's your soul's last race for the glory that's a-comin' in the mornin'. The farmer gets ready when the land's all plowed for to sow dem seeds in the mornin'. The spirit may be puny and the flesh may be proud, but you better cut loose from the scoffing crowd and join those Christians what's a-cryin' out loud for the Lord for to come in the mornin'. Shout loud and shout long, let the echoes answer strong when the sun rises up in the mornin'. Oh, you allus will be wrong twel you choose to belong to the Marster what's a-comin' in the mornin'. End of the hymn. Hymn number 3, Corn-Shucking Song. Oh, the fust news you know the day'll be a-breakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. And the fire be a-burnin' and the ash cake a-bakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. And the horn'll be a-hollerin' and the boss'll be a-wakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Better get up, nigger, and give yourself a shakin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you see them ripe stars a-fallin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear the rain crows callin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear that red calf bawlin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Then the daytime's a-creepin' and a-crawlin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For the law-sellin' yard is a-huntin' for the mornin'. Hey-yo, get along, go way. And she'll catch up with us 'fore we ever get this corn in. Oh, go way, Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you hear dat tin horn a-tootin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. Oh, honey, when you hear dat squinch owl a-hootin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. Oh, honey, when you hear them little pigs a-rootin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. Right then she's a-comin' and a-skippin' and a-scootin', hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you hear dat roan mule whicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. When you see Mr. Moon turnin' pale and gettin' sicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. Den it's time for to handle dat corn a little quicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de bango. If you want to get a smell of old Marster's jug of liquor, hey-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For the lost selling yard is a-huntin' for the mornin', hi-yo, get along, go away. And she'll catch up with us 'fore we ever get this corn in. Oh, go away, Cindy Ann. You niggers cross there, you better stop your dancin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. No use fer to come a-flingin' on your shants in, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. No use fer to come a-flingin' of your cants in, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. 'Cause there ain't no time for your pattin' nor your prancin', hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Mr. Rabbit see the fox, and he sass him and a jaws him, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. Mr. Fox catch the rabbit, and he scratch him and he claws him, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. And he tire off the hide, and he chaws him and he gnaws him, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. Same like gal chawin' sweet gum and rosin, hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For the law-sellin' yard is a-huntin' for the mornin', hi-yo, get along, go away. And she'll catch up with us 'fore we ever get this corn in, oh, go away, Cindy Ann. Oh, work on, boys, give those shucks a mighty ringin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. For the boss come around a-dangin' and a-dingin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. Get up and move around, set them big hands to swingin', hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the bango. Get up and shout loud, let the white folks hear you singin', hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For the lost Ellen yard is a-huntin' for the mornin', hi-yo, get along, go way. And she'll catch up with us 'fore we ever get this corn in, oh, go away, Cindy Ann. End of the song. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. We're in Volume 2, doing his songs. This is number 4, the Plough-hands song from Jasper County of 1860. Nigger mighty happy when layin' by corn, dat sun's a-slantin'. Nigger mighty happy when he hear the dinner horn, dat sun's a-slantin'. But he more happy still when the night draws on, dat sun's a-slantin'. Dat sun's a-slantin' just as shows you're born, and it's rise up, Primus, fetch another yell. Dat old dun cow's just a-shakin' up the bell, and the frog's tunin' up 'fore the dew done fell. Good night, Mr. Kildee, I wish you mighty well. Mr. Kildee, I wish you mighty well. I wish you mighty well. The corn'll be ready 'ginst dumplin' day, dat sun's a-slantin'. But nigger gotta watch, and stick, and stay, dat sun's a-slantin'. Same as the bee martin watchin' of the jay, dat sun's a-slantin'. Dat sun's a slantin' and a slippin' away. Then it's rise up, Primus, and gin it turn strong. De cow's gwine home wid a ding-dang-dong, slingin' another tatch of de old-time song. Good night, Mr. Whippoorwill, don't stay long. Mr. Whippoorwill, don't stay long. Don't stay long.
Song number 5, Christmas Play Song, from Myrick Place, Putnam County, 1858.
Hi, my rinktum, black gal sweet, same like goodies what the white folks eat. Ho, my Riley, don't you take and tell her name, and den if something happen, you won't catch the blame. Hi, my rinktum, better take and hide your plum. Joey don't holler every time he find a worm. Then it's hi, my rinktum, don't get no udder man. Then it's home, my Riley, fetch out Miss Dilsey Ann. Ho, my Riley, yaller gal fine. She may be yourn, but she oughter be mine. Hi, my rinktum, let me get by, and see what you mean by the cut of dat eye. Ho, my Riley, better shut dat door. The white folks'll believe that we're tearing up the floor. Then it's ho, my Riley, come a sifting up to me, and it's hi, my rinktum, dis the way to twist your knee. Hi, my rinktum, ain't the ease getting red? The squinch owl shiver like he want to go to bed. Ho, my Riley, but the gals and the boys just now gettin' so they can sorter make a noise. Hi, my rinktum, let the yaller gal alone. Niggers don't hanker after sody and the pone. Then it's hi, my rinktum, better try another plan. And it's ho, my Riley, trot out Miss Dilsey Ann. Ho, my Riley, in the happy Christmas time, the niggers shake the clothes a-huntin' for a dime. Hi, my rinktum, and then they shake their feet to grease theirself with the good ham meat. Ho, my Riley, to eat and to cram, and by and by old Miss'll be sending out the dram. Then it's ho, my Riley, you hear dat, Sam? And it's hi, my rinktum, she be sending out the dram.
Song number 6, Plantation Play Song, from Putnam County, 1856.
It's getting mighty late when the guinea hens squall, and you better dance now if you're going to dance at all. For by this time tomorrow night you can't hardly crawl, 'cause you'll have to take the hoe again, and likewise the maul. Don't you hear that bay colt a-kicking in his stall? Stop your humping up your shoulders, though. That'll never do. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou, it takes a heap of scrooging for to get you through. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. If you niggers don't watch, you'll sing another tune, for the sun'll rise and catch you if you don't be mighty soon. And the stars is getting paler, and old gray coon is a-settin' in the grapevine a-watchin' fer the moon. When a feller comes a-knockin', just holler, oh, shoo! Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. Oh, swing dat, yaller gal. Do, boys, do. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. Oh, turn me loose. Let me 'lone. Go away now. What you speck a come a-dancin' fer if I dunno how? Dese the very kind of footses what kicks up a row. Can't you jump inter de middle and make your gal a bow? Look at dat merlatter man a-follerin' up Sue. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. The boys ain't a-goin' when you cry boo-hoo. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou.
Song number 7 is called Transcriptions, and there are 2 parts to it. Plant 1 is a plantation chant.
It's 1844. Christ done opened up dat heavenly door, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1845. Christ done made dat dead man alive, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ask me to run home, little children, run home
dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1846. Christ has got us a place done fix, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1847. Christ done sot a table in heaven, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ask me to run home, little children. Run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1848. Christ done made dat crooked way straight, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1849. Christ done turned dat water into wine, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ask me to run home, little children. Run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1840. Christ is the mourner's onlyest friend, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1811. Christ to be at the door when we all get to heaven, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ask me to run home, little children. Run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer.
Part 2. A Plantation Serenade.
De old bee make de honeycomb, de young bee make de honey. De niggers make de cotton and de corn, and de white folks gets de money. The raccoon he's a curious man. He never walk twel dark, and nothin' never disturbs his mind twel he hear old Br'er bark. De raccoon totes a bushy tail, de possum totes no hair. Mr. Rabbit he comes skippin' by, he ain't got none to spare. Monday mornin', break er day, white folks got me gwine. But Saturday night when the sun goes down, dat yaller girl's in my mind. 15 pound of meat a week, whiskey for to sell. Oh, how can a young man stay at home when dem gals they look so well? Met a possum in de road. Br'er Possum, where you gwine? I thank my stars, I bless my life, I'm a huntin' for the muscadine.
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 2, His Songs. Song number 7, The Big Bethel Church.
De Big Bethel Church, de Big Bethel Church, done put old Satan behind 'em. If a sinner get loose from any other church, de Big Bethel Church will find 'em. It's good to be dere, and it's sweet to be dere, wid de sisterin' all around you, a shakin' dem shackles er mussy and love, wherewid de Lord has bound you. It's sweet to be dere and listen to de hymns, and hear dem moaners a shoutin'. Dey done reach de place where dey ain't no room for any more weepin' and doubtin'. It's good to be dere when de sinners all jined wid de brudderin' in dere singin', and it look like Gabriel gonna rack up and blow and set dem heaven bells to ringin'. Oh, de Big Bethel Church, de Big Bethel Church, done put old Satan behind 'em. If a sinner get loose from any other church, the Big Bethel Church will find 'em.
This is the final song, number 9, Time Goes by Turns.
There's a powerful wrassle twixt the good and the bad, and the bad's got to all under holt. But when de wust come, she come ironclad, and you had to hold your breath for the jolt. But de todes de last good gets the knee lock, and they drops to the ground, kerflop. Good had the turn, and he stand like a rock, and he bleeds for the bee on top. The dry weather breaks with a big thunderclap, for there ain't no drought what can last. But the season what whoops up the cotton crop, likewise they freshens up the grass. The rain falls so soft in the long dark night, till you had to hold your hand for a sign. But the drizzle what sets the tater slips right is the making of the maypop vine. In the mellerest ground the clay root'll catch and hold to the tongue of the plow. And a pine pole gate at the garden patch never'll keep out the old brindle cow. One and all on us knows who's a pullin' at the bits, like the lead mule that guides by the rein. And yit, somehow or another, the bestest of us gets mighty sick of the tuggin' at the chain. Hump yourself to the load and forget the distress for them what stands by for to scoff. For the harder the pullin', the longer the rest, and the bigger the feed in the trough. End of the tale, end of the volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 3, A Story of the War. When Miss Theodosia Huntington of Burlington, Vermont, concluded to come south in 1870, she was moved by three considerations. In the first place, her brother, John Huntington, had become a citizen of Georgia, having astonished his acquaintances by marrying a young lady, the male members of whose family had achieved considerable distinction in the Confederate army. In the second place, she was anxious to explore a region which she had almost unconsciously pictured to herself as remote and semi-barbarous. And in the third place, her friends had persuaded her that to some extent she was an invalid. It was in vain that she argued with herself as to the propriety of undertaking the journey alone and unprotected, and she finally put an end to inward and outward doubts by informing herself and her friends, including John Huntington, her brother, who was practicing law in Atlanta, that she had decided to visit the South. When, therefore, on the 12th of October, 1870, the date is duly recorded in one of Miss Theodosia's letters, she alighted from the cars in Atlanta in the midst of a great crowd, she fully expected to find her brother waiting to receive her. The bells of several locomotives were ringing, a number of trains were moving in and out, and the porters and baggagemen were screaming and brawling to such an extent that for several moments Miss Huntington was considerably confused, so much so that she paused in the hope that her brother would suddenly appear and rescue her from the smoke and dust and din. At that moment someone touched her on the arm, and she heard a strong, half-confident, half-apologetic voice exclaim, "Ain't this yer Miss Doshy?" Turning, Miss Theodosia saw at her side a tall, gray-haired Negro. Elaborating the incident afterward to her friends, she was pleased to say that the appearance of the old man was somewhat picturesque. He stood towering above her, his hat in one hand, a carriage whip in the other, and an expectant smile lighting up his rugged face. She remembered a name her brother had often used in his letters, and, with a woman's tact, she held out her hand and said, "Is this Uncle Remus?" "Law, Miss Doshy, how you know the old nigger? I knowed you by the favor, but how you know me?" And then, without waiting for a reply, "Miss Sally, she's sick in bed, and Mars John, he bleeds to go in the country, and they took and sont me. I knowed you the minute I laid eyes on you. Time I seed you, I say to myself, I laid there's Miss Doshy, and sho' enough, there you was. You ain't goin' up your checks, is you? 'Cause I'll git de trunk sont up by de 'spress wagon." The next moment Uncle Remus was elbowing his way unceremoniously through the crowd, and in a very short time, seated in the carriage driven by the old man, Miss Huntingdon was whirling through the streets of Atlanta in the direction of her brother's home. She took advantage of the opportunity to study the old negro's face closely, her natural curiosity considerably sharpened by a knowledge of the fact that Uncle Remus had played an important part in her brother's history. The result of her observation must have been satisfactory, for presently she laughed and said, "Uncle Remus, you haven't told me how you knew me in that great crowd." The old man chuckled, and gave the horses a gentle rap with the whip. "Who, me? I knowed you by de favor. Dat boy Mars John's is de very spittin' an image of you. I'd a knowed you in New Orleans, let alone down there in de car shed." This was Miss Theodosia's introduction to Uncle Remus. One Sunday afternoon, a few weeks after her arrival, the family were assembled in the piazza, enjoying the mild weather. Mr. Huntingdon was reading a newspaper. His wife was crooning softly as she rocked the baby to sleep, and the little boy was endeavoring to show his Aunt Dosia the outlines of Kennesaw Mountain through the purple haze that hung like a wonderfully fashioned curtain in the sky and almost obliterated the horizon. While they were thus engaged, Uncle Remus came round the corner of the house talking to himself. "Dey er too lazy to work," he was saying, "and dey 'spects honest folks for to stand up and sport 'em. I'm gwine down to Putmon County where Mars Jeems is. That's what I'm a-gwine to do." "What's the matter now, Uncle Remus?" inquired Mr. Huntingdon, folding up his newspaper. "Nothin' 'tall, Mars John, 'ceptin' dese yer sunshine niggers. Dey begs my terbacker, and borries my tools, and steals my vittles, and it's done come to dat pass dat I gotta pack up and go. I'm a-gwine down to Putmon, dat's what." Uncle Remus was accustomed to make this threat several times a day, but upon this occasion it seemed to remind Mr. Huntingdon of something. "Very well," he said. "I'll come around and help you pack up. But before you go, I want you to tell sister here how you went to war and fought for the Union. Remus was a famous warrior," he continued, turning to Miss Theodosia. "He volunteered for one day and commanded an army of one. You know the story, but you've never heard Remus's version." Uncle Remus shuffled around in an awkward, embarrassed way, scratched his head, and looked uncomfortable. "Miss Doshy ain't got no time for to set dar and hear the old nigger run on." "Oh, yes, I have, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the young lady. "Plenty of time." The upshot of it was that, after many ridiculous protests, Uncle Remus sat down on the steps and proceeded to tell his story of the war. Miss Theodosia listened with great interest, but throughout it all she observed, and she was painfully conscious of the fact, as she afterward admitted, that Uncle Remus spoke from the standpoint of a Southerner, and with the air of one who expected his hearers to thoroughly sympathize with him. "Course," said Uncle Remus, addressing himself to Miss Theodosia, "you ain't been to Putmon, and you dunno where the Brad slaughter place and Harmony Grove is, but Mars John and Miss Sally, dey been dere a time or two, and dey knows how de land lays. Well den, it was right long in dere where Mars Jeems lived, and where he live now. When de war come along, he was livin' dere longer Ole Miss and Miss Sally. Ole Miss was his ma, and Miss Sally dere was his sister. De war come just like I tell you, and mought sorter rock along same as dey allers did. It didn't strike me dat dey was any war goin' on, but ef I hadn't sorter missed de neighbors and seed folks gwine out of de way for to ax de news, I'd allowed to myself dat de war was way off 'mong some yuther country. But all dis time de fuss was gwine on, and Mars Jeems, he was just itchin' for to put in. Ole Miss and Miss Sally, dey took on so he didn't git off de fust year, but bimeby, News come down dat times was gittin' putty hot, and Mars Jeems he got up, he did, and say he gotta go, and go he did. He got a overseer fer to look after de place, and he went and jined de army. And he was a fighter, too, Mars Jeems was. Many's and many's the time, continued the old man reflectively, that I had to take and brush dat boy on account of his 'busin' and beatin' dem yother boys. He went off there for to fight, and he fit. Ole Miss used to call me up Sunday and read what the papers say 'bout Mars Jeems, and it hope her up mightily. I can see it just like it was yesterday. "Remus," says she, "dish yer's what the papers say 'bout my baby." And then she read out twell she couldn't read for cryin'. Hit went on dis way year in and year out, and dem was lonesome times, sho's you're born, Miss Doshy. Lonesome times, sho. Hit got hotter and hotter in de war, and lonesomer and mo' lonesomer at home, and by, 'long come de conscription man, and he just everlastingly scoop up Mars Jeems' overseer. When dis come about, Ole Miss, she sot after me and says she, "Remus, I ain't got nobody fer to look after de place but you," says she, and then I up and say, says I, "Mistus, you kin jest pen on de old nigger." I was old then, Miss Dosha, let 'lone what I is now, and you better believe I bossed dem hands. I had dem niggers up in de field long 'fore day, and de way dey did work was a caution. If dey didn't earn der vittles dat season, then I ain't named Remus. But dey was tuck keer on. Dey had plenty of clothes, plenty of grub, and dey was de fattest niggers in de settlement. By, one day, Ole Miss, she called me up and say de Yankees done gone and tuck Atlanty, dish yer very town. Den presently I hear dey was a marchin' on down towards Putman. And lo and beholds, one day, the first news I knowed, Mars Jeems, he rid up with a whole gang of men. He just stopped long enough for to change hosses and snatch a muffle of something to eat, but 'fore he rid off, he call up and say, says he, "Daddy," all old Mrs. Chillins call me Daddy. "Daddy," he say, "'pears like dere's gwineter be mighty rough times round here. De Yankees, dey a done got to Madison and Monticello, and 'twon't be many days 'fore dey git down here. 'Tain't likely dey'll pester mother nor sister, but, Daddy, if the wust come to the wust, I 'spect you to take keer of 'em," says he. Den I say, says I, "How long you been knowin' me, Mars Jeems?" says I. "Since I was a baby," says he. "Well den, Mars Jeems," says I, "you know 'twa'n't no use fer to ax me to take keer of Ole Miss and Miss Sally." Den he tuck and squoze my hand, and jump on de filly I been savin' fer him, and rid off. One time he turn around, look like he want to say something, but he just wave his hand, so he gallop on. I knowed den de trouble was brewin'. Nigger that knows he's gwine to get thumped can sorter fix hisself, and I tuck and fix up like de war was gwine to come right in at de front gate. I took and got all de cattle and hosses together, and driv 'em to de 4-mile place. And I took all de corn and fodder and wheat, and put 'em in a crib out there in de woods. And I built me a pen in de swamp, and there I put de hogs. Den, when I fix all dis, I put on my Sunday clothes and ground my axe. 2 whole days I ground dat axe. De grindstone was inside of de gate and close to de big house, and there I took my stand. By, one day, here come de Yankees. 2 of 'em come fust, and den de whole face of de earth swam with 'em. De fust glimpse I cotch of 'em, I took my axe and marched into Ole Miss' settin' room. She done had de sideboard moved in there, and I wish I may drap if it weren't fairly blazin' with silver. Silver cups and silver saucers, silver plates and silver dishes, silver mugs and silver pitchers. Looked like to me dey was fixin' for a weddin'. There sot Ole Miss jest as prim and as proud as if she owned a whole county. Dis kinder hope me up, 'cause I done seed Ole Miss look dat a way once before when de overseer struck me in de face wid a whip. I sot down by de fire wid my axe 'tween my knees. There we sot whilst de Yankees ransacked de place. Miss Sally there, she got sorter restless, but Ole Miss don't scarcely bat her eyes. By we hear steps on de piazza, and here come a couple of young fellers with strops on their shoulders, and the swords a draggin' on the floor, and the spurs a rattlin'. I won't say I was skeered, said Uncle Remus, as though endeavoring to recall something he failed to remember. I won't say I was skeered, 'cause I wasn't, but I was took wid a mighty funny feelin' in de neighborhood of my gizzard. They was mighty perlite, dem young chaps was, but Ole Miss, she never turned her head, and Miss Sally, she looked straight at de fire. By one of 'em see me, and he say, says he, "Hello, old man, what you doin' in here?" says he. "Well, boss," says I been cuttin' some wood for Ole Miss, and I just stopped for to warm my hands a little," says I. "It is cold, that's a fact," says he. With dat, I got up and took my stand behind Ole Miss and Miss Sally, and de man what speak, he went up and warm his hands. First thing you know, he raise up sudden and says he, "What dat on your axe?" "Dat's de fire shinin' on it," says I. "Hit look like blood," says he, and then he laughed. But bless your soul, dat man wouldn't laugh dat day if he'd knowed de workins of Remus's mind. But they didn't bother nobody nor touch nothin', and by they all put out. Well, the Yankees they kep' passin' all de mornin', and it looked like to me dey was a string of 'em 10 mile long. Den dey commenced gettin' thinner and thinner, and then after a while we hear skirmishin' in de neighborhood of Armour's Ferry, and Ole Miss 'low how dat was Wheeler's men makin' pursuit. Mars Jeems was wid dem Wheeler fellers, and I knowed if dey was dat close I wasn't doin' no good settin' round de house toastin' my shins at de fire. So I just took Mars Jeems's rifle from behind the door and put out to look after my stock. Seem like I ain't never seen no raw day like that, neither before nor since. There wa'n't no rain, but the wet just sifted down. Mighty raw day. The leaves on the ground was so wet they don't make no fuss, and I got in de woods, and whenever I hear the Yankees goin' by, I just stop in my tracks and let 'em pass. I was standin' that way in de edge of de woods, lookin' out cross the clearin' when, piff! Out come a little bunch of blue smoke from the top of one of dem lonesome-lookin' pines, and den pow! Says I to myself, says I, "Honey, you are right on my route, and I'll just see what kind of bird you got roostin' in you." And whiles I was a lookin' out boost the smoke, piff, and then bang! With dat I just drapped back into the woods, and sorter skeerted round so's to git the tree twixt me and the road. I slid up putty close, and what do you 'spect I see? Jest as sho as you're sittin' there listenin', dey was a live Yankee up there in dat tree, and he was a loadin' and a shootin' at de boys jest as cool as a cowcumber in de dew, and he had his hoss hitch out in de bushes, 'cause I hear the creature tromplin' round. He'd a spyglass up dar, and whiles I was a watchin' of him, he raise up and look through her, and den he lay her down and fix his gun for to shoot. I had good eyes in dem days, if I ain't got 'em now, and way up the big road I see Mars Jeems a comin'. Hit was too fur to see his face, but I knowed him by the filly what I raised for him, and she was a prancin' like a schoolgal. I knowed dat man was gwineter shoot Mars Jeems if he could, and dat was more'n I could stand. Many's and many's the time did I nuss dat boy, and hilt him in dese arms, and toted him on dis back. And when I see dat Yankee lay dat gun cross a limb, and take aim at Mars Jeems, I up with my old rifle, and shet my eyes, and let the man have all she had." "Do you mean to say," exclaimed Miss Theodosia indignantly, "that you shot the Union soldier when you knew he was fighting for your freedom?" "Course I know about all dat," responded Uncle Remus, "and it sorter made cold chills run up my back. But when I see dat man take aim, and Mars Jeems gwine home to Ole Miss and Miss Sally, I jest disremembered all about freedom, and lammed loose. And den after dat, me and Miss Sally tuck and nussed the man right straight along. He lost one arm in dat tree business, but me and Miss Sally we nuss him and we nuss him twell he done got well. Just about dat time I quit nussin' him, but Miss Sally she kep on. She kep on," continued Uncle Remus, pointing to Mr. Huntington, "and now dar he is." "But you cost him an arm!" exclaimed Miss Theodosia. "I give him den," said Uncle Remus, pointing to Mrs. Huntington, "and I give him these," holding up his own brawny arms, "and ef dem ain't enough for any man, den I done lost the way." End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4. Entitled His Sayings. The first one is entitled James Rober'son's Last Illness. A Jonesboro Negro, while waiting for the train to go out, met up with Uncle Remus. After the usual time of day had been passed between the two, the former inquired about an acquaintance. "How's James Rober'son?" he said. "Ain't you hear about Jim?" asked Uncle Remus. "Dat I ain't," responded the other. "I ain't hear talk of Jim since he cut loose from the chain gang. Dat what I ax. He ain't down with the biliousness, is he?" "Not that I knows of," responded Uncle Remus gravely. "He ain't sick. He ain't been sick. He just took and say he was gwine to ride dat ar roan mule of Mars Jones's the udder Sunday, and de mule she up and do like she got anudder engagement. I done been fooled with dat mule before, and I tuck and told Jim dat he better not git tangle up wid her. But Jim, he up and 'lowed dat he was a hoss doctor, and wid dat he axed me for a chaw tobacker, and den he got de bridle and tuck and cotched de mule and got on her. Well," continued Uncle Remus, looking uneasily around, "I speck you better go get your ticket. They tells me dish yer train goes a Callyhootin'." "Hold on dar, Uncle Remus, you ain't tellin' me 'bout Jim," exclaimed the Jonesboro Negro. "I done tell you all I knows, chile. Jim, he tuck and light on de mule, and de mule she up and hump herself, and den dey was a scuffle, and when de dust blow away, der lay de nigger on de ground, and de mule she stood eatin' at de trough with one er Jim's galusses wropped round her behind leg. Den afterwards, de coroner, he come round. He tuck and gived out that Jim died sorter accidental like. It's just like I tell you, the nigger warn't sick a minute. So long. By you won't catch your train. I got to be knocking long." Number 2. Uncle Remus's Church Experience. The deacon of a colored church met Uncle Remus recently, and after some uninteresting remarks about the weather, asked, "How dis you don't come down to church no more, Brother Remus? We been a havin' some mighty refreshin' times lately." "Hit's been a long time since I been down there, Brer Rastus, and hit'll be longer. I done got my dose." "You ain't done gone and unjoined, is you, Brother Remus?" "Not exactly, Brer Rastus. I just took and drawed out. De members is a blame sight too mutual for to suit my doctrines." How was dat, Brer Remus?" "Well, I tell you, Brer Rastus, when I went to dat church, I went just as humble as de nex' one. I went dar for to sing, and for to pray, and for to wuship, and I most generally always had a stray shin plaster which de old woman say she want sot out there to dem colored folks cross de water. Hit went on dis-a-way twel bimeby, one day, de fust news I knowed, there was a row got up in de amen corner. Brer Dick, he 'nounced dat dey weren't enough money in de box, and Brer Sim said if dey weren't, he speck Brer Dick knowed where it disappeared to. And den Brer Dick 'lowed dat he won't stand no probusness, and wid dat he haul off and tuck Brer Sim under de jaw kerblap, and den dey clinched and drapped on de floor and fought under de benches and among de wimmen. 'Bout dat time, Sis Tempy, she lipt up in de air and sing out dat she gone and tromple on de old boy. She kep on lippin' up and slingin' out her hands twel bimeby blip, she tuck Sis Becky in de mouth. And den Sis Becky riz and fetch a grab at Sis Tempy, and I 'clar' to gracious if didn't appear to me that she got a pounder wool. Atter dat, de revivin' sorter het up like. Both of 'em had kin 'mong de mourners, and if you ever see scufflin' and scramblin', hit was den and dar. Brer James Henry, he mounted Brer Plato and rid him over de railin', and den de preacher he start down from de pulpit, and just as he was skippin' onter de platform a hymn book cotch him in de burr of de year, and I be bless if it didn't sound like a bung shell busted. Just den Brer Jesse he riz up in his seat sorter keerless like, and went down inter his britches after his razor, and right den I knowed sho' nuff trouble was begun. Sis Dilsey she seed it herself, and she tuck'n let off one of dem hallelujah hollers, and den I disremember what come to pass. I git sorter old, Brer Rastus, and it seem like the dust sorter shut out the panorama. Furthermore, my limbs got to achin', and more specially when I hear Brer Sim and Brer Dick a snortin' and a scufflin' under the benches like they was sorter makin' their way to my pew. So I kinder hump myself and scramble out, and the first man what I seed was a policeman, and he had a nigger arrested, and the forgivin' name of that nigger was Remus. He didn't arrest you, did he, Brer Remus? It's just like I tell you, Brer Rastus, and I had to get Mars John for to go into my bones for me. Hit ain't no use for to sing out church to me, Brer Rastus. I done been and got my dose. When I goes to war, I want to know what I'm a-doin'. I don't want to get hemmed up among no women and preachers. I wants elbow room, and I'm bleeds to have it. Just gimme elbow room. But Brer Remus, you ain't... I might drop in, Brer Rastus. Then again, I mightn't. But when you see me saunter in the door with my specs on, you can just say to the congregation, sort of familious-like, "Here come Old Man Remus with his hoss pistol, and if there's much of a scuffle round you this evening, you're going to hear from him." That's me, and that's what you can tell 'em. So long. 'Member me to Sis Abby. Saying number 3, Uncle Remus and the Savannah Darky. The notable difference existing between the negroes in the interior of the cotton states and those on the seaboard, a difference that extends to habits and opinions as well as to dialect, has given rise to certain ineradicable prejudices which are quick to display themselves whenever an opportunity offers. These prejudices were forcibly, as well as ludicrously, illustrated in Atlanta recently. A gentleman from Savannah had been spending the summer in the mountains of North Georgia, and found it convenient to take along a body servant. This body servant was a very fine specimen of the average coast negro, sleek, well-conditioned, and consequential, disposed to regard with undisguised contempt everything and everybody not indigenous to the rice-growing region, and he paraded around the streets with quite a curious and critical air. Espying Uncle Remus languidly sunning himself on a corner,
The Savannah darky approached. "Mornin', sah." "I'm sorter up and about," responded Uncle Remus, carelessly and calmly. "How is you standin' it?" "Tankee you, my help most so-so. He more hot dan in de mountain. Seems so like man must git needed de shade. I ain't tiffer see no rice bud in dis parts." "In dis which?" inquired Uncle with a sudden affectation of interest. "In dis parts, in dis country. Da plenty in Savannah." "Plenty where?" "Da plenty in Savannah. I ain't tiffer see no crab and no osher, no swimp, and no stayin' round. I like some rice bud now." "You're talkin' 'bout dese yer sparrows, which dey are all head, and 'lev'm of 'em makes one mouthful, I speck," suggested Uncle Remus. "Well, dey are yer," he continued, "but dis ain't no climate where de rice bird flies into your pockets and gits out de money and makes de change derself. And de isters don't shuck off de shells and run over you in de street. And no mo' does de simp hold 'emselves and drop in your mouth. But dey are here, dough. De scads'll fetch 'em." "Hit po' country folks true," commented the Savannah Negro. "He no like Sewanny. Down dar, we set and eat de shade and eat de rice bud, and de crab, and de swimp tree time of day, and de buckra man drinky him wine, and smoky him seegyar all through de night. Plenty to eat, not much for work." "It's mighty nice, I speck," responded Uncle Remus gravely. "De nigger dat ain't hope up longer high feedin' ain't got no grip. But up yer, where folks has got to scramble round and make their own livin', de vittles what's 'cumulated without any sweatin' most always generally belongs to some other man by rights. One hoe cake and a rasher of middlin' meat lasts me from Sunday to Sunday, and I'm in a mighty big streak of luck when I gets dat." The Savannah Negro here gave utterance to a loud contemptuous laugh, and began to fumble somewhat ostentatiously with a big brass watch chain. "But I speck I struck up wid a payin' job last Tuesday," continued Uncle Remus in a hopeful tone. "What you gwine do?" "Oh, I'm a waitin' on a culled gentleman from Savannah, one of dese yer high livers you been tellin' 'bout." "How dat?" "I loant him $2," responded Uncle Remus grimly, "and I'm a waitin' on him for de money. It's one of dese yer jobs what lasts a long time." The Savannah Negro went off after his rice birds, while Uncle Remus leaned up against the wall and laughed until he was in imminent danger of falling down from sheer exhaustion. End of the saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. We're working on Volume 4, His Sayings. This one is entitled Turnip Salad as a Text. As Uncle Remus was going down the street recently, he was accosted by several acquaintances. "Hey, yo," said one. "Here comes Uncle Remus. He looks like he gwine fer to set up a boardin' house." Several others bantered the old man, but he appeared to be in a good humor. He was carrying a huge basket of vegetables. "How many of you boys," said he as he put his basket down, "is done a hand's turn this day? And yet the week's done commence. I hear talk of niggers that's got money in the bank, but I lay it ain't none of you fellers. Where you speck you're goin' to get your dinner, and how you speck you're goin' to get along?" "Oh, we sorter knocks around and picks up a livin'," responded one. "That's what make I say what I does," said Uncle Remus. "Folks go 'bout in de daytime and makes a livin', and you come along when dey are restin' their bones and picks it up. I ain't no hand at figures, but I lay I can count up right here in de sand and number up how many days it'll be 'fore you are coupled on to de chain gang." "De old man's hollerin' now, sure," said one of the listeners, gazing with admiration on the venerable old darky. "I ain't takin' no chances 'bout vittles. It's proned into me from the fust that I got to eat, and I knows that I got for the grub for what I gets. It's against the mortal law for niggers for to eat when they don't work, and when you see 'em 'parently a fattin' on air, you can jest bet that ruination's goin' on somewheres. I got mustard, and poke salad, and lamb's quarter in dat basket, and me and my old woman gwine to sample it. If any you boys get a invite, you come, but if you don't, you better stay away. I got a musket out dar what's used to persuadin' round where dere's a cripple nigger. Don't you forget dat offen your mind." End of the saying. Saying number 5, a confession. "What's dis year I see? Great big niggers gwine lopin' round town wid cakes and pies for to sell?" said Uncle Remus recently, in his most scornful tone. "That's what they're doing," responded a young man. "That's the way they make a living." "Dat what make I say what I does. Dat what keep me grumblin' when I goes in colored folks' society. Some niggers ain't gwine to work nohow, and it's flingin' way time fer to set any chain gang traps fer to ketch 'em." "Well, here now," exclaimed the young man in a dramatic tone, "what are you giving us now? Isn't it just as honest and just as regular to sell pies as it is to do any other kind of work?" "'Tain't dat, boss," said the old man, seeing that he was about to be cornered. "'Tain't dat. It's the nastiness of it which gets me." "Oh, get out." "Dat's me, boss, up and down. If dere's ruination anywhere in the known world, she goes into company of a hongry nigger what's a totin' pies round. Sometimes when I get cotched with emptiness in the pit of the stomach, and get to fairly honin' after somethin' what got substance in it, den hit look like unto me that I can stand flat-footed and make more clear money eatin' pies than I could if I were to sell the last one twixt dis and Christmas. And a nigger what can traipse round with pies and not get in no alleyway and sample 'em, den I'm bleedst to say, dat nigger out-niggers me and my family, so there now." End of saying. Saying number 6, Uncle Remus with the toothache. When Uncle Remus put in an appearance one morning recently, his friends knew he had been in trouble. He had a red cotton handkerchief tied under his chin, and the genial humor that usually makes his aged face its dwelling place had given way to an expression of grim melancholy. The young men about the office were inclined to chaff him, but his look of sullen resignation remained unchanged. "What revival did you attend last night?" inquired one. "What was the color of the mule that did the hammering?" asked another. "I was told the old man that a suburban chicken coop would fall on him," remarked someone. "A strange pig has been squealing in his ear," suggested someone else. But Uncle Remus remained impassive. He seemed to have lost all interest in what was going on around him, and he sighed heavily as he seated himself on the edge of the trash box in front of the office. Finally someone asked in a sympathetic tone, "What's the matter, old man? You look like you've been through the mill." "Now you're knockin'. I ain't been through the mill since day 'fore yesterday, den dey ain't no mills in de land. If one of dese yer 'scursion trains had runned over me, I couldn't have been wuss off. I been trompin' round in de low grounds now gwine on 75 year, but I ain't seen no sich times as dat which I done seen now. Boss, is any of you all ever rassled with the toothache?" "Oh, hundreds of times. The toothache isn't anything." "Then you jest played around with the ages. You ain't had the kind what cotch me on the underjaw. You might a had a gum bile, but you ain't been bothered with the toothache. I was settin' up talkin' with my old woman, kinder puzzlin' round fer to see what the next meal's vittles was a goin' to come from,
and I feel a little ache sort of crawling along on my jawbone, kind of feeling his way. But the ache don't stay long. He sort of hankered around like, and then croaked back where he come from. By and by, I feel him coming again, and this time it looked like he come up closer, kind-o' skirmishing round for to see how the land lay. Then he went off. Presently I feel him coming, and this time it looked like he carried the news unto Mary, for it feel like there was another one with him. They crep up and they crep round, and then they crope off. By and by they come back, and this time they come like they wasn't feared of the surroundings, for they trot right up into the tooth, sort of examine it like, and then trot all round it, like these here circus hosses. I sot there mighty calm, but I expected that something was going to happen. And it happened, did it? Asked someone in the group surrounding the old man. Boss, don't you forget it, responded Uncle Remus fervidly. When dem aches gallop back, they gallop for to stay, and they was so mixed up that I couldn't tell one from the other. All night long they racked and they galloped, and when they got tired of racking and galloping, they all closed in on the old tooth and thumped it and gouged at it till it appeared unto me they had the jawbone loosened up, and was trying for to fetch it up through the top of my head and out at the back of my neck. And they got worse next day. Mars John, he seed I was distracted, and he told me for to go round here and get something put on it. And the drug man, he 'lowed that I better have her drawed, and his words wasn't more cold for one of these here whatchamacallums, one of these dentist men's, had retched for it with a pair of tongs what don't turn loose when they catches a holt. Leastways, they didn't with me. You oughta seed that tooth, boss. Hit was one of these here four-pronged fellers. If she'd a growed wrong end outward, I'd a been a bad nigger long after I joined the church. You yeared me, hon? End of saying.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 7, The Phonograph.
Uncle Remus, asked a tall, awkward-looking Negro, who was one of a crowd surrounding the old man, what's dish yer what they calls the phonograph? Dish yer instrument what can holler round like little chillun in the backyard.
I ain't seen 'em, said Uncle Remus, feeling in his pocket for a fresh chew of tobacco. I ain't seed 'em, but I hear talk of 'em. Miss Sally was a readin' in the papers last Tuesday, and she say that it's a mighty big what-you-may-call-'em.
A mighty big which? Asked one of the crowd. A mighty big what's-his-name, answered Uncle Remus cautiously. I wasn't up there close to where Miss Sally was a-readin', but I kind gathered in that it was one of these here what's-his-names what you hollers into one year and it comes out the other. It's mighty funny unto me how these folks can go and prognosticate their echoes into one of these here iron boxes, and there it'll stay untwell the man comes along and turns the handle and lets the fuss come pilin' out. By and by they'll get to making sure enough folks, and then there'll be a racket round here. They tells me that it goes off like one of these here torpedoes. You hear that, don't you? Said one or two of the younger negroes. That's what they tells me, continued Uncle Remus. That's what they says. It's one of these here kind of what's-his-names what sasses back when you hollers at it. What they fix 'em fer, den? Asked one of the practical negroes. That's what I want to know, said Uncle Remus contemplatively. but that's what Miss Sally was a readin' in the paper. All you gotta do is holler at the box, and there's your remarks. They goes in, and there they are tooken, and there they hangs on twell you shakes the box, and then they drops out just as fresh as these yer fishes what you get from Savannah, and you ain't got time for to look at their gills nidder. End of the saying. Saying number 8, race improvement. There's a kind of limberness about niggers these days that's mighty curious, remarked Uncle Remus yesterday, as he deposited a pitcher of fresh water upon the exchange table. I notices it in the alleyways and on the street corners. They are racking up, mon, these yer colored folks is. "What are you trying to give us now?" inquired one of the young men in a bilious tone. "The old man's mind is wandering," said the society editor, smoothing the wrinkles out of his lavender kids. Uncle Remus laughed. "I expect I is a-gittin' more frailer than I was 'fore the farmin' days was over, but I sees with my eyes and I ears with my ear, same as any of these here young bucks what's go gallopin' around huntin' up devilment. And when I sees the limberness of these here colored people, and when I sees how they are dancin' up, then I get sort of hopeful. They are kind of ketchin' up with me." "How is that?" "Oh, they are movin'," responded Uncle Remus. "They are sort of comin' round. They are gittin' so they believe that they ain't no better than the white folks. When freedom come out, the niggers sort of get their humps up, and they stayed that way, twell by they begun for to get hungry, and then they began for to drop into line right smartually. And now," continued the old man emphatically, "they are just as palaverous as they was before the war. They are gittin' on solid ground, man." "You think they're improving, then?" "You are chawin' government now, boss. You slap the law onto a nigger a time or two, and larn him that he's got fer to look after his own rations and keep out of other folks' chicken coops, and sort of coax him into the idea that he's got to feed his own chilluns, and I be blessed if you ain't got him on rising ground. And, more'n dat, when he gets hold of the fact that a nigger can have yaller fever same as white folks, you done got him on the mourner's bench, and den if you come down strong on the point that he oughter stand fast by the folks what help him when he was in trouble, the job's done. When you does that, if you ain't got your hands on a new-made nigger, then my name ain't Remus, and if that name's been changed, I ain't seen her advertised." End of saying. Saying number 9, in the role of a Tartar. A Charleston Negro who was in Atlanta on the 4th of July made a mistake. He saw Uncle Remus edging his way through the crowd and thought he knew him. "Howdy, Daddy Ben," the stranger exclaimed. "I think I never see you no more. Where you goin'? He hot for true, ain't he?" "Daddy which?" asked Uncle Remus, straightening himself up with dignity. "Which?" "I know you in Charleston, and den in Sewanee. I speck I done grow away from 'membrance." "You knowed me in Charleston, and den in Savannah?" "Hit been long time, ain't it, Daddy Ben?" "That's what a pesterin' of me. How much you reckon you knowed me?" "Hit good while past, but I were pickaninny. Hit's long time ago. Where you gwine, Daddy Ben?" "What does you season your recollection wid fer to make it hold on so?" inquired the old man. "I dunno. He stick hisself. I see you comin' along, and I say, 'Hey, there, Daddy Ben.' I think I see you no more, but I shake you by the hand. Where you gwine? There no place where we can get wine?" Uncle Remus stared at the strange darky curiously for a moment, and then he seized him by the arm. "Come here, son, where there ain't no folks, and let me drop some Georgia ointment in dem years of yourn. You're mighty fur ways from home, and you want to be a lookin' out for yourself. First and foremost, you a thumpin' the wrong watermillion. You a whistlin' up the wrong tube. I ain't tromped round the country much. I ain't been to Charleston, and neither is I took in Savannah. But you couldn't rig up no game on me that I wouldn't tumble on to it the minute I laid my eyeballs on you. When it come to dat, I'm Old Man Tumbler from Tumblersville. I is dat. It takes one of dese yer full-blooded white men for to trap my judgment. But when a nigger comes a jabberin' round like he got a mouthful of rice straw, he ain't got no more chance 'longside of me dan a sick sparrow with a squinch owl. You gotta travel with a circus 'fore you gets away with me. You better go long, get your carpet sack, and skip dis town. You are the freshest nigger what I seen yet." The Charleston negro passed on just as a policeman came up. "Boss, you see dat smart Aleck?" "Yes, what's the matter with him?" "He's one of dese yer 'scursion niggers from Charleston. I seed you a standin' over agin the corner yonder, and if dat nigger'd a drawed his Monte cards on me, I was a gwine to holler for you. Would you a come, boss?" "Why, certainly, Uncle Remus." "Dat's what I 'lowed. Little more'n he'd been aboard the wrong wagon. Dat's what he'd been." And to sing.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4. Saying number 10. A Case of Measles. "You've been looking like you were rather under the weather for the past week or two, Uncle Remus," said a gentleman to the old man. "You'd be sort of puny too, boss, if you'd have been where I been." "Where have you been?" "'Pear to me like everybody done you about that. There ain't no old nigger my age and size that's had no rattlin'er time than I is." "A kind of picnic?" "Go 'long, boss. What you spec I'd be doin' sailin' round to dese yer colored picnics? Much more'n I wouldn't make bread by workin' for it, let alone follerin' up a passel of boys and gals all over curation. Boss, ain't you hear about it sure enough?" "I haven't really. What was the matter?" "I got strucken with a sickness, and she hit this old nigger a Joe daughter for sure before she turned him loose." "What kind of sickness?" "It looks sort of curious, boss, but old and steady as I is, I took and cotched the measles." "Oh, get out! You're trying to get up a sensation." "It's a natural fact, boss. I declare to gracious if it ain't. They sort of come on with a cold like. Well, leastways, that's how I commenced for to suffer. And then her cough got straddled at cold. One of these here coughs what looks like it goes to the foundation. I kep on lingerin' round sort of keepin' one eye on the rheumatiz and the udder on the distemper twell by I begin for to feel the trestle work give way, and then I jest knowed that I was gwine to git a racket. I slipped into bed one Tuesday night, and I never slip out no more for mighty nigh on a month. Next mornin' the measles done covered me, and den if I didn't get dosed by the old woman like a Chinee, she give me back rations of sassafras tea. I just naturally hankered and got hungry after water, and every time I sing out for water, I got boiling hot sassafras tea. It got so that when I wake up in the mornin', the old woman just come along with a kittle of tea and fill me up. They tells me round town that chillens don't get hurted with the measles, which if they don't, I want to be a baby the next time they hits this place. All this year measles business is brand new to me. In old times, 'fore the war, I ain't here tellin' no 75-year-old nigger grapplin' with no measles. They ain't catchin' no more, is they, boss?" "Oh, no, I suppose not." "'Cause if they is, you can just put my name down with the migration niggers." End of the saying. Saying number 11, The Immigrants. When Uncle Remus went down to the passenger depot one morning recently, the first sight that caught his eye was an old Negro man, a woman, and 2 children sitting in the shade near the door of the baggage room. One of the children was very young, and the quartet was altogether ragged and forlorn-looking. The sympathies of Uncle Remus were immediately aroused. He approached the group by forced marches, and finally unburdened his curiosity.
"Where's you wanderin' on ter, pard?"
The old Negro, who seemed to be rather suspicious, looked at Uncle Remus coolly, and appeared to be considering whether he should make any reply. Finally, however, he stretched himself and said, "We are gwine down to the neighborhoods of Tallapoozy, and we ain't making no fuss about it, neither."
"I disremember," said Uncle Remus thoughtfully, "where Tallapoozy is."
"Oh, it's out there yonder," replied the old man, motioning his head as if it were just beyond the iron gates of the depot. "It's down in Alabama. When we get dar, maybe we'll go on twell we gets to Mississippi."
"Is you got any folks out dar?" inquired Uncle Remus.
"None dat I knows of."
"And you are taking dis woman and dese chillun out dar where dey don't know nobody? Where's your provisions?" eyeing a chest with a rope around it.
"Dem's our bedclothes," the old Negro explained, noticing the glance of Uncle Remus. "All de vittles what we got we et 'fore we started."
"And you 'spect for to reach there safe and sound? Where's your ticket?"
"Ain't got none. De man says how dey'd pass us through. I give a man a $5 bill 'fore I left Jonesboro, and he said dat settled it."
"Let me tell you dis," said Uncle Remus, straightening up indignantly.
"You go and rob somebody and get on de chain gang and let the woman scratch round and make out her livin', but don't you get on dem cars. Don't you do it. Your best hope is de chain gang. You can make your livin' dar when you can't make it nowheres else. But don't you get on dem cars. If you do, you are gone, nigger. If you ain't got no money fer to walk back wid, you just better build your nest right here. I'm a talkin' wid the bark on. I done seed these yer Arkansas emigrants come lopin' back, and some of 'em don't have rags enough on 'em fer to hide their nakedness. You leave dat box right where she is, and let the woman take one young one, and you take the udder one, and den you get in the middle of the big road and pull out for the place where you come from. I'm a preachin' now."
Those who watched say the quartet didn't take the cars. End of the saying. Saying number 12, As a Murderer. Uncle Remus met a police officer recently.
"You ain't here talkin' no dead nigger nowhere dis mornin', is you, boss?"
asked the old man earnestly.
"No," replied the policeman reflectively. "No, I believe not. Have you heard of any?" "'Pears unto me dat I come mighty nigh gettin' some news 'bout dat size, and dat's what I'm a-huntin' fer. Because if dey er found a stray nigger layin' round loose, wid his breff gone, then I want to go home and git my breakfast and put on some clean clothes, and deliver myself up to one of dese yer justices of the peace, and git a fair trial."
"Why, have you killed anybody?"
"Dat's what I'm inquirin' into now. But I wouldn't be so 'stonished if I ain't laid a nigger out somewheres on the suburbs. Hit's done got so it's agin de law for to bust loose and kill a nigger, ain't it, boss?"
"Well, I should say so. You don't mean to tell me that you have killed a colored man, do you?"
"I speck I is, boss. I speck I done gone and done it dis time, sho. Hit's been sorter growin' on me, and it come to a head dis mornin', 'less my name ain't Remus, and dat's what dey been a-callin' me since I was ole enough fer to scratch myself with my left hand."
"Well, if you've killed a man, you'll have some fun, sure enough. How was it?"
"It was dis way, boss. I was layin' in my bed dis mornin', sorter ruminatin' round, when the fust news I knowed I hear a fuss among the chickens, and den my bristles riz. I done had lots of trouble wid dem chickens, and when I years one of 'em squall, my very shoes come untied.
So I sorter riz up and retch for my ole musket, and den I crope out at de back door, and what do you reckon I seed? I couldn't say. I seed de biggest, blackest nigger dat you ever laid eyes on. He shined like de paint on him was fresh. He had done grabbed 4 of my forwardest pullets. I crope up nigh de door, and hollered and axed him how he was a-gittin' on, and den he broke. And as he broke, I jammed de gun in de small of his back and banged loose. He let out a yell like 40 yaller cats a-courtin', and den he broke. You ain't seed no nigger hump himself like dat nigger. He tore down de well shelter and 4 panels of fence, and de ground looked like one of dese yer hurricanes had lit there and fanned up de yeath. Why, I thought you killed him. He bleeds to be dead, boss. Ain't I put de gun right on him? Seemed like I feel him give way when she went off. Was the gun loaded? That's what my old woman say. She had powder in there, sure. But I disremember whether I put the buckshot in, and whether I left 'em out. Leastways, I'm going to call on one of these here justices. So long, boss. End of the saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 13, His Practical View of Things. Br'er Remus, is you hearn tell of dese doin's out yer in de other end of town? Asked a colored deacon of the church the other day. What doin's is dat, Br'er Ab? Dese yer signs and wonders where dat colored lady died day 'fore yesterday. Mighty queer goin's on out there, Br'er Remus. Show you're born. Spirits? Inquired Uncle Remus sententiously. Wuss'n dat, Br'er Remus. Some say the Judgment Day ain't fur off, and the folks is flockin' round the house a-hollerin' and a-shoutin' just like they was in the revival. In de window glass there you can see the flags a-flyin', and Jacob's ladder's there, and there's writin' on the pane what no man can read. Leastways, there ain't none can read it yet. What kind of racket is this you givin' me now, Br'er Ab? I done been there, Br'er Remus. I done seed with both my eyes. Colored lady what was in trance done woke up and say they ain't much time for to tarry. She says she meet a angel in the road, and he pointed straight for the morning star and tell her for to prepare. It looked mighty curious, Br'er Remus. Come down to that, Br'er Ab, said Uncle Remus, wiping his spectacles carefully and readjusting them. Come down to dat, and there ain't nothin' that ain't curious. I ain't no 'spicious nigger myself, but I despises for to hear dogs a-howlin' and squinch owls havin' to argue out in de woods, and when a bull goes a-bellerin' by de house, den my bones get cold and my flesh commences fer to creep. But when it comes to dese yer signs in de air and dese yer spirits in de woods, den I'm out. Den I'm done. I is, for a fact. I been livin' yer more'n 70 year, and I hear talk of niggers seein' ghostes all times of night and all times of day, but I ain't never seed none yet. And dese yer flags and Jacob lathers, I ain't seen dem neither. They are there, Br'er Remus. It's just like I tell you, Br'er Ab. I ain't sputin' about it, but I ain't seen 'em. And I don't take no chances these days on dat what I don't see. And dat what I sees I got to examine mighty close. Let me tell you dis, Br'er Ab. Don't you let these signs onsettle you. When old man Gabriel toot his horn, he ain't goin' to hang no sign out in de window panes. And when old Father Jacob lets down dat ladder of his'n, you been mighty apt for to hear the racket. And don't you bother with Judgment Day. Judgment Day's liable for to take care of itself. Dat's so, Br'er Remus. Hit's bleeds to be so, Br'er Ab.
It don't bother me. It's done got so that now, when I got a pone of bread, and a rasher of bacon, and enough grease fer to make gravy, I ain't keerin' much whether folks sees ghostes or no.
End of saying. Saying 14. That Deceitful Jug. Uncle Remus was in a good mood one evening recently when he dropped casually into the editorial room of the Constitution, as has been his custom for the past year or two. He had a bag slung across his shoulder, and in the bag was a jug. The presence of this humble but useful vessel in Uncle Remus's bag was made the occasion for several suggestive jokes at his expense by the members of the staff, but the old man's good humor was proof against all insinuations.
"Dat er jug's been to war, man. It's one of dese yer old-timers. I got dat jug down there in Putman County when Mars Lisha Ferryman was a young man, and now he's done growed up, and got old and died, and his chilluns is growed up, and dey can count their grandchilluns, and yit there's dat jug just as lively and as liable for to kick up devilment as what she was when she come from the foundry."
"That's the trouble," said one of the young men. "That's the reason we'd like to know what's in it now."
"Now you're gettin' on marshy ground," replied Uncle Remus. "Dat's de p'int. Dat's what make me say what I does. I been knowin' dat jug now gwine on 65 year, and de jug what's more deceitful than dat jug ain't on de top side of de world. There she sets," continued the old man, gazing at it reflectively. "There she sets just as natural as a amber type. And yit where's the man what can tell what kind of confab she's a gwine to carry on when dat corn cob is snatched out of her mouth? Dat jug is mighty deceitful, mon."
"Well, it doesn't deceive any of us up here," remarked the agricultural editor dryly. "We've seen jugs before."
"I bound you is, boss, I bound you is, but you ain't seed no deceitful jug like dat. There she sits a bellyin' out and lookin' mighty fat and full, and yet she'd set there a bellyin' out if there wasn't nothin' but water under dat stopper. You knows dat she ain't got no eggs in her, nor no bacon, nor no grits, ner no tomaterses, ner no shellets, and dat's 'bout all you does know. Dog my cats if the deceitfulness of dat jug don't get away wid me," continued Uncle Remus with a chuckle. "I was comin' 'cross de bridge jest now, and Br'er John Henry seed me wid de bag slung onto my back, and de jug in it, and he ups and says he, 'Hey, oh, Br'er Remus, ain't it gettin' late for watermillions?' It was de deceitfulness of dat jug. If Br'er John Henry knowed de color of dat watermillion, I speck he'd snatch me up 'fo' de conference. I 'clar to gracious if dat jug ain't a caution."
"I suppose it's full of molasses now," remarked one of the young men sarcastically.
"Hear dat?" exclaimed Uncle Remus triumphantly. "Hear dat? What I tell you? I said dat jug was deceitful, and I sticks to it. I been knowin' dat—"
"What has it got in it?" broke in someone. "Molasses, kerosene, or train oil?"
"Well, I lay she's loaded, boss. I ain't shook her up since I drapped in, but I lay she's loaded."
"Yes," said the agricultural editor, "and it's the meanest bug juice in town, regular sorghum skimmings."
"Dat's neither here nor there," responded Uncle Remus. "Po' folks better be fixin' up for Christmas now while rations is cheap. Dat's me. When I hear Miss Sally goin' 'bout the house whistlin', when I can read my titles clear, and when I see the martins swarmin' after sundown, and when I hear the peckerwoods confabbin' together these moonshiny nights in my end of town, and I knows the hot weathers are breakin' up, and I knows it's 'bout time for po' folks for to be rastlin' round and huntin' up their rations. Dat's me up and down."
"Well, we are satisfied. Better go and hire a hall," remarked the sporting editor with a yawn. "If you are engaged in a talking match, you have won the money.
Blanket him, somebody, and take him to the stable. And what's more," continued the old man, scorning to notice the insinuation, "though I hear Miss Sally whistlin' and de peckerwoods a chatterin', I ain't seein' none of dese yer loafin' niggers fixin' up fer to migrate. Dey kin holler Kansas all round de neighborhood, but 'ceppin' a man come along and spell it with greenbacks, he don't ketch none of dese yer town niggers. You hear me? Dey ain't gwine." "Stand him up on the table," said the sporting editor. "Give him room." "Better go down here to the calaboose and get some news for the print," said Uncle Remus with a touch of irony in his tone. "Some new nigger might have broke into jail." "You say the darkies are not going to emigrate this year?" inquired the agricultural editor, who is interested in these things. "Shoo, dat dey ain't. I done seed and I knows." "Well, how do you know?" "How you tell when crow gwineter light? Niggers been promenadin' by my house all dis summer, holdin' their heads up high and de whites of their eyeballs shinin' in de sun. Dey was too biggity fer to look over de garden palms. Long 'bout den de weather was fetchin' de nat'ral spirits of turkentime out of de pine trees, and de ground was fairly smokin' wid de hotness. Now dat it's gittin' sorter airish in de mornin's, dey don't 'pear like de same niggers. Dey done got so dey'll look over in de yard, and next news you know dey'll be tryin' fer to scrape up 'quaintance wid de dog. When dey passes now dey looks at de chicken coop and at de tater patch. When you see niggers gittin' dat familious, you kin depend on der campin' wid you de balance of de season. Day 'fore yesterday I cotch one of 'em lookin' over my fence at my shotes, and I says I, 'Does you wanter purchase dem hogs?' 'Oh no,' says he, 'I was lookin' at de p'ints.' 'Well, dey ain't p'intin' yo' way,' says I, 'and furdermore, ef you don't buy de longer dem hogs, dey ain't gwineter climb out of dat pen and attack you needer,' says I. And I bound," continued Uncle Remus, driving the corn-cob stopper a little tighter in his deceitful jug and gathering up his bag, "and I bound that my ole musket'll go off 'tween me and dat same nigger yet, and he'll be at de bad end, and dis deceitful jug will fuse fer to go to de funeral." End of saying. Saying 15. The Florida Watermelon. "Look here, boy," said Uncle Remus yesterday, stopping near the railroad crossing on Whitehall Street and gazing ferociously at a small colored youth. "Look here, boy, I'll lay you out flat if you come flingin' your watermelon rhymes under my foot. You watch if I don't. You kin play your pranks on dese yer white folks, but when you come a cuttin' up your capers round me, you'll land right in the middle of a spell of sickness. Now you mind what I tell you. And I ain't gwine for to put up with none of your sassiness needer, let alone flingin' watermelon rhymes where I can get mixed up wid 'em. I done had enough watermelons yesterday and the day before." "How was that, Uncle Remus?" asked a gentleman standing near. "It was sorter like dis, boss. Last Tuesday, Mars John he fotch home 2 of dese yer Florida watermelons, and him and Miss Sally sot down for to eat 'em. Mars John and Miss Sally ain't got nuthin' dat's too good for me, and de fust news I knowed Miss Sally was a hollerin' for Remus. I done smelt de watermelon on de air, but I ain't got no better sense dan fer to go when I years white folks a hollerin'. I larnt dat when I wa'n't so high. Leastways, I galloped up to de back porch, and dar sot de watermelons jest as nat'ral as if dey'd been raised on de old Spivey place in Putman County. Den Miss Sally, she cut me off a slash, one of dese yer ungodly slashes, big as your hat, and I sot down on de steps and wropped myself round de whole blessed chunk, 'ceptin' de rhyme." Uncle Remus paused and laid his hand upon his stomach as if feeling for something. "Well, old man, what then?" "Dat's what I'm gittin' at, boss," said Uncle Remus, smiling a feeble smile. "I sauntered round about a half hour, and den I begin fer to feel sorter squeamish. sorter like I done been an swallered 'bout 4 pounds off of de rough end of de scantlin'. Look like to me dat I was gwineter be sick, and den it look like I wasn't. Bimeby, a little pain showed his head, and sorter meandered round like he was lookin' for a good place for to ketch holt. And den a great big pain jump up and take after de little one, and chase him round and round, and he must have cotch him, 'cause bimeby de big pain retched down and grabbed his left leg, and haul him up, and den he retched down and grabbed de udder one and pull him up, and den de war begun, sho enough. For mighty nigh near 4 hours they kep up dat racket, and jest as soon as little pain 'ud jump up, de big one 'ud light onder it and gobble it up, and den de big one 'ud go sailin' round huntin' for more. Some folks is mighty curious, though. Next mornin' I hear Miss Sally a laughin' and singin' and a whistlin', jest like there wa'n't no water beans raised in Florida. But somebody better pen dis yer nigger boy up when I'm on to town, I can tell you dat. End of saying.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 16. Uncle Remus preaches to a convert. "Dey tells me you done joined de church," said Uncle Remus to Pegleg Charley. "Yes, sir," responded Charley gravely. "Dat's so." "Well, I'm mighty glad of dat," remarked Uncle Remus with unction. "It's 'bout time dat I was 'spectin' fer to hear you in de chain gang, and 'stid of dat, hit's de church. Well, dey ain't no tellin' dese days where a nigger's gwineter lan'." "Yes," responded Charley, straightening himself up and speaking in a dignified tone. "Yes, I'm fixin' to do better. I'm preparin' fer to shake worldliness. I'm done quit 'sociatin' with dese white town boys. They've been a-goin' back on me too rapidly here lately, and now I am a-goin' back on dem." "Well, if you done had the 'sperience of it, I'm mighty glad. If you got religion, you better hol' on to it twel the last day in the mornin'. Hit's mighty good for to carry round wid you in de daytime and likewise in de night time. Hit'll pay you more den politics, and if you stands up like you oughter, hit'll last longer den a bonefellum. But you want to have one of dese yer old-time grips, and you just gotta shut your eyes and swing on like one of dese yer bull-terrier dogs." "Oh, I'm goin' to stick, Uncle Remus. You can put your money on dat. Dese town boys can't play no more of their games on me. I'm fixed. Can't you lend me a dime, Uncle Remus, to buy me a pie? I'm dat hungry dat my stomach is getting ready to go in moanin'." Uncle Remus eyed Charley curiously a moment, while the latter looked quietly at his timber toe. Finally, the old man sighed and spoke. "How long is you been in de church, son?" "Mighty near a week," replied Charley. "Well, let me tell you dis now, 'fore you go any furder. You ain't been in there long enough for to go round taking up contributions. Wait until you get sorter seasoned like, and den I'll hunt round in my clothes and see if I can't run out a thrip or two for you. But don't you levy taxes too early." Charley laughed, and said he would let the old man off if he would treat to a watermelon. End of saying. Saying 17. As to education. As Uncle Remus came up Whitehall Street recently, he met a little colored boy carrying a slate and a number of books. Some words passed between them, but their exact purport will probably never be known. They were unpleasant, for the attention of a wandering policeman was called to the matter by hearing the old man bawl out, "Don't you come foolin' longer me, nigger. You are flippin' the sass at the wrong color. You can go round here and sass these white people, and maybe they'll stand it, but when you come a-slinging your jaw at a man that was gray when the farmin' days gin out, you better go and get your hide greased." "What's the matter, old man?" asked a sympathizing policeman. "Nothin', boss, 'ceptin' I ain't goin' to have no nigger chillun a whoopin' and a hollerin' at me when I'm goin' along the streets." "Oh, well, school children, you know how they are." "That's what make I say what I does. They better be home pickin' up chips. What a nigger gwine to larn out of books? I can take a barrel stave and fling more sense into a nigger in 1 minute than all the schoolhouses twixt this and the state of Michigan. Don't talk, honey. With 1 barrel stave I can fairly lift the veil of ignorance." "Then you don't believe in education?" "It's the ruination of this country. Look at my gal. The old woman sauntered to school last year, and now we dasn't hardly ax her for to carry the washin' home. She done gone beyond her business. I ain't larnt nothin' in books, and yet I can count all the money I gits. No use talkin', boss. Put a spellin' book in a nigger's hands, and right den and there you loses a plough-hand. I done had the experience of it." End of saying. Saying number 18, a temperance reformer. "Here come Uncle Remus," said a well-dressed Negro, who was standing on the sidewalk near James's Bank recently, talking to a crowd of barbers. "Here come Uncle Remus. I bound he'll sign it." "You'll fling your money away if you bet on it," responded Uncle Remus. "I ain't turnin' nothin' loose on church 'scriptions. I wants money right now for to get a pint of meal." "'Tain't dat. And I ain't helpin' for to bury nobody, much as I can do for to keep the breath in my own body." "'Tain't dat neither. And I ain't puttin' my hand to no recommends. I'm feared for to say a polite word 'bout myself, and I just know I ain't goin' round flatterin' up these other niggers." "And 'tain't dat," responded the darky, who held a paper in his hand. "We are gettin' up a good temperance lodge, and we like to get your name." Honey, I done seen too much of dis nigger temperance. They stand up mighty square until their dues commence to cramp 'em, and they don't stand a racket wuth a done. No longer 'n yesterday I seed one of the head men of these here temperance societies totin' water for a bar-room. He had the water in the bucket, but they ain't tellin' how much red liquor he was a-totin'. G'long, child, join your society and be good to yourself. I'm a-gettin' too old. Give me 3 or 4 drams endurin' the day, and I'm mighty nigh as good a temperance man as the next un. I got to scuffle for something to eat. End of saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings, saying number 19, As a Weather Prophet. Uncle Remus was enlightening a crowd of negroes at the car shed yesterday. "There ain't nothin'," said the old man, shaking his head pensively, "that ain't got no change wrote on it. There ain't nothin' that ain't spotted before it begins for to commence. We all experiences that Providence what lifts us up from one place and sets us down in the other. It's continually a-movin' and a-movin'." "That's so. You're talkin' now," came from several of his hearers. "I hear Miss Sally readin' this mornin'," continued the old man, "that a man was comin' down here for to take keer of the weather,
One of dese yer burro mens which goes around a puttin' up and pullin' down." "What he gwine do round here?" asked one. "He's a gwine to regulate the weather," replied Uncle Remus sententiously. "He's a gwine to fix it up so that there won't be so much worriment among the white folks about the kind of weather what falls to their lot." "He's gwine dish 'em up," suggested one of the older ones, "like a man dish out sugar." "No," answered Uncle Remus, mopping his benign features with a very large and very red bandana. "He's gwine to fix 'em better'n dat. He's gwine to fix 'em up so you can have any kind of weather what you want without toting her home." "How's dat?" asked someone. "Hit's dis way," said the old man thoughtfully. "In course you knows what kind of weather you want. Well, den, when de man comes along, which Miss Sally say he will, you just gotta go up dar, pick out your weather, and dere'll be a clock set for to suit your case. And when you get home, dere'll be your weather a settin' out in de yard waitin' for you. I wish you was here now," the old man continued. "I'd take a pair of frosts in mine, if I cotch cold for it. That's me." There were various exclamations of assent, and the old man went on his way singing, "Don't you grieve out of me." End of saying. Saying number 20. The Old Man's Troubles. "What makes you look so lonesome, Br'er Remus?" asked a well-dressed negro as the old man came shuffling down the street by James's corner yesterday. "You are mighty right. I'm lonesome, Brer John Henry. When an old nigger like me has got to paddle the canoe and do the fishin' at the same time, and when you bleeds to catch the fish and dasn't turn the paddle loose for to bait the hook, then I tell you, Brer John, you are right where the mink had the goslin'. Mars John and Miss Sally, they done been gone down under Putman County fer to see their kinfolks mighty nigh 4 days, and you better believe I done been had to scratch round mighty lively for to make the rations run out even." "I was at your house last night, Brer Remus," remarked Brer John Henry, "but I couldn't roust you outer bed." "It was the unseasonableness of the hour, I expect," said Uncle Remus dryly. "'Pears unto me that you all church deacons settin' up mighty late these cold nights. You be slippin' round after hours some time or another, and you'll slip bodaciously into the calaboose. You mind what I tell you." "It's mighty cold weather," said Brer John Henry, evidently wishing to change the subject. "Cold!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "Hit got past cold on de quarter stretch. You ought to come to my house the night 'fore last. Then you'd have found me live and kickin'." "How's that?" "Well, I tell you, Brer John Henry, the cold was so cold, and the kiver was so light, that I thunk I'd make a raid on Mars John's shingle pile, and out I goes and totes in a whole armful. Den I gets under the kiver and tells my old woman for to lay 'em onto me like she was roofin' a house. By she crawls in, and the shingles what she put on her side for to cover wid, they all drap off on the floor. Den I gets up and piles 'em on again, and when I gets in bed, my shingles drap off, and that's the way it was the whole blessed night. Fust it was me up, and den the old woman, and it just kept us powerful warm, too, dat kind of exercise. Oh, you ought to drap round 'bout dat time, Brer John Henry. You'd a yeared sho' enough cussin'." "You don't tell me, Brer Remus." "My old woman say the old boy wouldn't have found a riper nigger if he were to scour the country from Virginia to Alabama." End of saying. Saying number 21. The 4th of July. Uncle Remus made his appearance recently with his right arm in a sling, and his head bandaged to that extent that it looked like the stick made to accompany the centennial bass drum.
The old man evidently expected an attack all around, for he was unusually quiet, and fumbled in his pockets in an embarrassed manner. He was not mistaken. The agricultural editor was the first to open fire. "Well, you old villain, what have you been up to now?" "It is really singular," remarked a commencement orator, "that not even an ordinary holiday, a holiday, it seems to me, that ought to arouse all the latent instincts of patriotism in the bosom of American citizens, can occur without embroiling some of our most valuable citizens. It is really singular to me that such a day should be devoted by a certain class of our population to broils and fisticuffs." This fine moral sentiment, which was altogether an impromptu utterance, and which was delivered with the air of one who addresses a vast but invisible audience of young ladies in white dresses and blue sashes, seemed to add to the embarrassment of Uncle Remus, and at the same time to make an explanation necessary. "Dey ain't none of you young white men never had no 'casion fer to strike up with one of dese yer Mobile niggers?" asked Uncle Remus. "'Cause if you is, den you knows whereabouts de devilment come in. Show me a Mobile nigger," continued the old man, "and I'll show you a nigger dat's marked for de chain gang. Hit may be de 4th or de 5th of July, or it may be de 12th of January, but when a Mobile nigger gets in my neighborhood, right then and there trouble sails in and engages boat for de season. I spect I'm as fond of dese United States as de next man what knows dat de burrow is busted up, but long as Remus can stand on his hind legs, no Mobile nigger can't flip into dis town longer no West Point inspection and boss around 'mong de colored folks. That's me up and down, and I bound there's a nigger somewheres on de road dis blessed day that's got dis put away in his remembrance." "How did he happen to get you down and maul you in this startling manner?" asked the commencement orator with a tone of exaggerated sympathy in his voice. "Maul who?" exclaimed Uncle Remus indignantly. "Maul who? Boss, the nigger dat mauled me ain't borned yet, and dey a got to have anudder war 'fore one is borned." "Well, what was the trouble?" "Hit was sorter dis way, boss. I was standin' down dere by Mars John Jeems's bank, chattin' with Sis Tempy, which I ain't seed her before now gwine on 7 year, and watchin' de folks trompin' by, when one of dese yer slick-lookin' niggers, wid a bee-gum hat and a brass watch as big as the head of a beer barrel, come along and brush up agin me, just like so. Dere was 2 of 'em, and dey went 'long gigglin' and laughin' like a nestle of yeller hammers. Bimeby, dey come along agin, and de smart aleck brush up by me once more. Den I say to myself, I lay I fetch you if you give me anudder invite. And sho enough, here come again, and dis time he rub a piece of watermelon rime under my left ear. What did you do? Me? I'm a mighty long-sufferin' nigger, but he hadn't no more'n touched me 'fore I flung dese yer bones in his face." Here Uncle Remus held up his damaged hand triumphantly. "I sorter sprained my hand, boss, but dog my cats if I don't believe I spattered de nigger's eyeballs on de ground, and when he riz, his countenance looked fresh like beef haslet. I look mighty spindlin' and puny now, don't I, boss?" inquired the old man with great apparent earnestness. "Rather." "Well, you just oughter see me get my African up. Dey used to call me a bad nigger long 'fore de war, and it looks liker to me dat I gits wuss and wuss. Br'er John Henry say dat I oughter subdue my rashfulness, and I don't dispute it. But turn a Mobile nigger loose in dis town, 4th of July or no 4th of July, and me and him, one is going to land in jail. It's pruned into me." And that's the last of the sayings in Uncle Remus.
End of book.